Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to respect the host? So funny, Chad.
When you see people laughing. Nah, like, pause it. What did he say? Whenever it sounds like he said. And we're live.
We're live?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. So, Chad, why are we late again?
I don't know. You didn't have your screen shared until 60 seconds ago. And your
that
camera
doesn't matter.
on.
You can still go live. It takes 1 second. And my camera was on when you got back.
No.
Whose camera's on?
No, it wasn't. I had to tell you to turn it
My
on.
camera's
You
on.
not remember something that happened like?
Yeah, you told
2
me to
minutes
turn
ago?
it on like several minutes ago before you got up and left.
You're special.
Okay, guys.
Welcome to the Pedantic
Why you
Pedestrian.
gotta make it so complicated?
Yes.
It's Gene's fault.
Make things so complicated. It's the one running off the stream constantly. Yes, Nicholas Rosa. Chad, people said that on that other stream that you're on with that Ben Pie dude, they say that you don't get up every 5 seconds like you do on my stream. Do you want to explain why that is?
I hear that he doesn't fake his orgasms like he does with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I fake my
doesn't
orgasms
fake
with you, Gene, because you don't know what you're doing, and I just want to make you feel good. Oh wait, you were talking about me getting off screen.
fake your
There's
orgasm.
no way
Yeah.
you're faking it.
Oh,
Don't
shut up.
fake your
I
orgasm.
told you that one day I was busy trying to help my girlfriend with something.
Well,
Okay,
maybe
sometimes I have to
Shad-
help her with something.
Will contribute more because he's not allowed to drink currently. So usually when he gets drunk,
What?
he gets really annoying.
No, I can
and
drink.
He goes in. You go
Fine.
into the drunken loop mode where you just kind
No,
of.
I can get drunk.
repeat
You
the
guys
same
want?
thing.
Do you guys
I
want me to go get
decided
beer?
You guys are
tonight
crazy.
I am going to strive to get higher than Shabisky and wander off more times.
What? Oh yeah.
I do
Everyone
plan
should do
on
that.
doing
Well-
that tonight.
It's less of an offense when other people do it because Shab's the one running the OBS. So sometimes he'll get up and leave when something's going on.
The
in his end.
OBS.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that? That's an acronym for something. What's that stand for?
That's the software
Open
that we use.
broadcast.
Yeah.
Stream.
Open
That's,
broadcasting
not a-
software.
Not a like a female health thing.
It
What
could
am I
be
thinking of?
both. It could be
It's
both.
an
What's OBGYN? OBGYN? Is that what? Okay. I'm confusing the OBS with the OBGYN.
There's probably a
Known
million
for
different acronyms for the
Known
million
for
and
their-
one different things that can happen to a woman's vag.
known
Whoa.
for their
Do you know what
love of-
OBGYN stands for?
No.
I bet you don't know what's okay.
I don't know
See?
what it stands for. I'm going to look it up.
See, he doesn't know everything, nor does he claim to know
He's an
everything. He
idiot.
just said he didn't know something.
This is
See?
proof right
see,
now. You're an
I'm an
idiot.
asshole.
Gene.
I always claim that I know everything, even according
Right,
to people
see?
who never watch my streams or
You,
interact
you,
with me.
you just admitted that I don't know what OBGYN
It
stands
stands
for.
for obstetrician gynecologist.
Hmm.
That's not even using all the letters. That's ridiculous.
Yes,
So
it
anyway,
is.
let's get on topic.
It's the pregnant bitch.
So what does
doctor.
everyone know about TikTok and why the U.S.
I-
government would ban it? They claim it's a threat.
I-
to them.
I know that since introducing it, I've been confused what is different fundamentally between it and Vine.
Well, the big difference is
They're
TikTok.
equally obnoxious.
Well, no, TikTok is pretty much a Chinese program.
I knew
And-
that.
because of that, like they're affiliated with the Chinese government, so they're most likely sharing the information with China on all of the American users.
And why is it relevant that China is sharing information about people who love themselves too much on TikTok?
Well, because China's collecting the data and they might use it for things like bribery. They might use it for other types of espionage work. So they might collect.
Are there any instances of this actually having happened, though?
I don't know, but that's something that the government's concerned about. So maybe what's that, Chad?
Skeptical Jesus donated through StreamLabs, Gene. We're rich.
Oh.
We're rich,
Does
Gene.
it not pop up on the screen at all?
It does, but you should have it set up to read the message, you dork. You are just unpragmatic.
Well, are you not able to read it when it pops up?
Somewhat, it's small and stuff.
Oh.
Well, Shabby, I thought you were the OBGYN, though.
I am. I'm always deep in that.
Like, operator.
Why am I the
What's
second
going on
biggest
in there? Let me
picture
stick
on
my head
Twitter?
in there
This
and
is making
take
me
a look.
self-conscious.
Yeah.
Okay, recent events.
Yeah.
Trubisky has
Maybe
to
you're talking
leave
too much.
early to play Elder Ring. He has a note from his doctor. I'm his doctor.
We can do
Yeah, that's
that.
another thing. Shab will play fucking video games on my stream.
Since when?
Is it because the other host will yell at you? Does he put on his dominatrix gear and be like, Shabisky, you will do what I say, or you will get
Gene.
the hoses.
Yes.
Oh, Gene.
No, not Gene, Ben.
Oh, Ben. Yeah. Yeah, he
Ben's
speaks.
more
He's-
dominant.
Oh, Jesus. I don't
I
want
gotta
either
be-
of these images in my head. I have to see Ben in person someday. Again. So
He gets out
I don't want to have that
he
image
gets
in
out
my
the
mind.
cat of nine tails, and Shabisky's like, yes, daddy, give it to me.
Waterboarding.
What?
But anyway, let's hear what they
Oh.
have to say about TikTok.
Testimony from people advocating for.
Oh, and anyway,
TikTok.
I do have
Yeah.
a theory, like a little conspiracy theory. Usually I'm not
Okay.
one for conspiracies, but you got the TikTok brain rot. TikTok is definitely ruining the attention span of our youth or just people in general. Educators will talk about how kids in school, if they try to give them a 3-4 minute video to watch, they aren't able to retain or sustain their attention because it's like they can't focus for longer than 30-40 seconds. And my thing is, I think maybe China designed TikTok as a way to kind of sabotage the Western younger generation's attention spans. Because now it's like people can't even read through an article. It's like I'll write a paragraph or 2 paragraphs worth of information, and people are like, "Oh,
that, bro."
Are they
Yeah,
taking into account that the longer video that they're showing the kids might just be boring?
Well, it seems to be kind of they claim it doesn't matter what video it is, but plus, even when I was younger, 3 minutes is like nothing. So I remember they would put in in educational videos that would take up the entire class, like 30-40 minutes, and I was able to pay attention to them. And I noticed that the other kids in the class were able to pay attention to them as well. So I really think, and it's not just with like videos, it shows that like people can't really get through an article. Like people aren't able to really retain any information at all if it's requires them to focus for more than 10, 20, 30 seconds. And it is just, I find people's attention spans are drastically declining, where when I started streaming and everything, before I had to yell at Shab and really get him in line, it's just everyone's interrupting each other nonstop. It's like a cafeteria, and it's like every second, it's like you can't complete a sentence, because every time somebody finishes a sentence or two, somebody else butts in to say something, and it's just everyone interrupting each other to get 1 or 2 sentences out there. And then when I'm trying to discuss things more thoroughly, it's like, oh my god, he'll talk for 3, 4, 5 minutes straight, And
Wait.
Uh,
I wasn't paying attention. Can you repeat all of that?
right.
no, can't.
So
can't
I hear about the kids. The kids today aren't paying attention. The kids today have shorter attention spans. I've
They're
been hearing
idiots.
this forever. I've been hearing this I've been around for decades, multiple decades.
Well, it's not
They're
even just
saying
the
this the
kids.
MTV generation,
Yeah.
the music videos, the fast editing. Oh, the kids have shorter and shorter attention spans all the time. But the truth is people have, it's just like ADD. It's just like hyperactivity disorder. People seem to have short attention spans for certain things, but a great amount of attentions for things they care about. And while you say the attention span for this is shortening, but people are watching hours and hours of Netflix shows. They've got a lot of attention for video games. They're spending more hours playing video games. And just on YouTube, videos used to be super short on YouTube. Then there was a limit of 15 minutes. Now, I mean, look at this program, much longer. I mean, when, like, let's say for instance, when a couple years ago, maybe like 10 years ago, a really long shows didn't exist on YouTube. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I
And
They're
agree.
getting longer. The format's getting long.
And I would argue that when I was in school, when the educational video got turned on, some of the kids paid attention, sure, but most of the kids in the class, now is the time to screw around because the lights are off
Yes.
and the teacher can't see
Yeah.
us passing notes or whispering to each other.
I was not paying attention. I was in my notebook drawing. I was never paying attention.
And it's
You couldn't
exactly
make
what
me
you
pay
said.
attention.
It wasn't interesting. It was some dry ass educational video with, "Hello, children. Today we're going to be learning about the menstrual cycle." And the most you can get the boys in the class to pay attention to that is them just giggling at, I said vagina.
Well, what you mentioned about people watching Netflix and so forth, that is true, but it's more for people who are kind of my generation or my age and up. It's the research is showing, so there is hard data. This isn't just like the anecdotes of the older generation, that the younger generation, their attention spans are drastically declining.
How young are we talking about? How young are we talking about?
We're talking about kids that are,
Okay.
I guess,
All right, kids. I don't
We're
want to
talking
hear about
DiCaprio's
any kind of
girlfriend.
generation.
young.
Right. Yeah, I don't want to talk about any generational attention span where we're still talking about kids, right?
I
The
mean,
kids
this-
always have short attention spans.
well, this is what the academics, the scientists are saying. The psychologists, they're the ones presenting this data, and it's based on
Okay.
peer-reviewed studies. It's not, and the other dilemma is that, like, when it comes to, I guess, longer or you mentioned video games. The thing is that's something a lot of parents with kids that have ADD will say, is that, well, God, they can play video games for hours, but the way video games work, as opposed to reading or watching something, is you're constantly getting those dopamine hits. It's just constant stimulation, quick rewards. You're playing Fallout, you go over here, you do this, you get your reward. You're constantly scavenging for supplies and resources and so forth. So that's why people like Shabisky can pay attention for hours playing video games.
But otherwise,
I mean,
doesn't have
well,
the attention
even the
to
Fallout games
to
used
pay.
to not be like that.
Yeah.
Like there used to be a lot of games that required you to do a lot. Well, there still is actually a lot of games that require you to do a lot of reading, paying really close attention to the fine details.
I just question what videos they're being showed as a comparison. With saying it doesn't matter what kind of a video they show doesn't tell me anything. They could be showing them a bunch of fucking 1950s skits for all I know that isn't going to be interesting to a kid at all.
Well, I
Well,
would say
if it's not Baby Shark, dark, I don't think they care at all. I mean, but that's kids. Yeah, Skibbity Toilet videos. I mean, they wouldn't care at all, and that's just normal. That's just kids, you know. And yeah, kids today have a shorter attention span in general. But I mean, how many? They only watch the Skibbity toilet videos. How many Skibbity toilet videos there are? There are hours and hours of Skibbity toilet videos, and the fact that they are a short attention span actually would have them turning off the tablet altogether and just doing something else, running around, being difficult to keep amused doing anything. But as soon as you turn on the tablet, as soon as you do the thing, the kid's attention, that's where it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the data is showing that fairly recently, within the last 10 years, literacy rates have been declining. Kids are definitely, their competency when it comes to academics has been steadily going, decreasing. So they're definitely having much greater difficulties. And it is pretty significant. So within a really short amount of time, kids have been having a much, they're not learning as efficiently as other generations. And this is something that educators have noticed, that the tests have demonstrated. So if this is just a dynamic of youth, well, it's pretty unique to our youth within the last 10 years that they're struggling in these particular areas to a much greater extent compared to kids of other generations.
To be clear, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just questioning aspects of how they performed these tests, because I am curious, what is the alternate media they're trying to show them that they lose their attention span by? Because I agree, people in general are losing their attention spans. It's basically the strategy of Donald Trump. Just keep laying on the bullshit. People will forget about the previous bullshit.
Yeah, well, the data, I would say, or what they're showing the kids, like the 3-5 minute videos that they can't pay attention to, I would say it's stuff that usually, if you watch educational stuff on YouTube, it probably would be kind of like, it has that Vsauce kind of format. So if they can't pay attention to something like that for 3 or 4 minutes, I'd say that's kind of problematic. Anyway, let's try to watch the first video.
A law that would ban the app in the U.S. Lawmakers and the Biden administration signed off on the law, warning of a national security concern. While TikTok is owned by the Chinese tech company ByteDance. If ByteDance does not agree to sell the platform, a TikTok ban could go into effect as soon as January 19th. But legal.
Yep, we usually watch it at 1.5 speed because we do watch a decent amount of videos. It helps us get through.
Just checking that this lady isn't whacked on cocaine.
Yes. No, that would be me.
All right, so if you watch videos at that speed, shouldn't you actually be considering that you are absorbing them at a greater speed? So therefore, you can watch 2 minutes of and then say, I watched 4 minutes of video.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gene, what's wrong with your attention span? Turn it down to 1.
Well,
right.
The other issue.
Part of my understanding of certain things is that they're slowed down so I can understand them. In a lot of situations, we're talking about kids that are dumbed down and numbed down but the fact is that they can't retain it because they're overstimulated. There's too much, and therefore they're not retaining the information. It's coming at them too fast. They get distracted because of that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the other big reason that we play it at a faster speed is copyright. So it's a good way to avoid copyright detection.
What happens in corporate America, because people are indecisive a little bit. Well, they want you to speed up the decision-making process, right? Kids offered all the colors of the rainbow: red, yellow, green, blue. Which color do you want, kid? Come on. Let's go. And they're like, ah. So that's why another reason that mystery boxes have become popular. You just grab one. Which one is it? There's no decision. The decision is made already. It's a random thing in the box. You just grab it. Right? Purchasing decision is much faster when you just grab it.
Analysis paralysis.
Analysis paralysis. But if you're given a choice of even 3 things, it slows down your decision-making process. Right?
Yeah. That's one of the issues with Netflix and all these streaming services. It's like, What do I watch? I have so many fucking games on Steam, all the Steam sales. Where do I begin? We need less options. I mean, we're spoiled.
That's why it would
6-7
benefit
here in about
the
4 weeks.
yeah.
It's kind of like a double-edged sword. It's like we got all this great content, but then it's just where do you start? People talk about how they spend just as much time like browsing all the content on these streaming sites as they do watching it. So,
well, yeah, I mean, like television, it just came at you. It would just come at you. It would just come at you. It's just coming at you, and there should be some kind of thing that's like that. It's just coming at you. I'm not really even deciding.
Yeah, you
know what I mean?
used to have to get the newspaper or go to the guide channel and figure out when something was coming on, and then you had to, like, if it was something that you were invested in watching, like a Ravens game, then you had to make sure
A lot of
were
older
watching it
people
at the right
just
time.
kept it on one channel. They're like, this is the
Yeah.
channel I'm going to keep it on. And
Yeah,
the same
fuck
way
it.
with my mom, she watches nothing but Fox News. That's just what's on.
God.
And I mean, for a lot of people, that's the way it is. You know, for other people, it's PBS. PBS is what's on. I'm not shitting you. PBS or what's the radio station? NPR, National Public Radio. That's what I listen to. Just pretty much all the time.
So then where
Right.
do I stand as someone who's basically addicted to conversations? Because that's usually what I'm doing. I'm hanging out.
Podcasts. You probably podcast like the Dickens. A lot of people podcast like the Dickens.
I don't watch a
Right.
lot of podcasts though. I do the one that you and I do, and I'm on this one because I like these people. But what, like, you know me, I'm usually hanging out and just talking to people.
Doing shows like these probably counts as filling that void for some people. Like,
Yeah.
I try to stay away from the news as much as I can when I'm not doing this or my own streams.
Well, what I try to do to avoid the analysis paralysis is I have Feedly, and what I'll do is I'll just go through all the top stories when I follow everything on Feedly, and then I save it all to Pocket, and Pocket is a website where it gets rid of all the ads, all the white noise in the background. It kind of has the same interface that Kindle has where you can adjust the white space and everything, and I just go through each article one at a time and read through it. And another thing I do is I use Cold Turkey, which is an extension where I block all distracting sites, and then sometimes you can whitelist one particular site that you're using. So if I'm trying to like I did this when I was in school, taking online classes, you pretty much blacklist the entire internet except for like the 2 or 3 sites that you need to use. And
Doesn't anybody ever just turn their shit off and lay back and look at the ceiling for a while?
yeah, I do that often.
Just zone out for a little
Usually
bit.
after making a bad sexual decision.
Nah, it's good for you. Just lay back and just kind of zone out for a little while. Let your fucking mind decompress. It's good for you.
You mean after masturbating?
Well, that's a pretty
You're gonna
good
have
time
to
to
clean
do it.
this up sooner or later.
Yeah, been there.
What I usually do is I usually just journal, and then that's how I kind of deal with all my wandering thoughts. And then with TV, a good way I avoid like the analysis paralysis is I run on my treadmill as I watch TV.
Oh, I don't watch TV at all anymore.
Yeah. Well, there's
I'm
so
not-
many good shows.
Does it count if you're watching a show on a streaming site, or are you talking about actually sitting down and watching TV?
Streaming series, so just like
Okay.
a
So
series of any kind.
even for that,
Yeah.
then there's like 2. I like The Boys and Gen V. That's about it. I don't really watch a lot of shows.
Currently,
read a
I'm
lot.
watching.
I'm watching nothing.
Yeah, I'm watching Shogun. That's a really good series. It's about like an English explorer or whatever that's dealing with all the Protestants versus the Catholics, and their influence over Japan. Then Squid Games, and then From's another show I'm recently watching. I just finished like the 3rd season, And then Snowpiercer, I was just watching that and finished that. So, wow,
I'm always either talking to people, listening to music, or playing a video game, or reading.
Yeah.
A lot
Well,
of
the problem
reading.
is,
I just watched this video on Home Alone 2, Lost in New York. Yeah. I watch a lot of videos about movies and stuff like that. And
the president was in that movie.
Fucking right.
Twin Towers were in that
all
movie.
about the production of that movie. There's a lot to do with the production.
Central Park was in that movie because it's New York.
Yeah. And it's a great movie.
Anyway,
Only
let's make
dickheads
progress on the
talk
video.
over a movie like that.
Yeah, I'm Hitler. I'm the worst.
This case highlights some really key questions about whether banning the app would pose a greater threat to Americans.
NBC5's Anna Goober joins us now live from the newsroom with more. Anna?
Yeah, well, Jack and Liz, I spoke with a professor at the Vermont Law and Graduate School who says this case calls into question whether...
They're talking way too fast. They can't follow what they're saying.
And it's only 1.5 speed.
He's fucking with you.
Okay.
The ban would violate that right. And while it will be up to the Supreme Court to decide the answers, one TikTok user in our region says they'll be losing a lot more than just an app if the ban does go into effect.
And Shab walked away. Everyone, take a hit.
I get to engage with people in a way I didn't before.
University of Vermont graduate Matt Haverty
take a
has
hit
taken his
or
comedy career on.
do a shot.
A hit
I'm
or
gonna
a
be
shot.
higher than Cheech and
Yeah.
Chong by the time this is over, if that's what we're playing.
Either or.
On the road. He's grown it on TikTok.
So,
TikTok since I think like
all right,
2018.
hold on. So it hasn't been banned. This is yet again they're talking about banning it.
Yeah, well, it's going to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court's going to decide whether to,
Now-
I guess, approve it.
They're not going
Whether,
to. They're not going to.
yeah.
They're not going to do it.
And it's not the last
You
time
know,
was
you remember what happened with Vine? What happened with Vine?
Well, it shut down on its own.
Right. But why? But why? No.
It was
didn't
like
shut down.
financial stuff. Like they didn't want to
No.
provide people.
It was bought by Twitter. Okay.
Somebody with a lot of money and power likes TikTok,
Right.
and that's gonna make the difference.
Right. It was bought
Yeah,
by
I
Twitter.
watched videos of
And
midgets
Twitter
choking themselves
basically
on
basically Twitter shut it down because Twitter was a competition. Facebook is doing the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Facebook bought Instagram, right? Still own it.
Yeah, they're buying up everything. They're trying to make a mega app.
I am not a big
Right.
TikTok user. I'm barely.
Mhm.
I could probably count the fucking number of TikTok videos I've bothered watching on one hand, and everything on it is just this irrelevant fucking random shit. I don't see what the issue is with this fucking website. I don't understand why this is a nationally debated topic. I don't understand
Because
what's
it
relevant
might be
on here for the
stealing your
Chinese.
stuff.
Almost
It might be
every
stealing
time that
your
I've
info.
looked at TikTok, it's been when like somebody else is showing me their TikTok feed after sex. We're just like laying there with nothing to do, and they show me their TikTok feed.
But
That's
the big thing
basically the only
is
times I've ever looked at that site.
that they're essentially doing what Facebook is doing when it comes to stealing people's information and keeping like sort of
Data mining.
yeah, but it's China that's doing it, and
It's
not some
not,
corporation.
but it's they're not really. It's not really what it's about, though. They're not actually concerned about the data mining. Otherwise, they would be doing the same thing to Honey. But Honey's not doing that. Honey is actually doing fine and is now selling you a new app on YouTube by pushing commercials down your throat for what's the product? They keep selling it on the YouTube ads unless you have the YouTube blocker that they're selling you in the commercials on the YouTube.
I use
From the
Brave
makers of
browser,
Honey,
so I
and they're
have
like,
to see
"Why are
that
you
bullshit.
saying you're from the makers of Honey? Wasn't Honey just part of a big data mining
Honey comes
scam
for bees,
situation?"
goddammit.
Oh, Pi. It's called Pi. Honey Pie. It's just Pi, the data mining, the new data mining thing that's also an ad blocker. Did you delete Honey off your desktop? Well, now get Pi. It's going to data mine you real good.
Shab, Skeppy says you spend more time off screen than you do on screen.
Oh,
And
he's
getting
just
called out
mocking
by
you.
Jesus of all people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. That is right. It's a scam situation.
Well,
He's
Shab,
heard you say that before. He's just mocking
because
you.
of your ADD.
That's right. It's just Mark.
I think you should pay attention to the chat. And that's the thing. Dirt's not here, so he's usually the one on chat duty.
I'm always reading the chat.
Yes, read the chat,
read the
Shab,
chat.
and if you find something of interest, bring it up.
Remy said they target gamers now too.
I feel really.
Yeah.
Teddy Rubskin had said, "Hey there."
Hi, Teddy.
Appreciate about TikTok and what it gave me.
You said come back, Shabby.
That I can share work with.
But Haverty may only have a few weeks left to share his passion on the platform. President Biden and the Department of Justice warned that national security is at risk while the app is owned by the Chinese parent company ByteDance.
Oh my God, I wrote it up.
ByteDance does not agree to sell.
ByteDance.
ByteDance.
ByteDance is the name of the. So ByteDance is the name of the company.
Yes.
ByteDance. That sounds like a sinister company I would see in like some kind of movie where there was
security though.
Yeah, it's called ByteDance. I don't want to see that. You know.
What's that, Chad?
Dance.
I'm just reading the chat.
Oh. Okay. Anything?
There's a message that's held in review.
Oh yeah, a lot of good stuff so far.
Trubisky, say the word "come." Say
Already
the word
did.
"come," Trubisky.
Already did. You can't make me do it twice.
Chad loves that word.
Effect as soon as January 19th.
There's however many hundreds of millions of TikTok users, many of which
hundreds of millions of TikTok
users. The ban is going to impact a lot of people.
Jared Carter, a professor at Vermont.
Now,
millions and millions.
What percentage of them are Americans? I mean, probably includes.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It's a popular app, and I don't understand. They want to ban it in the U.S. I don't understand. I mean, there's lots of apps that are mining your data.
But this is a non-Western app. The other ones, capitalism's okay, but if some other government wants to do it,
and China doesn't have any control over any of the other places that are being used. Really, none.
That's something else that like I'm skeptical of. Where it's just they probably there are so many fucking apps that Russia, like in the United States, is probably doing the same fucking thing.
I was actually just about to bring up.
Yeah.
I'm reading Consumer Reports found that the company uses some of the same techniques as Google, Meta, and other companies to collect personal data. So even by the
you see the thing about
the news.
Do you see the thing about honey?
The Honey Boo Boo app.
I just uninstalled it after you said that.
Yeah. It's and they find that have you seen that it's saving you money? Have you seen that it's saving you money on things you buy online?
I have seen that it hasn't worked a single time entering all those random fucking promo codes.
Yeah. So yeah, fuck that thing. Fuck that thing.
I know little to nothing about that app.
Yeah, I
it's
use
supposed
Brave
to
browser and
if
DuckDuckGo, so I never see Honey ads or any of that shit.
Honey's supposed to save you money on things you buy online. That's what it says. It's supposed to like search the internet for promo codes and get you that, but it never works. It never works, and I don't. It's just dead.
Ooh, Taylor's here. Says hello, everybody. Did you say hi to Taylor, Shab?
Remy.
Hi, Taylor.
And
Taylor Swift.
Yeah, Taylor Swift's in the chat.
I know Australia recently they did ban like Facebook for like anyone under the age of 16.
That's probably.
I've been listening to a lot of Taylor Swift recently, man.
What is
you know what I'm saying? No, it's good stuff, right? I'm coming to terms with like certain the lines of blurring the lines between manly and feminine music. You know what I'm saying?
If you have to come to terms to like the music, it's probably not good.
I mean, I have to adjust my sensibilities to understand Rowan Chappelle, right?
Rowan Chappelle.
Rowan Chappelle, yeah.
I don't know.
You've heard of her. You've heard of her. She's the hot new thing. She's had this like super meteoric rise.
So I've definitely.
Well, here's the next TikTok video.
Yeah.
Exactly 1 week.
There's like nobody last year. This year, she's a megastar. It's crazy.
The law forcing TikTok sale or ban is constitutional. Here with what we can expect from the Supreme Court is our very own Alexis Keenan. Alexis, lots to talk about when it comes to the potential TikTok ban. What do we need to know heading into next week?
Yeah, so what the Supreme Court is going to address is the question of whether the First Amendment's speech.
They're talking so fast, it's so crazy. Okay, wait. News things aren't gonna cite you for copyright. They don't do that. There's the Associated Presses or any of these news sites don't.
Well, some of them will do copyright claims.
I'm just not even hearing what they're saying. It's coming out like, I mean, considering they are, you're counting me two ways. They're talking super fast and they're both women. How do you expect me to hear what they're saying? You know what I'm saying? You expect me to listen.
Damn women.
Put it at 1.25 speed.
Unconstitutional as applied to TikTok.
See, when I listen, I usually listen to videos on 2x speed, so 1.5 speed's like slow-mo for me.
I'm listening to it at the regular speed. I do not smoke crack. Okay? I do not listen to the videos faster than they already are.
I don't smoke crack. I do take ProLab caffeine pills.
Well, there's
I heard
your problem
the
right
angry
there.
video game, or what's his name? The atheist guy, the amazing atheist. He watches the videos at 2x speed, he said one time. And I was like, that's crazy. What the fuck?
It's amazing how little of the video he takes in, too. He just does that to seem smarter.
Yeah, Gene.
Yes.
Yeah, Gene.
Well, I'm just
Fuck
people
you.
are going to say the same thing about me.
You're not tricking us.
Yeah.
We all know you're a
we're
dumbass.
as opposed to
We're
tell.
not fooling anybody with this.
Because we watch it we watch this shit every stream, and I'm able to demonstrate that I'm following along.
Neither of you guys told him to slow it down. It's a little crazy. It's a little crazy. Both of you guys. What the hell? Why is it so fucking fast on this channel? No, it's just
he
crazy.
says 1.5.
1.5 is
perfect.
Yeah, it's Yeah. Skeptical Jesus says 1.5 is perfect.
And if I can't keep up with it, I bring it down to 1.5. But I usually start trying with like double speed because I can usually follow a news video.
You can
I'm a quick guy. I have to smoke weed to slow myself down because I'm already a speedy guy. You guys have to take speedy shit to keep yourself up. Stop it. I never need any coffee or caffeine or anything.
Well, lupus makes
I
you
have
all
to slow
lethargic.
myself. Yeah.
So.
Oh well, fair enough. Yeah.
Yes, and then I take all the drugs for like my epilepsy and conditions, and they're
You have epilepsy
sedatives.
too. You got fucking dealt a shit hand in the genetics department.
And he has a tiny penis.
And
It's really bad for him.
Tiny penis too? Fuck.
Tiny penis.
Shab.
Is it smaller than Shabisky's?
Shab's
and you look
at the meetup. Shab's
and you look the way you do in the face area. I mean,
damn. And you're a ginger.
God does not like you.
Ginger Gene.
Kind of a strawberry blonde. I'm also a strawberry blonde, which is,
I have dark hair like a human.
Oh, what do you call it? What do you call it? Like,
actually,
no. What was the other term?
That's a complete fucking lie. I'm turning gray.
like Shabisky, but at the meetup.
No,
Shab
I'm way grayer than Shabisky. I've got like the Mr. Fantastics going on, and my facial hair is mostly white now. Like, I'm going to probably be white-haired by 50.
I want to hear what a homoerotic thing happened at the meetup, though.
Yeah. Well, Shab is shorter than me, and he's also like scrawnier but fatter at the same time.
Made 69ing a bit awkward.
Yeah.
You can't 69 if the height ratios are just off, you know.
And my dick was way bigger than his. That also messed up the 69 thing.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure that's the case when Shab's like, he turns to the side, he's got his big man boobs and his gut. But then at the same time, my shoulders are broader than his, and yet his arms are like noodle arms.
And it made it hard to rub your dicks together. I understand.
Shab touched my dick like
if you're
3
not
times.
the same height, that is hard to like, touch tips.
I touched his dick at the meetup.
Yeah,
without his
everyone was
consent.
playing video games, and like I'm laying on the couch, and then Shab's like, there were a bunch of like chairs in front that Shab was sitting on, and Shab kept turning over and touching my dick.
I wonder how hard it is to 69 with a midget.
That's what I was wondering. How hard it was.
Yeah.
Well, it has to do with like.
That's what I was wondering.
It's about the torso size, right? Shorter arms and legs, that's okay. If you're 69ing, it's just about the size of your torso.
You don't know that.
And some midgets have like short arms and legs, but a regular sized torso. You know what I'm saying?
But anyway, back to the TikTok news.
The Chinese
Prove it, Gene.
There's two parties in this case. The cases are being heard together, and they have similar arguments, but there are differences there as well. So the court is going to hear arguments on Friday, so 1 week from today, and they're going to hear from the Justice Department as well as TikTok and those users, and it's going to be arguments.
TikTok filed an emergency motion. Okay, SCOTUS. SCOTUS is what? What's a SCOTUS?
Supreme Court of the United States.
Why do they say that? SCOTUS to hear arguments.
It takes up less space.
Yes, but
okay. Deadline for ByteDance to sell TikTok to U.S. company. What? So they have to sell TikTok to America, or we're going to ban
America.
Exactly.
What? Okay, so what this really is about then is the U.S. is like, give us that. We want to be mining that data.
It's basically fucking spyware. Turn it over.
This has nothing to do with Americans or caring about Americans or wanting to help Americans or keep them safe from the dreadful Chinese scummy yellow threat.
Dude,
it's about, we want to be the ones who are actually taking all of your personal data.
Exactly, but would you rather it be like your homeland government, or would you rather it be the evil Chinese government?
You're asking me if I trust the current U.S. government or China more. I don't know. We have a
Bill
guy.
Hicks asks,
we have a president.
He says, y'all going to keep doing these crossover episodes with these two weird voiced guys?
Yes.
Bill Hicks, we got some Ukraine videos coming up, and I know Bill Hicks is really supportive of Ukraine.
But it's a fella coming into office who has openly said he wants to be a dictator, so we're getting close to a point where the comparison might not be all that different from each other.
Yeah.
On the Ukraine thing, Gene, do we have anything pulled on the the factory that got blown up?
Yep. But get to that later.
Governments claim that national security justifies this law.
Now, here's the thing with the Supreme Court. So a lot of people, you're typically taught, if you take a government course, is that the Supreme Court has the least amount of power out of the three branches. Now, the thing is, if you think about it, you're taught that Congress has the most power, the executive branch has the second largest amount of power, and then TikTok has the least amount of power. But
TikTok?
Or not TikTok.
TikTok does it.
Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court, they can interpret the Constitution however they want. So couldn't they could interpret the First Amendment as it's illegal to have pineapple on pizza. And it's just, how do you determine, like, there's no checks and balances there, so what do?
Or they could determine that pineapple, which recently in a TikTok trend was being shown to be a signifier that couples were interested in wife swapping, right? Women will wear like a pineapple necklace or a pineapple thing. It'd be like, hey.
I saw a video I didn't get around to watching last night that apparently there was a blind yourself trend on TikTok.
That sounds
Mr. Beast, blind yourself challenge.
One sec, there's a retard in the chat. They said the Democrats lost. Have a great 4 years. Laugh out loud. Are we talking about Trump or any of them at all? I guess we just did, but yeah, I like these idiots that come in and they're like, yeah, you guys lost, Cope, and it's just so whenever the other party loses.
Look, I
you
wasn't.
discuss-
No. Let me have a word with this person. I wasn't thrilled about the idea of Kamala Harris either, nor was I thrilled about the idea of Joe Biden, or Hillary Clinton. But I'm simply speaking the man's words, where he himself, in his own fucking voice, said, "I would like to be a dictator. I'd totally give the power back, but that's what every dictator says."
Well, hey, what was his name? Dutertes of the Philippines. He actually, he ran for 2 terms and he actually stepped down. So he's like, yeah, I'm gonna relinquish the power that I'm abusing, and I'm not abiding by any of the established policies or constitution. And he actually followed through. So, hats off to him. But I do love how when people bring up the, like, oh yeah, Cope, it's just, so if you're a political podcast and the other side wins, which it typically oscillates back and forth every presidency in terms of what party it is, you're not allowed to talk about it for the next, 4 years.
All right. There's somebody in the chat
I would
said,
just
guys,
rather
can you
this-
talk about Riz and how to improve it? How do you improve your Riz? Well, first of all, you need to be wearing some drip, right? All right.
True.
That'll improve your Riz in one kind of way. That's part of it. Good. This is helpful advice. People should be coming here for that kind of advice.
Here, I think we've discussed TikTok enough. Next story.
For the love of fuck, let's talk about
Oh,
okay.
Get
So
your hand off my penis.
Stop
Chad
touching my
claims-
penis.
Shab claims that this guy shouldn't be celebrated at all because he claims that the health insurance companies, they might deny a lot of cases, but look at how many lives they save. That was Shab's argument when we covered this.
Trubisky said that?
Yes.
Trubisky said that? Oh, right,
Yes.
right. Well, he's right here. He can
Yeah.
say that himself.
Yeah. So, Shab, what's
I can
your...
tell how much he meant it by the look on his face when you were saying that.
The chuckle after you. Okay.
Well, do you still stand by
Seriously.
those views, Shab?
Here's the thing, Gene. Okay? How many people have died for you to get rich? Okay? I bet plenty of people. Fuck
I
you,
don't
Gene.
think that many
okay?
people have died for me to get...
What if someone Luigi'd you while you were walking around? Okay?
I don't think
Would that
where
be
my
okay?
wealth is coming from,
Is that a
it
verb
results
now?
in other
Is it a
people
verb now?
dying. And I
don't
don't know
No,
if it's
Gene.
really... Like,
I-
I'm rich in the same way your average lawyer might be rich, but I wouldn't say...
I'm gonna
Like, I'm not like
Luigi
a
you in the
fucking
next
millionaire.
meetup, and I better be a hero
Oh, yeah.
for it. I better be a hero.
Didn't that dark masturbator guy say that you've been profiting off of, dead Palestinian children? When are you going to stop
did they?
profiting off of dead children, Gene?
I don't know,
They
but they
claimed that I said I was a CEO of a company when I never claimed that I was a CEO.
Right.
And they didn't show any clips or receipts to show that I ever said anything like that. And plus, it's like, I've been pretty consistent when I've claimed what my job is, so they're, I don't know, but they watched every single one of my streams, Shab.
Yeah, well...
Look, it's either profiting off of dead children or just children dying and no one making a dime off of it at all. What's more tragic?
I give everyone here permission to exploit the shit out of my death if I die.
There's nothing sadder than a dead child that hasn't been exploited.
So
I mean, come on.
Please clip me saying that.
About this Luigi fella, though, doesn't the debate around this, doesn't it all really just boil down to whether or not you're okay with vigilantism?
Well, a lot of it is, hey, it's shining light on, all the fucked up things the health insurance companies are doing and how they're exploiting
Which
people's...
was caused through an act of vigilantism.
Yes, and it's like you have the worry of copycat killers. Now, in Minecraft, I actually kind of
Minecraft.
want to see more stories of these copycat killers.
Was
in
there
Minecraft.
was there not already one? Didn't another CEO get stabbed by one of their employees, like in front of the boardroom?
I'm not.
Somebody definitely got stabbed by one of their own employees. I think it happened like in front of other employees.
Damn.
You could look it up if you want. Just a CEO copycat killer will probably get you the results.
And they said that 2025 would not be fucking a better year than last.
Is it
All right,
true?
what company was this at?
I know this is off topic, but is it true that Elon Musk is taking the tact with the Cybertruck explosion of, well, look how good it took the explosion. It'll keep you safe.
He's an idiot.
That actually happened? Because I heard
believe
about
so.
it, but I didn't look into it yet. And what a bad take to have.
Elon is a genius because he's a scientist, even though he's not a scientist, and he's a self-made millionaire, even though he's not, and he inherited millions of dollars.
I don't need it to explain to me how much of a piece of shit he is. I'm fully aware. He's not just comes from money. He comes from like slave labor money.
Yeah, but it's
the
like
best kind of money.
He's a genius with SpaceX because everything great that happened with SpaceX
because
is
they
all
have a
him.
self-landing rocket, something that somebody else did years ago, but because he did it, it's amazing.
Well, it's also he didn't do it. It's the staff
the
of
people
SpaceX.
people he's dumping money into did it, but as far as I know, somebody else already did that, and also his robots aren't that impressive, really. Those Tesla bots that everyone's scared of. Look at Boston Dynamics robots if you want to see the actually, like, oh my god, you could probably put a gun in this thing's hand, and it would probably work.
I would say that with Tesla, his robots, they're ranked like number 6 or 7. But there's not that many companies actually designing robots, so
yes, but being number 6 or 7 in this field means that's a big gap.
Yeah, and plus he invests a lot of money, I believe. Even though he invests more money than the other companies that outperform it, he's still being outperformed.
He's also behind on the technology for Neuralink.
Yeah, and he hasn't followed through with his Hyperloop.
What is the Hyperloop? I've never looked.
Okay,
I've heard that, but I've never looked into what it is.
It's essentially this tunnel that is like a vacuum sort of. I guess it projects the vessel through this vacuum-esque sort of tunnel.
No,
don't interrupt him.
It's just a track. It's just a track. There's
no.
There's no
hypothetically,
pressure tube.
Yeah, hypothetically, it's supposed to do what I'm saying. And the problem is that it's not very feasible. It technically can work on paper. The problem is that when you're building it for miles and miles and miles, it has to be completely clean, completely precise. If it's even 1 decimal point out of place, which it's pretty much impossible to build something to that precision, then you're salsa.
Well, it's not that. There's another factor here in that Americans are famously bad maintaining our infrastructure, and this would be something that would have to be constantly maintained, and we can't even be bothered to maintain our bridges and dams. I forget what the percentage is, but it's an insanely high number of bridges bridges, but dams in this country that need to be fixed. Drastically fixed. I live in an area of Iowa that. Do you remember the 2008 Midwest floods?
Yes.
I am currently not in a town that was basically cut off for half a year because the roads were underwater, and another town nearby, everything was underwater. The water line was higher than a person is tall. Like, even if you're the tallest fucker on earth, the water was still too high. And during all of this, it was a real threat that, oh my God, the dams might burst because they're not in the greatest of condition, and the Mississippi River as it originally existed might reform, which would kill thousands of people because it would be like a tidal wave, and you really got to see the landscape to understand what the river used to look like, because we have a lot of what's called river flats, which are these huge flat areas where crops are grown, but they used to be the river. It's just the river's been dammed up and changed so much that water doesn't go there anymore. But if they were to all break, not only would you see lots of death, you would see probably billions of dollars of damage in crops and anything else that's farmed, pigs, beef.
And on down the Mississippi, because further down the Mississippi into between Missouri and Illinois, the Mississippi is separated by numerous locks, numerous levels of these things that are also poorly maintained.
It should be pointed out by
those things.
It needs to be pointed out, though.
Communism.
Yeah, it needs to be pointed out that after that happened, after all those concerns were raised, after towns were just washed away. You ever seen what happens to like a country road when a bad flood comes through and like it basically gets scooped out of the ground in one giant perfect segment? And then there's just no road there now. There's just a hole all over the place. Nothing was actually done about all the dams around here. They just fixed some of the levees and fixed a couple of the bridges that were so damaged that it was a certainty this bridge is going to collapse.
Yeah, the Academy of Engineers gave U.S. infrastructure a grade of B+, and which I'm an engineer, so I know just how bad it is. And my job, usually it's in technical writing. So when I write up the documents for the different city projects, it will go into a filing cabinet. And I would say like probably only 20% of like the projects that they provide me with, or the projects that I work on, actually see any sort of fruition. And most of the time it's just the documents I write sit in a cabinet and it sees no follow through. Why? Because they decide not to really invest in it, and they decide to invest in other things that probably are far less important, like raising police pay.
Like what?
Raising police pay.
Oh.
That's needed.
Yeah, and it's and a lot of it is because of like this attitude of, hey, social institution is communism.
I detected the sarcasm the second time, but the first time I just had to make sure I heard that right.
Yes, that's one of the reasons why a lot of people think I'm Hitler, because I use a lot of sarcasm, and even if you tell them that you're joking afterwards, I think there's certain people out there that just, for some reason, they don't want to accept that you're joking, which I don't get it. Why do you think that is, Shad?
People who think police pay needs to be increased need to look into the things that police departments actually spend their extra budgets on, because during all that hoopla with the flooding out here, the very, very small town that I lived in at the time, we're talking less than 2,000 people, they decided they really needed a military Humvee H1 Hummer.
Yeah,
for some
they
reason.
need more tanks.
Now, you want to know what's funny? The chief of police was too fat to fit in the Humvee.
Ha!
Humvees
They
are
need to
just-
spend the money on a gym.
Believable story, too.
I kind of see the logic there, because it's a really rough terrain vehicle, and maybe the logic was this could be
Humvee's
good for
not great for
evacuation.
Jeeps are better at you get Jeeps and the
We just need RoboCops already.
The
terrain than
the
Humvee.
only logic I can think is maybe they thought it would be good for evacuation, but it's one Humvee, and the fucking chief is too fat to sit in the damn thing.
Let's continue the story.
But the copycat killing, I found information on that. There's a guy named Nathan Mahoney, 32, charged with assault with an intent to murder, fleeing and eluding police according to Fox 17, after allegedly stabbing the president of his company.
Okay,
Fruit
so
Point Township, Michigan. Yeah,
how many copycat killers do you think we're going to see?
It's the first one.
It's the first one, but how many more do you think we'll see?
Oh.
I think it depends. I think they're waiting to see how hard Mr. Luigi gets hit. So I'll give you a number after he is inevitably sentenced to prison.
Yeah,
I'm shocked he took the no guilty plea. I mean, man, you're good luck.
Well, I mean,
it will be like an OJ
we're on this other side of a thing where there was a slapping at the Oscars over a joke, and then what happened? We gave
I got a
that guy
clip
an
for
Oscar.
that one.
We gave that guy the Oscar, though. The guy who slapped him a minute later, he's holding the trophy. Thank you so much. I love this thing, right? You know what I'm saying?
Didn't they rescind his Oscar, though?
That was
I
a
don't
weird
think
speech that he gave afterwards.
They
too.
suspended him for 10 years. Now, the problem is he did win the Oscar. Like, they determined who wins way before they even had the ceremony.
Yeah.
But, and to be fair...
If you voted on it like American Idol, it would be much different.
Yeah. They really been, like, it would be like, hey, this person won a gold medal in the Olympics, but because they did something... they took the medal away, and it's just sort of like, well, it shouldn't really have anything to do with their performance or the quality of the film or the quality of the actor's performance. So I can understand not taking it away, but the big issue is that he is I don't know, a big baby. Like, his approval rating went down pretty significantly.
I thought it was
Mr. Will Smith.
I thought it was the funniest fucking thing I'd ever seen on television. I did not know how much I needed Chris Rock getting slapped in the face in my life. And he took it so well. His reaction to it was perfect, because it could have easily turned into a fight. But instead of a fight, he just goes, wow, Will Smith just slapped the shit out of me. This is the greatest moment in television history. You know what? I agree.
He acted like an adult.
He went, wow. That's what he did, just wow. Right, that's great.
Zidane, what are you sharing there?
I was trying to show
I was showing the Oscars clip.
If they don't throw the entire book at Luigi, I'm going to say we're going to see 5 more. Should we put money on this?
Well, I think that, serial killers, they were the big thing, like, prior to mass shooters. Then all of a sudden, we don't see any big serial killers lately. They're all mass shooters and everything.
It's because that turns the serial killer into a celebrity.
Yeah. So now it's mass shooters. They're the big thing.
Like, I always wanted to meet Charles Manson. Somebody clipped that.
Yeah.
And I wanted to meet Charles Manson for one specific reason. I wanted to meet him with no cameras, no press, no, I'm going to write a book about this, just a one-on-one conversation. I wanted to know if that was all an act. If, like, he's not in front of a bunch of news cameras, if he didn't act like that.
But I think what's going to happen, maybe, is that instead of kids being like, you know what, I want to, like, break this one mass shooter's record, I'm going to commit a shooting. A lot of them, I think, are going to be like, you know what, I want to go down as the person that executed this CEO in Minecraft. So I think what we're going to start seeing is this trend in vigilante CEO killers.
Oh my God, are we going to see the rise of superheroes?
Maybe.
Are they going to be wearing costumes and having, like, special weapons and shit? Like, really customized guns that have, like, their logo engraved on it?
Yeah, it's going to say on the gun, get fucked.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Now that
Like
my
a cartoon.
shotgun is all decked out and looks like it does, I'm thinking of getting an engraving on it that says, like, for use for zombie use only.
I'm saying the Xbox CEO, like, The CEO of Minecraft? We talking
No, he does that in Minecraft thing.
I think it's going to be a bunch of insurance companies.
I don't think you got to worry about the in Minecraft thing when you're talking about a hypothetical about how people are reacting to a situation. You're not encouraging violence. You're just speculating on more violence that.
And you could use use terms like whacked. You know what I'm saying? What's whacked mean? There's a famous thing with one of the wise guys on the stand was like, what does whacked mean? Like he wanted to off him. What does off mean? Like it's like, what do you mean?
Is
anyone
use this terms? You're like, me what Luigi's legal defense is? Has that been established?
No, not yet. But
the best I think he can hope for is, well, that's just not me on the tape.
Yeah, but there is the eyebrow defense that he saw that the killer he has a unibrow, but the killer apparently it doesn't look like they have a unibrow.
Well, maybe he shaved his unibrow that day.
Yeah.
He's in jail. He doesn't have that.
Maybe. I don't know, but
he almost looks like Christopher from The Sopranos.
Like, I get why he did it. I fully, absolutely do understand the motive here and everything. It's just, dude, you shot someone, you walked up on someone and shot them in the back of the head. You're gonna probably serve time for this. And as I understand it, it's federal charges, so he might get a federal death penalty.
Yeah, and they're charging him of terrorism. So they're really stacking up the charges.
That's a bit far. That's a reach.
They're doing all they can to make an example out of him.
Yeah, I didn't know about that, and
terrorism.
Mm-hmm. Which the problem is, or the issue with charging him as terrorism, which I do think compared to a lot of situations where they charge people with terrorism, this does make sense. I guess it does technically fall within the realm of terrorism. The problem is that, like, you had the one kid that shot up the black church, and he did it for, like, these, like, sort of white supremacist reasons to send a message, and they didn't charge him with terrorism. So there are a lot of cases of your sort of white supremacist killers and so forth, where it's like, why aren't they being charged as terrorists, but then they're charging him as a terrorist? So it's kind of rare that they ever charge anybody who, and then that's the other thing, like whenever you have a Muslim who commits some kind of attack, it's terrorism, which it's like, okay, it falls in the definition, but it seems like unless it's a Muslim terrorist that commits like a single, like a solo act of I guess mass killing, then they never really charge the person of terrorism, which makes no sense. So unless it's a very large mass attack orchestrated by multiple people, like there's been cases where a bunch of white supremacists have gone into a town and killed like dozens of people, they'll classify that as terrorism. But whenever it's just like one white supremacist who kills a bunch of people, for some reason they don't get the terrorist charge. But if one person who happens to be Muslim kills some people, terrorists. So there is a huge inconsistency.
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm back. Cold blood.
But I would say, like, if you want to avoid terrorist charges, make sure your targets are minorities. That seems to be the case.
Well, that is the goal.
Or
I will keep that in mind.
Don't forget homeless people.
Yes.
I will keep that in mind.
If you're a minority and you kill a bunch of white people, terrorists.
That's
if
a
you're
good
a white
idea.
person and you kill a bunch of minorities, non-terrorists.
I agree completely, but I really don't know why anyone compares you to him.
And prostitutes. Nobody cares about them either.
Why would anybody compare you to Hitler? Just kill all the minorities.
Oh my gosh.
People.
Murder suspect Luigi Mangione. Supporters.
But Chad,
I don't like the name. I don't like the name. I gotta be honest, I don't care for the name.
A lot of people have this deep disdain towards me, Shep, on the internet.
I don't like you either.
Yeah. Do you want to explain what your reasons are for why I attract a large amount of haters?
I think Gene's, he thinks he knows everything. Okay,
Yeah.
People are tired of it.
Right.
All
Yep,
right?
yep.
And he gets
I
mad
agree.
when someone points that out, and he starts being a big jerk to them and pissing them off, and he bullies them.
Yeah.
He's a big bully. Yes,
He's
I
a
agree.
big bully who acts like he knows everything. That's the problem with Gene.
But okay,
I said
Chef.
it.
Usually when we get like a new audience and stuff, people seem to ask that because on other corners of these
Well, then now they know.
online communities.
I told them.
Well, give your serious sort of take.
You're also a dickhead who interrupts.
Gene's just
Home Alone
looking for
2.
compliments.
He does not respect Home Alone 2 Lost in New York.
Exactly.
He doesn't respect the artistry of director Chris Columbus and producer what's his name?
I thought Gene was gonna change when he took all those shrooms. I thought he'd come out of it a cool guy, but if anything, he maybe became more of a dick. What did those shrooms do to you, Gene?
I don't know.
You guys should have seen him when he was high as fuck on shrooms. He took more than everybody else there because he was afraid his medicine that he takes would make it to where the shrooms weren't as powerful, which maybe that is the case, but he took like I don't know. I want to say he took like 4.5 grams of shrooms. Maybe as much as 5. While the rest of us did.
Underwhelming.
Yeah, right. He was so. You would be like he was the most fucked up one. Okay, get this, guys. All right. When he was high as fuck, he had to go to the bathroom, right? And he got up. He's like, okay, I gotta go to the bathroom or whatever. And I'm like, okay. And I watch him go in, and he closes the door. He comes back out, and I'm like, did you wash your hands? He's like, oh no. And then I'm like, okay, and I helped him out. I brought him to the sink, and I turned on the water, and he just like gets his hands wet, and then he's like, okay, where's the towel? And I'm like, no, you got to wash your hands. I'm like, here. And he put the soap on his hands, and he put this huge amount of soap on his hands, and then he puts his hands underneath the water for just like a couple seconds or so, and then he's like, okay, where's the towel? I'm like, there's soap all over your hands still. And he's like, oh. And I'm like, rub your hands. I had to teach him how to wash his hands.
Oh, you had to teach me?
Well, you just had your hands still underneath the water.
Yeah,
with soap all over
me
them.
because I was fucked up.
It was hilarious. It was hilarious. If it wasn't for me, he would have just went back and laid down with soap just all over his hands. He was so fucked up it wasn't even.
I thought I would have visualized more, but besides midget Adam Sandler, I didn't really.
Midget Adam Sandler.
Yeah.
You want to see more than that?
Well,
I didn't see midget Adam Sandler. I don't know.
They put on Billy Madison, and it was kind of weird because all the characters kept changing in size.
No, they didn't. They didn't. No, they didn't. They didn't really. You think they were the same size. They stayed the same size.
It looked like their faces were morphine.
Oh yeah. You say some of
Yeah.
that? Okay. Yeah. That's some what you get. You get like the blobs, right?
Yeah.
The light looks funky.
It was almost like I was frozen. So I was like stuck to the couch in the same position with my jaw open for like 9 hours.
It wasn't 9 hours, but it was hours for sure.
Yeah.
He was just stuck on the couch in one spot, and it was funny because like doing shrooms sometimes you can have a not so great experience if you don't feel comfortable and stuff. And I was worried about whether John was gonna like not have a good experience. And it's funny because you go over and you look at him, he's just smiling. It's like he's got this big dumb grin on his face while he's watching the movies we're watching. So it's just like, oh no, he's enjoying himself. He's good. Like
you guys picked a bunch of shitty movies that I wouldn't have approved of if I wasn't on shrooms.
Dude, we watched what is it that we watched?
A good shroom movie is.
It was that
you guys
one
watched They Live, which I like that movie.
No. We watched that old black and white movie with the album playing over it. What was that?
I don't remember watching that.
I definitely do. we were really fucked up
Wizard of Oz with the
yeah, there you go. Wizard of Oz with what? What was the album? I don't remember.
Pink Floyd, the Dark Side of the Moon.
Oh yeah, I remember that. You said it was
Okay,
black and white.
Well, it is at first.
At first,
you know.
Oh yeah, it does go to color, did it? Well,
yeah.
Still,
Chef's
yeah,
on
it is
color.
half black and white.
Wait, did you know that? Well, it's not half. It's like 1/10 black and white.
Still black and white.
No, it's the beginning. It's the beginning. It's the beginning.
It's the beginning and a small amount at the end.
Right.
Yeah, but Shab didn't watch Wizard of Oz until like several months back, where I had him watch it. Shab hasn't seen anything. He's so uncultured.
It's an old ass movie.
It was disappointing as shit, wasn't it, Shabisky?
Yeah, I don't remember anything good about it. The Pink Floyd thing was way better.
Yeah, Pink Floyd.
I was really fucked up on the shrooms, and whenever she'd move around, it was all like blurry and stuff. And I didn't know if it was. I was like, I kept on like looking around at other people, and then I was like, "Is that happening for you?"
Yeah,
like I didn't understand. I didn't know. I wasn't sure whether it was an effect I was getting from the shrooms or it was part of the film. Because again, it was this thing that was like supposed to be. I could like it looked like an effect that somebody could easily put on a film, make it look all trippy. But no, I was the only one seeing it.
Oh, Pinky says she thinks Gumby is an anime. Yeah, it is. It's one of the best animes there is.
Gumby?
Yeah.
Don't say that about Gumby. How dare you say that about Gumby?
What, you think it's an insult to say that something's an anime?
Yeah, anime's bad.
I kind of agree.
Anime's very bad. People who see anime, they
what about
die
Inuyasha?
Younger than people who don't. Inuyasha, I don't know
it's
what
the greatest.
I heard about Naruto. I know.
Yeah,
Naruto,
Inuyasha. Those are all great animes if you want to watch characters stand in one spot and talk about their like movesets for 40
I
episodes
heard.
straight.
Now, tell me if it's true or not. But I heard Naruto gives you the runs.
Don't know.
Just gives you the
watching
runs.
It does.
Now, if only Dirt was here, because we're supposed to finish the second half.
I get it.
Yeah.
We're supposed to watch the second half, but we were watching the one anime that I actually do like, which it's a mini series. It's called Now and Then Here and There. If Dirt was here, he'd probably be able to explain what I like about it. But yeah, if you ever feel down and depressed, that's good anime to watch. It's only like a few hours in length, the mini series.
Don't watch any anime at all. Don't do it. Anime is bad for you. Anime
makes you
rot the
autistic.
brain. It makes your dick smaller. It makes your penis smaller.
Whoa.
Okay, do you think there's a correlation between being a brony, a furry, and being a anime fan?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Do you think there's a correlation between those three things?
Yes.
And having autism?
Absolutely.
No,
Absolutely.
not necessarily autism, but with bronies, yes.
And anime.
It's absolutely.
And what about
absolutely
Sonic and Pokemon?
Sonic, yes. Pokemon, no. I don't know. I don't know what the Pokemon fandom is like.
I'd say they're not as autistic.
I don't know
as
what the Sonic fandom is like.
When I was a kid, I watched Pokemon, but we only had I don't know how many. It was the last episode we had. His Charmander turns into a Charmeleon, and then it would just start over. Same thing with Dragon Ball. It would get to this part where Goku arrives on a planet, and we don't have the rights to any more of these episodes, so we're starting over from the beginning. I kept up with Dragon Ball. I did not keep up with Pokemon though, so I didn't even keep up with the games. The last one I played was Emerald version, and that was all the way back on the Game Boy Advanced.
Yeah, I played the Game Boy Advance ones, but that was when I was in elementary school.
My favorite was Crystal version. It had a lot of... It's a really ambitious game and a really, really good sequel, because the first game is notoriously wonky and strange, but the second one, they're like, we're going to add color, we're going to add 100 new Pokemon, we're going to add a day to night cycle that is in real time. If it's daytime when you're playing the game, it's daytime in the game. If it's nighttime when you're playing the game, it's nighttime in the game. And depending on day or night, what you run into is going to be different. And the map for the whole original game is actually something you unlock at the end. So it's like, you thought you beat the game. No. Here's the first game's world also, with a whole other group of people to beat, and a big final boss fight with the main character from the first game. It's like, wow, this is a good fucking game. And then they kind of stepped it down on Gen 3, and after that, I was like, meh.
Shab says his favorite Pokemon game is Hey You Pikachu. Is that right?
I never played that one.
You're not. That's not true.
My favorite Pokemon game is Pokemon.
I don't believe it.
I think I only tried to play that game, but I couldn't get that's the one that had
Wait,
a
you
mic.
actually played it? Yeah.
No, I tried to, but I couldn't get the mic to work. It was
it's
like Friends
Seaman
or something. I don't know.
Seaman. Yeah, Shab needs to play Seaman on
I love Seaman.
Yeah. Best stream
you don't need to play that. No.
See, the Pokemon, I completely missed the Pokemon thing. Some of it intentionally, right?
Well, get with it.
Some of it intentionally.
Yeah, I kind of grew out of it when I got out of elementary school, but Shab never grew out of it. He still collects Pokemon.
I was upset that Pokemon during my time was, I guess when it caught on, it was on the Game Boy Advance. And if you recall, the Game Boy Advance was even worse than the first Game Boy as far as seeing the screen, just looking at the screen. Right?
Oh, yeah, but the SP had the backlight.
The SP was delightful.
But before that, people were modding it. People were popping it open and putting some LED screen behind it in order to illuminate it so they could see it. And there were contraptions people put on it to illuminate it so they could see it. Because the problem was, if you put a light over it, you immediately create a glare. I'm like, God damn it. You put a light over it, you're glaring the screen. You try to, if you tilt it another way, you can't see the screen.
Yeah, I had a light peripheral, and it had this sort of cover that you would fold down over it, and it worked pretty well. But yeah,
there was two lights coming from opposite sides or so, instead of a light from above it.
It had this screen, an overlay that you would put over the screen, and I guess that got rid of the glare, and then it had a light, and I remember it working pretty well. I never got the SP, and I also had the Game Boy player for the GameCube, where you could play them on the GameCube.
Ah, there you go. Now that's extra special. It goes on the bottom and actually makes it a cube. That's the complete cube of the GameCube. Yeah. You had the complete Nintendo squared. Both systems playable on your screen.
That's why the GameCube was the best system. It had handle, and it was a cube.
GameCube came closest to what they did before with the Switch. You could play the portable games. You could play little games. It was portable. You could just grab the handle and take it to your friend's house. You know? because I had, with the other systems, everybody had their own system. But with the GameCube, we kind of shared one because we all played like together. So I shared a GameCube with a couple friends. Everybody else, I had, you know, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, other people, they'd be like, hey, the GameCube didn't have like adequate online play, couldn't play DVDs and CDs and so forth. And I'm like, well, the other consoles, they don't have a handle. They, like that is the
That's
thing.
right. They don't have a handle on the side, right? That's right.
That's what
Are you
made it
supposed
the
to
better
carry
console.
a Dreamcast around? No. The Dreamcast just sits there. You're not supposed to carry a Dreamcast around. But a GameCube, you can toss that thing, throw it in your backpack.
Which I loved it when kids would always fight over what console was better. It's always like, my console has these features and these exclusives that the other consoles don't have. But the other consoles' features and exclusives, they don't count because they suck, because it's not what my console has. Because, console my parents bought me for Christmas, it's the best console. I had the PS2 for that generation, like, and I was perfectly fine with that. I did not feel any sense of FOMO at all for the other systems, right?
I had the PlayStation as well.
Yeah,
I'm not missing out on anything by not having the Xbox. That big gaudy box, that gaudy looking box that had like a thing on the top, and the controller just had like this. The controller, it was just trying too hard.
The
Xbox
original
was just
controller
trying
was
too
dreadful.
80 pounds, the console.
Yeah, it was huge. It had like green highlights. It was like, ooh,
Dude,
there's like
that console was awesome.
out of it.
Okay, this console was fucking
trying
awesome.
too hard. It was
You
fucking
dork.
crazy.
And it
I did.
accomplished its goal.
The
of being
Dreamcast
amazing.
controller. The Dreamcast controller was trying too hard too, and I hated
Oh
that
yes.
as well.
Oh yeah. The Dreamcast controller was trying way too hard.
But you could download mini games to the memory card.
Oh my God! Stop! Calm down. Settle the fuck down.
The coolest thing I remember it doing, the coolest thing I remember that memory card doing is if you were playing Resident Evil Code Veronica, your health EKG would be on that little screen, so you didn't have to check the menu all the time to check your health.
Yeah,
Plus,
your
the
ammo
other
was on there too.
The other
What?
systems, you had to buy all the games. The
Your ammo count would show up
Dreamcast
on the VMU.
Yeah, the Dreamcast, you could just get a bunch of blank CDs, and there you go. You got the entire library.
Yeah, one of the games, a disgruntled someone or another in the company who was being fired actually hid code in it that was a message for how to pirate their games.
Yeah, and ironically, it killed the console. People just... it was so easy to pirate the entire library within like a day.
Going with GD-ROM was a strange choice. They could have gone with DVD, but they picked GD-ROM for some reason.
I don't know. And GameCube did the mini DVDs because they wanted to avoid copyright. But I guess PS2 and Xbox, they avoided that, even though they use standard DVDs. Anyway, we're getting off topic. Back to Luigi.
Of his continue raising money for him, even though he's wealthy. There's a private defense fund from Mangione. It's now topped over $200,000. The campaign.
Now, he's from my state. I mean, I think he probably grew up in like Baltimore County. So he went to Loyola, or not Loyola, Gilman, which kids from Gilman were pretty formal, buttoned down. But some of the other prep schools, like there was Loyola and Friends, Calvert Hall. I mean, those kids were all the worst. They were the smarmiest fucking brats imaginable.
Formed by the December 4th legal
Okay.
committee who...
Well, it has something to do with him because we're talking about prep school.
a goal of $500,000 to send directly to Mangione if he chooses to accept it. Mangione's pleaded not guilty to state murder charges and terrorism charges last week in New York. His attorney, Karen Agvillo, brought up the right to a fair trial. Take a listen.
Okay, how many suit escorts do you think he needs?
I'm very concerned about my client's right to a fair trial in this case. He's being prejudiced by some statements that are being made by government officials. Like every other defendant, he is entitled to a presumption of innocence.
Mangione is going to appear in federal court on January 18th.
Presumption of innocence.
State court appearance is going to be February 21st. So will this defendant...
Watch him get off. Watch it be like a OJ sort of benchmark in history.
This is like a straight up first degree murder, though.
Well, hey, OJ committed a straight up first degree murder.
There wasn't a video of him doing it.
If the glove does not fit, must quit.
It is crazy people holding up free Luigi
I'm old enough.
signs.
I'm old enough to remember seeing that on the news.
Jeez. Yeah, I guess I'm not of that generation. But when you do see videos of it, it's kind of I don't know, astonishing how like it shows the reactions of everyone, and a lot of people were just like cheering. They were ecstatic over his like acquittal.
Let's bring in our guests. Still with me, Attorney Franz Borghardt and Lieutenant Mike Gold. Lieutenant, you have served...
Okay, next vid. We usually skip over the interviews.
Baffling cases we've ever covered here at TMZ. New secrets.
Sure.
Had a dark side.
Okay, so there's TMZ
Luigi
series.
had a dark side.
Yes.
Possibly stemming from mental illness. New revelations.
Assassinating an individual.
New testimony.
It is a case.
So I guess this is sort of maybe we should do a commentary on this on Kick Shab.
He said shock the nation, and now TMZ Investigates is diving deeper into Luigi Mangione.
Now, I think, oh, fuck this guy, but I think they need to make, like, a skin for Luigi in the next, like, Mario Kart or Smash Brothers for where it's Luigi Mangione instead.
The man accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. We're joined by executive producer Harvey Levin this morning. Good morning to you, Harvey.
Morning, Anita.
Another interview.
So new secrets and new revelations in the case of the man accused of gunning down United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
Harvey Levin joins us now to talk about the latest.
Same vid.
North of the border,
okay,
Canada's
next
Prime
topic.
Minister Justin Trudeau announced today that he is resigning his office and as the head of the country's Liberal Party.
So, Zidane, do you know anything about why Justin Trudeau is stepping down?
Oh, he's stepping down. You didn't tell me that.
Yeah, resignation.
Yeah, I have an article on it from The Independent, and it sounds like he's still going to be in place until the Liberal Party decides who their next leader is going to be.
Yeah, so...
Also, I know that there's video of a resignation speech, but looks like it's not in this article. It'd probably be on YouTube.
It seems like he's been the Prime Minister for like an eternity now.
A decade.
Yeah.
Trudeau, one of
He
Canada's
was
longest
elected
serving Prime
first
Minister.
in 2015, so exactly a decade. I was just, okay, cool, yeah.
The Prime Minister
the son of another long servant.
limits.
Well, depending on the country. I mean, some countries, the Prime Minister...
Canadian Prime Ministers, specifically.
I don't know exactly how it works with them. I think it's like I think it's similar to like Britain, how it works there, where they can just constantly call new elections for who their Prime Minister is. So I don't think that it's every 4 years there's an election. It's something where it's just they're every 4 or like 5 years there's an election for their like parliament, but then after the parliament's elected, at any time they can call elections for whoever the Prime Minister is.
Well, I was having a bit of an issue even hearing the video. What is the reason stated he's stepping down?
It seems like from what I've read, people are just upset over a lack of change. But the issue there is, can you really blame Justin Trudeau for that?
What change are they looking for?
Well, they're having a lot of similar issues that the U.S. is having. So inflation, problems with the job market, rising housing market, and so forth. So it seems like it's just sort of a notable like trend. And one of the reasons why the trend's similar to the U.S. is because a lot of their infrastructure is built around how the U.S. like sort of like civil sort of infrastructure works, where it's more suburban based than based around like more metropolitan areas. So America and Canada are very car centric. You pretty much need a car to get around, and you can probably blame America for it because it's like we're the third most heavily populated country. We're the only country they share a border with. So their economy is really strongly tied to the U.S. economy. So because of that, they had to build a lot of their like infrastructure around the U.S. And that's kind of led to them having the same similar issues with the housing market sort of inflation. The cost of housing's going up because everyone's expected to live in these suburban homes, and but it's also similar to the U.S. where people kind of look to the president like they are the government, and they forget the fact that there's a lot of other components to the government besides that one person. So if everything doesn't change under this one person's one or two terms, then it's their fault. So if we get another one person in that particular position, then things will change, even though that rarely ever happens.
That happens with gas prices here all the time. You know, whoever, if you are typically a Democrat voter and gas prices start getting low, you're going to have a lot of shit to talk. And then those gas prices go up under that same president, you're quiet. And then vice versa with the Republican voters.
Yeah. And Trudeau also did.
Trump said was, he's like, he got elected on, he's like, he liked to say immigration. I like to say the border, just the border. I got elected on the border. And groceries, you know, groceries, like people buy bananas and apples and eggs.
I hear
and this
TJ
all falls
Kirk
under
loves bananas.
Groceries. It's like groceries. Like it's like this in 2024. Trump learned what groceries were.
Well, he came up with the word. No one started using it before he said groceries. At
right.
all.
It's this new thing called groceries. I came up with it. It's groceries. It's like all the things you find.
You can get them at the Sharper Image.
Well, I would say that with Trump, one of the big issues, like, it kind of shows how just poorly educated so many Americans are, and how they don't really know how to inform themselves or do any sort of proper research, because the economy kind of plummeted globally during the quarantine. And then after the quarantine, it gradually started to recover. So you could see that under the Biden administration, and it probably would have happened regardless of who the president was, but the economy was recovering at a fairly steady rate. And with Trump, you can blame him for the economy diving, but it probably would have dived regardless of who was in office. So this is a good example of how people don't understand how the government works. They think the president is the government. So if something that's more incidental happens as their president, they either get blamed for it or they get the credit for it, depending on what party you are. So if the president represents your party, then it's because of them if it's good. If it's bad, then it's because of the president that came before them.
Well, there's another part to that too. His handling of the pandemic and how atrocious that was. And there is going to be another, what is it, H5N1 or H1N5, a new strain of bird flu just hit.
Oh, we're going to get into that.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, but it's he's going to call it something else. You know how that's going to go, right? Much like it did before. It's nothing that's not going to repeat itself.
It's Biden, so Biden was a terrible president. So if things go bad with Trump, it's because of the Biden administration. It's because he was inheriting a really terrible administration. So that's why.
serving premier, said increasing discontent over his leadership and internal political battles all led up to his decision.
Oh, did you see, like, one or two, pages flew away.
I care deeply about Canadians. I care deeply about this country, and I will always be motivated by what is in the best interest of Canadians. Despite best efforts to work through it.
Dude, he sounds different. Like, did something...
Parliament has been paralyzed for months.
I think maybe it's just because it's so cold out.
It has been the longest session of a minority parliament in Canadian history.
The 53-year-old took office in 2015. Increasingly, there have been calls for him to step down from within his own party. Rising food prices, a housing shortage, and a surge in foreign workers.
Yep, there we go.
By a liberal immigration program all weighed on his election chances. Trudeau does say he'll stay on as prime minister until a new head of the Liberal Party is chosen, with national elections expected this spring.
Oh, God.
There's major news.
Did you know that the Justin Trudeau, he does not... he's not actually the head of state, Canada. The head of state is the Governor General, which is appointed by the royal family, the British royal family. And the Governor General is in charge of Canada's military. They can dissolve Parliament, and they appoint who the Prime Minister is. So when their Parliament votes on the Prime Minister, it actually doesn't matter because the Governor General is the one who picks. It's just a recommendation.
Is the Governor General just Justin Trudeau in blackface?
No.
Yeah. Excellent question, Crow.
I forget her name, but it's the Crown. And Australia, New Zealand, a handful of countries have a Governor General. So, if the royal family really wanted to, yeah, they could. So Canada thinks they're independent, and over half of Canadians think that their vote goes directly to like the Parliament and the Prime Minister, when it doesn't, because the Governor General is the one that picks. They don't even have to abide by the popular vote. So what do you think of that, Skeptical Jesus?
Wait, what do you think of that, Skeptical Jesus?
Yeah.
Yes,
Governor General.
Of it.
Dude,
I wouldn't
the
be
thing
surprised if he was skeptical about it.
The Governor General, if you look at the powers they have more power than the President of the United States has. Yeah. And it doesn't matter.
Is Skeptical Jesus is Canadian? I think he's Canadian, right? He needs to stop thinking like a Canadian, because Portland has way more hipsters than Toronto.
Yeah.
It's not more direct than ours, because your vote doesn't matter because the Governor General is the one that appoints them. That's just a fact on paper.
Yes.
Portland has way more hipsters than Toronto, so suck it.
Yeah,
Canada's
Canada's
a dictatorship in the same way the UK's a dictatorship, because the royal family, they have all the power.
You win the hipster battle.
Yeah.
It's
King
war
Charles.
of attrition with hipsters.
I am really, really high.
Oh yeah, me too.
I haven't
And
paid.
I got high.
I haven't paid attention to anything that's been said in like the last 10 minutes. I haven't. What are we talking about? I thought we were talking about Trump, but we're talking about Trudeau. What?
We're talking about
Canada aid, man.
Canada
talking about
is
hipsters.
a dictatorship, so
Oh,
yeah.
'cause the prime minister instead of a.
Well, it's not the Prime
Adolf
Minister.
Trudeau.
I was
it's the
telling
crown,
Skeptical
that's right.
Jesus how many hipsters it takes to screw a light bulb.
Does the crown have any actual legitimate power anymore? Because every fucking British person I've ever asked, they've all said they basically exist just for tourism and diplomacy.
That's pretty much the case when it comes to what they actually do in terms of action. So, like, one of the benefits to actually having taxpayer money go to the royal family is that it does bring back a lot more money to the economy, because so there is a huge benefit to it. So that's why it's like, hey, well, it because it generates so much money, why would we get rid of it? So it's like similar to having national parks, the Smithsonian being like funded through taxpayer money, where it brings tourism and it actually creates jobs, brings more money back to the taxpayers. But on paper,
how much like control over the government do they actually
on paper
have?
They do have a lot of control. The problem is if they try to exercise that power, which they haven't really tried to do so since World War II, would anyone take it seriously, and would anybody actually abide by any of their decisions? So they, on paper, can dissolve Parliament, but if they try to dissolve Parliament, what would actually happen?
I think they would all just gather together and start slapping Charles.
Yeah.
Because,
what?
I mean, show of hands, anyone here think King Charles could kick your ass?
Nah, I don't think so.
No one can.
I know he's military trained, but like, you know, he's a royal. How much did he actually do? He's like the wussiest man on the planet, I think.
But the other,
so you're saying
the
you
other
could
thing
take
that they can do is
I'm saying I could take him.
they are technically the commander-in-chief of Britain, so they have complete control over the military on paper, but they never actually exercise any sort of military policies.
Yeah, but the military also might be like, fuck this poofter.
Yeah. They can declare executive orders, they can veto bills, so they can do a lot, but chances are they wouldn't be able to do anything, because if they actually tried to, nobody would take it seriously, and they'd probably just abolish that policy. It would be like a civil war that lasts less than an hour, where they just look at each other and they're like, yeah, to hell with the royal family. We're going to just amend this new constitution and get rid of any of the power they do still have on paper. But on paper, skeptical Jesus, even though the governor general has never gone against the popular vote, and even though they've never vetoed any bills or policies, and they've never really done anything, they could if they wanted to on paper. So how are you guys an independent country? Yeah. Plus, in Canada, they store milk in bags. They're a backwards people.
Mm-hmm. News tonight concerning America's neighbors.
Do they really?
Justin Trudeau announced today that he's stepping down as leader of Canada's governing party.
Yeah, they got... If you go to Canada, go to a supermarket, all of their milk is packaged in bags instead of cartons or jugs. Yeah, that's weird. They're like
Is
a
it
bunch
a bag
of
in a
fucking
box?
freaks.
Is it like a bag in a box, like a wine in a box?
I don't think so. I think, I think you can...
Bag. It's got to be a bag in a box, right?
I think some of them are in boxes. I think some of them you can just get, in the bag form.
Skeptical Jesus, is it a bag in a box? Like a wine in a box? It's not just a bag. Like a bag of milk?
I've seen videos where it's like a bag of milk, but they put it in a pitcher. They'll take a pair of scissors and cut the edge and then put it in a pitcher.
Yeah, and then they pour.
Yeah. See, they're a bunch of fucking freaks. No, but Timmy, Britain has no power in America. So on paper, there is no power that they have.
Nearly a decade as prime minister.
Yeah,
CBS's Elizabeth Palmer now on what led to Trudeau's downfall. With his popularity.
Oh, I guess maybe Pinky's from Canada. They say it's 3 bags in a bigger bag. Okay.
No one was.
He looks like the guy from Late Night with the Devil.
Yeah, sorta.
I intend to resign.
No, but Justin Trudeau, he's one.
Oh, did you see that movie? You see that movie? That's a good movie.
Aged only 43,
Yeah, I liked
Justin
it.
Trudeau
Zoe and I
swept to
watched
power,
it.
The second young.
She actually liked it too. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything relevant. You can just keep playing it.
Are you talking about movies? Movies are garbage. Movies is like a dying art form. Nobody cares about movies
I'm
anymore.
such a simp for movies. I know.
Stop simping for
Okay,
movies.
now you're distracting me. But Teddy, I have put some movie recommendations in your good movies section of the Discord. No one's commented on it yet.
Straight.
I've seen all the Coen Brothers movies.
And a liberal mission.
We stand for a woman's right to choose. We stand for the right to be who you are.
So they said that I think he's one of the youngest prime ministers. At least Canada is going in the right direction, choosing people who aren't fucking senile. All of our leaders are getting older and older. It seems like their leaders are starting to get younger. So we're becoming a geriatric state.
And love whom you love.
I'm kind of conflicted on this abortion thing, though, because I love killing unborn children, but I hate giving women the right to choose, so...
Ooh. You better make sure you let the audience know you're kidding. Because if some... Yeah.
Who's kidding?
If an autistic feminist comes in the chat, you're screwed.
John, don't
think.
Oh, never mind.
I think we should meet in the middle here. The people who think abortion is murder and the people who don't think that it is. They should get an abortion into a blender and the woman has to drink it. And everyone's
My
happy.
best friend is
and
literally an autistic feminist, so it would be crazy for an autistic feminist to hate me.
I don't know, seems like those two things wouldn't go well together. Well, when I was on the Wood, I don't know if she's a feminist or not. Her name's Janie, who is annoying as hell. They were talking about some new abortion policies before Roe versus Wade, but it was something else. And then I sarcastically said, well, what about the rights of the fetus pimp? And then she started freaking out. And then when everyone there communicated to her that it's sarcasm, he was just bringing that up so Pitman could work off of it. It's just a way to move the discussion forward. That's not pro or that's not anti-abortion. It's criticizing that sort of argument that people who are pro-abortion make, and then it's like she just couldn't let it go.
I need to throw my 2 cents in here. I've dated a couple's feminists. The sex is fantastic.
Indeed.
But I do think that most feminists, if you actually watch their videos, listen to what they have to say, they make very fair, they make very fair points, and most of them are very rational and everything, and level-headed. It's just the vocal minority. It's like the Anita Sarkeesian feminist that people focus on. And again, I don't know if that particular person, Janie, I don't know if she actually was a feminist, but still, she was annoying as hell.
First, he was a breath of fresh air. With his easy charm, he headed a liberal government through good times and bad, including the pandemic.
Okay, all the stuff that happened in the pandemic or whatever, it's his fault. He was just a terrible prime minister.
Yeah.
Invited to the White House by successive presidents on a mission to keep relations with...
Oh, but Trump did great during the pandemic. The thing is, look, the Obama administration, they were so evil and terrible that he just had to, he was, he transitioned from one of the worst presidents in American history, even though if you ask people how it was one of the worst presidencies, they are not going to be able to present an argument, but still. If you're a president that you're a shill for, doesn't perform the best or bad, a lot of bad stuff happens when they're president, it's the administration before them.
Largest trading partners.
They were so
But in the last
evil
couple of
that they
years-
set up a pandemic response unit within the government, and Trump dismantled it right before COVID.
Well, no, that's fake libtard news.
Sure.
Things soured.
I get all my information from Fox News, and I'm not brainwashed. I'm not an NPC, but all these libtards, they just believe everything that the media tells them.
For him. He's separated from his
But
wife.
even though statistically, you're more likely to have higher education, you're more likely to have a college education if you're a liberal or you vote blue, people who are more left-leaning tend to score higher in terms of literacy and so forth, even though there's a correlation between illiteracy and being a conservative and everything. That's just a bunch of fake libtard news and so forth. I'm sure people on the right, you look at all those statistics, they're much, much more likely to really do thorough research and cross-reference information.
Well, I didn't go to college because I was fucking poor.
Well, I don't think you need a college degree necessarily to like be educated. I don't think everyone needs to go to college, and that is something where the student loan debt crisis is due to the fact that we pressured everyone to go to school, and then too many people are going to college, and so many people weren't able to really do much with the college degree, and also kind of caused this inflation because having a degree became less valuable because more people had degrees. So that's like I did when I was younger look at that, and it's like, wait, like, do people need to go to college, or all these other like career paths people can choose that are
the people I know who've been fucked because of their degrees, it's because they have their degree, but now they also want you to have a whole bunch of experience already, but they've spent all their time getting this fucking degree.
Well, like in STEM degree well, the problem is, like, if you don't get a useless major and you get like a STEM degree, then like,
oh my god.
Well, if you're like a nurse or a doctor, you'll be in medical school, you'll be in nursing school. So as you're getting your degree, you're also part of the degree is working on the side. Like if you're into engineering and you're trying to get certification, your like fundamentals of engineering, your principles of engineering, they'll have you work in like these internships at like I worked at McCormick factory and I was like an inspector.
I don't want to be an engineer.
What's that?
I don't want to be an engineer.
Well then,
I want to be a TikToker or a YouTuber.
Well, math is stupid. I don't.
Well, if you don't like that, then find something you do like. And a lot of times, what people are interested in doesn't require a college degree. But then we tell everyone they need to go to college.
I can do math. I have
I'd rather be a gay porn star.
Dyscalculia. Is that how it's said?
Yeah.
I seem to have that. I didn't know it was a thing until recently. I really should address that with one of my doctors. Like, so the dyslexia with numbers thing I've always had, turns out that has a name. Is there like a test or something we can do so I can figure out if that really is the case?
Yeah, well, you have to see, well, not necessarily a psychologist. There's other people I know, like speech pathologists can test like people in areas like that, which
numbers
they probably
jumble up really bad in my mind.
Yeah, I do have dyslexia and I do have dysgraphia. I don't have dyscalculia.
What's dysgraphia?
It's an issue with writing. So it's like my hands kind of tremor and stuff. So when I write, it's not like I don't have the best, calligraphy.
Anger about inflation and a housing crisis. Then President-elect Trump, who in his first term had welcomed Trudeau, threatened tariffs that would cripple the Canadian economy and insultingly called him the governor of America's 51st state. Today, Justin Trudeau chose to walk away from that fight and the job of leading a troubled country. For CBS News, I'm Elizabeth Palmer.
I intend to resign as party leader, as prime minister.
My Discord had a seizure for a sec.
Oh, I thought that was just on my end.
And this is why Shad needs to stop getting up there. I'm going to have to yell at him when the stream's over. But yeah, this is why Shab's a terrible co-host, because he leaves, he's running.
It's fine.
Yeah.
After the party selects its next leader.
Oh, Skeppy's like, no Gene, best PPP yet. Excuse me, when I was away on vacation and they did the substitute stream, everyone talked about how it's like, you know what? This sucks when John Morgan's not here. Nobody says anything.
We tried our best, John.
Yeah.
We tried our best.
I went back and watched it. You guys, like all the political stuff, it's like the information. You're like, yeah, stuff.
Yeah, bad stuff is bad. That's all we did.
Yeah. Stuff is bad.
Canadian Prime
That's fine. What more do you want?
Stuff's
what
happening.
Do you want?
Minister Justin Trudeau is very unpopular figure
What do you
in
want?
politics right now. Safe to say, the most unpopular.
Oh, so apparently his approval rating is lower than Biden or Trump's in Canada.
Resigning under a lot of pressure from his party ahead of an election that has to happen.
Now, to be fair, Canada's not America, so they haven't really. Their standards are probably higher.
Fed up with inflation. They don't like loose immigration policies. They're tired of climate change policies, and all that has conspired to really push his numbers down.
Oh, God. Yeah, climate change is evil.
You want a government with a
Or
vision
climate change, it's a conspiracy. It's not real.
and an agenda for this country that is positive.
Now, when it comes to anti-intellectualism, so one dynamic of not being that bright, you got like the Dunning-Kruger effect. People who have lower intelligence, they're really bad at doing this thing known as recognizing their own ignorance. So, do you think there's a correlation between that and thinking you know better than any sort of meteorologist or any other type of environmental scientist? You, a layman, know enough to be like, yeah, this is horseshit.
Okay, you bring up meteorology. Anyone that's ever watched the weather and the weather guy's like, oh yeah, we're expected to get 6 inches of rain, and then it like or like a foot of snow, and you only get like 2 inches. Like you can't trust meteorologists to begin with. But other scientists, yeah, meteorologists, weather guys, no.
Well, it's also you know what? Like if it's supposed to be global warming, what's with all the snow? See? Checkmate, meteorologists.
Also, actually, that brings
not like hotter summers, you know, the water cycle, precipitation, and everything. It's not like maybe it results in harsher winters, but nah, I clearly know my shit. Well, libtards just believe whatever experts tell them.
Ark's in the waiting thing. He's back.
So that brings me to just a little tangent, because like we did get snow over the weekend, but like I said with meteorologists and whatever, I did watch like 2 or 3 different YouTubers that focus on weather, and they said that there's going to be snow down from like northern Texas all the way to like South Carolina. They're going to get like a foot of snow or whatever. Also, there was like supposed to be like a winter snowstorm with like below average temperatures in New England. Did you guys ever get that?
Well, below average, I'd say it is below average temperatures where I am, and we do have some snow. I'm not in New England. I'm in like the tri-states. I'm in Maryland, or I guess south of the tri-states, because the tri-states are what? New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. I'm in the Stillwater states, which is Maryland, Delaware, Virginia, West Virginia.
And ambitious and hopeful. My friends, I promise you tonight that I will lead that government.
In his early days, Justin Trudeau was seen as a fresh new light in Canadian politics. Very good-looking man, very well-spoken.
Good-looking. That's important. You don't want a president who's an ugly fuck. That's why America's going downhill with Trump. He's a fat fuck of a president, and you definitely don't want that.
things like
No, he's in better
inclusivity
shape than
and
Biden.
climate change and a lot of things that Canadians.
Yeah,
When was the last time we had a fuckable
The president and I have announced today that we'll take ambitious action to reduce
You know what? It's been a while.
Yeah.
emissions nearly by half from the oil and gas sector.
However, over time,
Obama wasn't that bad looking.
his
Jimmy Carter,
administration
the
has
day
been
before he
plagued by
died.
scandal. He's been accused by ethics watchdogs of doing
Clinton
preferential
is
treatments.
unconventionally good looking, I guess.
Yeah. Jimmy Carter kind of even back when he was president, he kind of just was like a grandpa. Had the grandpa looks and everything.
Yeah.
No, he had. I tell you what he looked like.
What's that?
Don Knotts. Don Knotts.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Oh, Donald Trump is considered overweight. Well, he's not just overweight; he's like obese. He's probably morbidly obese. You don't have to be that overweight to be morbidly obese.
He's the third fattest president behind, I think Taft is number one, and the other one is Grover Cleveland.
William Howard Taft. They had to build a special bathtub for him because he was so fucking big.
Which led to a myth or story, maybe it actually happened, that he got stuck in a bathtub because he was just so portly.
I don't think that happened, but
I mean, if you look at the bathtubs of the time, it might have happened.
Trump is
he also
supposedly
was
the
the last
third
president.
tallest too. He's
What's
not,
that?
He wears fucking lifts, and he's supposed to be the third tallest. It's bullshit.
He's also the most
Bullshit.
orange president. That is something that is true.
Yes, he's
not.
Wait, so is
I'm upset about the height thing. I'm very upset about the height.
are the lifts why he stands, like when you see him just standing, he like leans forward? Is that's
Yes.
the reason?
I think
Yes, that's exactly the reason.
it's the height of poetic irony that Trump is insecure about his height and produce an extremely tall son. I generally
And he's
try
proud
to
of that
be
too.
I generally try to be nice about him. People shit on Barron Trump, but I'm of the mentality of leave him alone. He's just a kid. He hasn't done anything yet. Once he starts doing evil shit like the rest of his family, then start judging him.
But he's related to Trump, so it makes it okay to mock him.
No, it doesn't. I know you're being
Overseas now,
sarcastic,
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't like that people do that.
You know he's gonna do evil shit.
No, not necessarily. Maybe he'll be the one that completely rebels against the family.
Yeah.
I have a theory. I want to share this theory. Okay, so Barron Trump was playing Metal Gear Rising, and he was fighting Senator Armstrong, the final boss, and Trump wandered into the room and heard Senator Armstrong scream that he's going to make America great again, and he went, "That's brilliant. I love it. I'm going to use that as my political slogan," because the boss of that game, and that game came out before Trump started getting all political. He's like, "We're going to make America great again."
Yeah, and then his son's like, "God, Dad, now I can't enjoy the game anymore."
Yeah.
So I always hear your
ruined it.
Yeah. Dude, watch him, he becomes very liberal. He's just contrarian to his family.
He's
it's like,
not,
yeah, fuck you, Dad, you suck. He runs as president, but he runs for the opposite party.
Oh, that'd
He has
be
not
funny
been
as
around
shit.
his dad. He's been around his mom. His mom has been away from Trump. He's been raising him away from Donald, and they've already arranged that the first lady's not going to be at the White House. This is a first.
Yeah, she has put out things and gone on shows where she's spoken positively about her husband, but has anyone else ever gotten the feeling? Well, I'm just. Has anyone else ever gotten the feeling that she's got a sniper trained on her while she says these things?
I have a feeling that she is married to a man who is a billionaire. So she just kind of likes the fact that if she says those things, she gets to, benefit from a net worth of, billions of dollars.
And she's just as much of a grifter as Trump is. I can't remember. It was like a No, it was like a bracelet or like a necklace, and she was trying to sell it as like a Christmas ornament for like $100, replicas of a like necklace or bracelet or whatever, for a Christmas ornament for like $100 or whatever. Like there was interviews like, oh, I brought this from my country. My grandma wore it. It got passed down to me. And now I want everyone to have a replica of it for an absorbent amount of fucking money. And people fucking paid out the ass for it.
God, I gotta take a piss, and Chad's been gone for like 20, 30 fucking minutes. Okay, so next story. Ukraine launches new offensive in Russia.
Ukraine appears to be going on the offensive against Russia, attempting to seize more territory inside the Kursk region of the country, the same area where Ukraine mounted a major offensive
Now,
in
is Bill Hicks here because he likes to be the advocate for Russia?
August. What's behind the sudden move? Details now from ABC's Patrick Revel.
Tonight, Ukrainian forces suddenly on the offensive once again inside Russia. Ukrainian tanks seen advancing into the Russian border region of Kursk, filmed from a Russian drone closing in. Russian state media showing Russian troops directing fire onto Ukrainian columns as they attack. Ukraine seized a foothold in Kursk with a surprise offensive back in August, capturing hundreds of square miles of Russian territory. But since then, Russia has slowly driven Ukraine back, recently also helped by thousands of North Korean troops. Ukraine's move comes as it tries to strengthen its hand for expected...
So, one thing they've been using the North Korean troops for is it's similar to the Wagner, like, prison conscripts, where they'll rush a bunch of untrained troops to the front lines. And this is like a tactic that Stalin used as well. So then, as they all get gunned down, it reveals the positions of all the Ukrainian troops. So that way, the more well-trained troops can go in and snipe out the soldiers that reveal themselves. So they've been doing the same thing with the North Korean soldiers, at least the ones who haven't deserted or the ones that aren't getting addicted to porn, because that's a serious problem they're dealing with.
Man, the porn thing is great. Teddy, we got a lot of background sound coming from you.
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounded like we had some feedback there.
Like what? What it sound like?
I think it was me.
Teddy sounds fine.
Wait, is Crow still here? Crow in the chat says he's doing a beer run. Are you being serious about him doing a beer run?
No, I'm just assuming. He's been gone a long time, so I'm just assuming.
Dude.
Did peace negotiations once President-elect Donald Trump enters office? Just
because I've been getting mixed like feedback. Some people say he does do this on DP, and if he doesn't do this on DP, then I'm gonna have to really roast him.
2 weeks from today.
No, he does this on DP.
He does?
Yes.
Okay.
In the war, have a peaceful negotiation. We're all for that.
I don't like watching DP. I guess I can talk shit about it because Shad isn't here.
He probably gets an excessive amount of actually hostile bitching if he does. So that's probably why it doesn't happen as often.
Maybe I have to do that.
It's got to be on terms.
I got to be hard on Chad.
Do not throw Ukraine under the bus.
It's still unclear how significant this offensive is, but it appears that Ukraine may be trying to shore up its hold on Russian territory in order to use it as a bargaining chip in any talks after President Trump's...
This is one of my favorite military flubs of the 21st century, how poorly Russia is actually doing against Ukraine. It's doing a lot to reveal how ineffective their military actually is.
Well, they're number 2 in terms of the military strength index. Now, when it comes to the military strength index, what it includes is like how much money the government spends on the military, the type of military tech and weaponry they have, military vehicles, not just the quantity, but quality. But it doesn't incorporate things such as corruption, cronyism, them laundering the money, and like people stealing parts and selling it on the black market. Just how well trained the troops are. That's another big thing.
Because there's just no fucking way that they're second after us. There's no fucking way.
Yeah. Well, in terms of their equipment and their weaponry, they are. But the problem is the troops aren't that well trained in a lot of areas. Like I said, they'll use troops as like for meat grinder tactics. They rely a lot on mercenary work, even more than the United States. And they just kind of, like all the different branches of their military, there's a lack of cohesion, like you see with America. So, like Britain and France, even though they score like lower than like India or China, a lot of these other countries in the military strength index, when you look at like their like the lack of corruption, how well trained the soldiers are, the kind of when it comes to logistics and communication coordination, they have all these territories across the globe, island territories from the colonial days. So when you look at the layout of all their military bases, that's a lot of stuff that these like indexes don't take into consideration. So I would say like Britain and France are definitely would be more adept on the global stage. And they do like one thing people don't really pay attention to is wherever America goes, France and Britain go as well. So people give America a lot of shit, but I always like discuss how France and Britain are the two micro powers that are like these two appendages of the US. And essentially you got China and Russia, who are the big opposing military powers, and then you have the US with Britain and France. And I'd say those are the 5 countries, the top 5 countries that are probably the greatest threats when it comes to world peace or global peace.
Well, we already know that Trump wants to, back out and not support Ukraine. I want to say it's either the UK and France or France and Germany. They're going to send weapons to Ukraine. So, like, I see Ukraine actually making it out. Yeah, they might lose land, but they're not going to, like, lose completely. They're not going to, like, it's not going to be a complete surrender where Russia takes over, like, all of Ukraine.
They can't. They're failing. But 80% of the casualties in the war so far have been artillery.
Yep, and that's one big component of modern warfare. So we've had other retards like in this community that have like talked about how China has so many troops, so they'd be able to just walk into South Korea and take it over like Lord of the Rings style. It's like modern warfare. There's this thing known as artillery strikes and airstrikes. So having large amounts of foot soldiers isn't really that much of a like advantage anymore. But look who's back! Hi, Shad.
Been back, Gene.
No, you haven't. You've been gone for quite a while. So
the
why?
Guest appearance from Shabisky.
So what were you doing the last like 20 minutes?
Well, look at the emoji in the chat. Maybe you'll get an idea.
Okay, but what? Oh, wait. So it
I'll have
took you
to go
like
to the
30.
Bathroom.
It took you 30 minutes to take a fucking shit.
I was gone for 30 minutes. The stream hasn't even been going on for very long. Whatever.
We've
just
been going
shut
for 2
up,
hours.
Gene.
Just shut up.
I was not gone for no 30 minutes.
Okay,
You're a
how long was
retard.
Shab gone?
15 minutes.
It took you 15 minutes to take a shit?
It was a big shit.
It was a boy.
Shab needs to have his like colon checked or something.
Shut up.
You need a
You
colonoscopy.
fucking piss blood. Shut up. Okay.
Oh, it was blood?
No, I'm talking about you.
Oh, you want me to talk about my
No.
Kool-Aid piss?
No.
I thought you didn't like it when we talked about that.
No. And
Yeah.
I was making
Well,
sure the stream was doing fine, you dork.
Oh, okay.
Gaining
Well,
subs
now
just as
gotta
I
pee.
planned.
I gotta pee, so unlike you, when I use the restroom, I'm not gonna be gone for like an hour.
God, I'm glad he's gone. What a stupid bitch. Now,
Oh, we got
this,
Skeptical Jesus is about to time it for how long you've been gone.
Oh my God. It was 2 hours and 19 minutes I was gone.
See, I think they need to make a game out of it, the Where's Shabisky timer.
Yes.
And it needs to have a little intro music on the soundboard that you can play, and when you come back, you have a nice little ding, 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 ding.
Hell yeah. We should have, we should play a game where we, like, drink beer every time Gene, bitches like a Karen. And we'll just be chugging the whole fucking time.
Speaking of games, Shabisky, I have Warcraft 3 now.
Reforged?
Yes, so
oh my god,
we're gonna have to play that now because I embarrassed you at StarCraft. You might embarrass me at Warcraft.
Yeah, StarCraft's for dorks, so it makes sense that you embarrassed me on there.
Star Trek is the true man's game, sir.
Yeah, Warcraft is the greatest. Okay, it's where it's at.
I am enjoying myself playing it again. It's been like a really long time since I've played Warcraft 3.
Yeah.
Any idea why the game would be running so shitty on its like revamped graphics? Because I've got a beast of a computer and I tried to run it at its full settings and it did not work.
It seems to work fine for me. So yeah, I'm not sure what to say there. Maybe it needs to be re-downloaded or something. I'm not sure.
Do you have an NVIDIA card? Could this be an AMD thing?
I don't know. I just know that my video card has cool lights on it.
Trev knows a lot about like hardware and everything.
That's why I got it. It had the best lights.
Yeah.
So I went with that one.
Liquid cooling.
I didn't pay attention to that stupid shit.
Oh yeah.
I've got a 7900 XTX. It should be running it fine.
I saw this thing. They're actually anamorph transformers, right?
Mm.
Yeah, they are transformers that have like human faces on.
Did you know Transformers is an anime?
Sort of.
Isn't it made in Japan?
The toys are, but the cartoon is an American thing. And then the Japanese kind of did their own cartoons based on that stuff.
It would be anime, but it would be classified under Gundam. I'm a fucking anime nerd. Sorry.
I always forget about Gundam. That's an anime I do like. I just really love big fucking robots doing military shit.
Wait, so Crow knows his anime taxonomy?
Kind of, for the most part.
Yeah, he's a dork.
Yeah, so he's well adept when it comes to, all like the anime, like empirical science and everything. You know which litmus test to use to verify whether it's an anime or not an anime?
It's okay. You want to know how to qualify it as an anime? You want to know the real way?
How?
It's an anime if a Japanese person is saying animation. That's how you know if it's an anime.
Oh, well, what I hear from a lot of anime fans is that apparently, no, it's a style. It's not just a cartoon from Japan.
It is not.
I devote too much of my life to it. It has to be more than that.
Just because I don't like anime doesn't mean I haven't seen quite a few different ones, and I've seen a whole lot of different styles in anime. They don't all look like fucking...
Studio Ghibli.
Not even
all kinds of hentai.
Not even Studio Ghibli, just like the 7 anime in this country that everybody likes because they were on TV. I think I can name all of them. So Dragon Ball, Naruto, Bleach, One Piece. I'm forgetting an obvious one. Fuck. Inuyasha, thank you.
Pokemon.
And Pokemon, thank you. Yes. Oh wait, no, I said 7. So there's got to be one more. What's another one? Yu-Gi-Oh! Or I will also
Digimon?
accept Attack on Titan because everyone's on that show's nuts too. But
Oh, that
that's
came
way
later,
more
though.
recent. These
Yeah.
are the back in the day ones.
Well, I would say animes that are 1,000,001 times better than all of those you just listed are Batman the Animated Series, Avatar: The Last Airbender,
Rugrats.
Yeah, Rugrats.
Rugrats, animation-wise, Rugrats is a fucking treat. Those first couple seasons are like acid
You're not
trip
listing
animation.
anime. Rugrats
Samurai
isn't an
Jack.
anime.
Samurai
Rugrats is
Jack
an anime.
is better
It's not
than
anime.
what's that?
That's not anime.
Yeah, it is. It's an anime.
It is if a Japanese person is watching it and they're watching it and they're speaking Japanese.
If you want to
People
piss
are going
off
to see this
anime
Ukraine and Russia news on the
Yeah.
screen, and we're talking about anime.
That's
Yeah,
fine. It's fine.
It's okay.
It's
This is a very special episode. It's all chaotic
You're
and
really-
weird,
you're
just like the
really,
start of 2024.
Well,
or
one of the things
2025.
We all know what we mean by anime. Okay, you all know that you can be pedantic about it. Say
It is
you're-
a
you-
cartoon
say-
from Japan, but
all in the
But
family.
we all
that's
know
what
it's
it
also
is.
their word for animation.
I watched
Anime,
a porno
we all
once
know.
called All in the Family.
No, but anime fans, whenever they pull that shit of it's not just a cartoon from Japan, you ask them, okay, what's a cartoon that's not from Japan? That's an anime. And they never present
What's-
anything.
Here.
And then I ask
Okay.
them, what's a cartoon from Japan that's not an anime? And they don't present anything. It's just okay.
And mentioning porn is a good example. When I put anime into a category, I put it into the category of like porn. Okay, and that really annoys anime fans. Like I'm just like, it's porn. All right, it's porn. You jerk off to it. That's what it is. Outsiders can't enjoy it. Like that's one of the things about Disney. Disney's anime that can be enjoyed by everybody.
Yeah,
Anime is something
Little
that
Mermaid.
cannot. It cannot, because it appeals to a certain group of weirdo. You're weird if you like the
Of autistic
it's
people.
weird. You're weird, and you're weird in a way that you don't notice others pick up on it, but you don't. That's
You're describing
weird.
autism.
That's also weird. Now the thing about anime and why I say it's like porn, it's like if I was to ask you, hey, what is the Citizen Kane of porn?
Citizen Kane of porn.
Exactly.
Excellent question.
Even the question,
Caligula.
even the question is
Yeah,
exactly what I was
the
gonna
answer
say.
the answer
Yeah.
is actually Caligula.
Caligula, Citizen Kane of porn. The
That
only
is-
X-rated
No, it
film
would be,
nominated
no,
for an
no, it
Oscar.
would be that would be a Caligula. That would be the Caligula of Hollywood,
Oh,
right? It's not the Citizen Kane of porn. It's not the best porn. It's not like the porn. What Citizen Kane is a very early black and white movie. That is like one of the best movies of all time. But really, nobody's ever seen it.
I've seen it
Right.
multiple times.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
busted
no, yeah.
twice watching that
You're,
movie.
and you never had a pickle. You've never actually seen it, and you've never had a pickle. Kids, you know what I mean? Okay, but the point is, when it comes to anime, it's the same question. It's like if I was to ask you, what's the Citizen Kane of anime? It's the same as asking, what's the Citizen Kane of porn? It's like, what do you mean? The best anime that was ever made? What are we talking about?
Astro
here?
Boy.
You know
Dragon
what we're
Ball.
talking about.
Kimba the White
You're like,
Lion.
we're all over the place. You know what I'm saying? You know what's the best? We're gauging things on a whole different metric here, right? You know what I'm saying? There's certain things you want out of a porn that you don't want out of like a movie that you're actually considering for Best Picture.
Oh,
It serves a purpose.
this is sort of an
You know what I'm saying?
aside. You know the movie like Little Women? I was watching, so I saw the Greta Gerwig Little Woman film, and then I was like looking into some of the other adaptations because I saw one of
There's
the
one
older
with
ones.
Winona Ryder. Winona Ryder's
Yeah.
the one I saw.
Yeah, years back. But apparently, when I looked at all the adaptations, there's a Little Women anime. It's like, what the?
Dude, there's an anime where like all of the countries are people and they spat with each other. Anime gets weird. There's a series of Gundam where I guess the idea behind this one is all the countries have a tournament where all their representative Gundams fight each other, and that's how they resolve their issues or something. So like every country's got a Gundam. Mexico's Gundam is wearing a sombrero and it has a poncho, and their space station is a giant space sombrero.
Dude, Japan's so racist.
All right. I see a lot of people agreeing with me in the chat. I see sounds like we got a real porn expert. Anime is essentially cartoon porn.
No, I am the porn expert. Teddy is the rising porn expert.
All right, what's your Mount Rushmore of porn actresses right now, based on now, not all time, but now?
Medusa, Nori, Kimberly.
Well,
okay.
What do you think of the movie Boogie Nights?
Have not seen it.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's on my to-do list.
That's a movie everyone needs to see. But when I tried to watch it with Shabisky, I tried to watch it with him twice, and he couldn't get past the first 10 or 20 minutes, because whenever there was any sort of nudity or I guess partial nudity, he's always like, "Oh, boobies."
Okay, I see someone saying Mia Khalifa in the chat. Mia Khalifa's hot, I agree. But there was nothing really terribly special about her. She got famous because she had the balls to do porn in a hijab, and that got her in a bunch of trouble.
And she's not now, guys. Now, come on.
Fine now. She still does porn. She
No.
has an OnlyFans.
She has an OnlyFans, but she's not. She worked in the porn industry. I believe she worked for the Bang Brothers for actually 3 months, and then she retired. Right? I'm pretty sure it was the Bang Brothers.
Something about
you know who the Bang Brothers are?
Teddy knows fucking everything about
something
this.
about not getting. It was something about not getting. Something about not getting paid enough, and also having her do scenes she just didn't want to do, like the famous hijab video. It's clear she doesn't really want to be doing the lesbian shit.
Well, she was married.
Anime that I actually like. I was gonna bring this up before Crow got up and left or whatever. It's like, dang it, he's leaving right when I'm gonna ask him this. But what did you think of Now and Then, Here and There?
I've seen it before. I've just watched
I know,
it.
But we watched it recently. So what did you think?
I would need to rewatch it again because I was also shit-faced.
Oh God. See, this is why we need Dirt here.
What's Now and Later? What do you say that? What's that?
It's a anime mini series that I actually like.
Okay, all right. Let me tell you, there is some gay porn I actually like, and I think you might like it too.
What the fuck?
All right.
This is turning into a great
it's actually
church
really good.
Wait, but Chad has something to say.
Really good. I mean, it's something worth seeing. I know it's gay porn. If you could just look past that,
it has a good
entertainment value.
Oh, but anyway, Shab, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, everybody, give this stream a like if you haven't yet. Everybody, including you guys on the panel, hit the like button. Let's get to 30 likes.
That's how I feel when you recommend an anime to me. You're like, this is a really good anime, and I'm like, I'm just gonna have to get past all the guys sucking ass and licking balls.
I know one that you would like. I know one I know objectively you would like it. And I know why you would like it too. It's because they did not dub it. They just threw the script away and just dubbed in whatever the fuck they felt like.
Right. And I know.
So
I know they look like girls. They look like girls.
We're really getting off topic. Let's get back to Ukraine.
No.
Ukrainian forces have launched attacks against Russian positions in the Kursk region.
She's really hot. I know she has a cock and balls, but she's really hot, guys. You would like her.
Ukrainian troops reportedly used heavy artillery, armored vehicles, and infantry during the assault northeast of the small town of Sudzha. The offensive comes as Russia intensifies efforts to push Ukrainian forces from their foothold in Kursk, which Kyiv sees as potential leverage in future peace talks. Let's go live now to Jonah Hull. He's in Kharkiv for us. So, Jonah, what are the Ukrainians saying?
All right, so question,
about this
Gene.
latest
You
event?
said Russia ranks number 2. Where did Ukraine rank?
They were in the, I think, the top 20, but they were like at the bottom in the top 20 when the war started.
Well, they've been smacking the bejesus out of the Russians this whole fucking time. This is really embarrassing for Putin. This is like, he's doing like a reverse Napoleon.
Yeah, and it is, again, the big thing that, like, the military strength index doesn't consider.
Wait, hold on. Yeah. The chat's talking about anime. They're talking about how it got into CP, and then they're like, this took a dark turn. We're talking about people dying in a war zone in Ukraine. When the conversation veered into anime, that's when it took a dark turn. Okay, I don't have to say anything more about anime is bad.
Yeah, how dare
that's
you,
all I have
sick
to say.
bastard, bring it to pornography. We weren't doing that on the show.
We were talking about millions dying from artillery shells, but anime, that's a dark.
Well, it hasn't been millions yet. It's gotten into the 6 digits, so it's been a while since the last war that I think hit the millions is the Second Congo War, and that was from the late 90s, early 2000s.
Is there still shit going on in Congo? Because I think I have a bunch of Congolese people living around me. I think that's what they are. They're speaking some language I don't understand, but I hear a lot of French in there.
Are they dancing in a line?
Is Russia's...
Well, the Central Republic of Congo was it was Bulgaria. It was their only like overseas.
Is this as bad for Russia as Vietnam was for us yet?
It's worse because like the United States, our soldiers were pretty much just there to they were giving a lot of training, and they were also there on the defensive because in Vietnam they didn't want them to actually directly get involved in any offensive sort of operations because of the threat of mutually assured destruction. And one thing, like I said, Shad doesn't like it when we make fun of this dude, Red Eye, but he was like arguing that because the United States did terrible in Vietnam and stuff, that guarantees that China would do well in other operations. Now, something a lot of people don't know about is that after the United States withdrew in Cambodia, you had Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge.
Pol Pot?
Yeah, that was Cambodia, and they were... he was a paranoid piece of shit, so he attacked Vietnam, and that's after we withdrew, and they were still kind of establishing their government and recovering from the Vietnamese War. And then they ended up attacking Cambodia and took control of their capital, but then China got mad because they wanted to show that they were in charge of the region and they had an alliance with all the like Chinese states. So then China invaded Vietnam, but Vietnam fighting a 2-front war when a large amount of their military was occupying Cambodia, they were able to fight China back to their borders. And China had a war with Vietnam, and they did even worse than the United States, and they just gloves are off. They went on a full-on offensive and got their asses kicked.
Fucking China.
China sucks. Of the Ukrainian military.
Yeah, fuck China. Well, fuck their government.
Has confirmed that this operation is ongoing of 42 battlefield clashes.
And I do agree that America does deserve a lot of criticism for encroaching on foreign affairs, supporting genocides with Israel. But China, when people are like, oh, like, you don't see China, and I've talked to people that have said this, and it shows just how poorly educated people are on just modern history. They're like, you don't see China invading other countries. It's look at a map of China pre-World War II, and then look at a map of China post-World War II. There's this place called Tibet and East Turkestan, and Inner Mongolia.
They don't like to admit it, but there's also a place called Taiwan.
Yeah, but that's a little different. But when Mao took control in the 50s, he literally like took control of like 3 major geographical regions, and so he like there's more ethnic Mongolians living in China than Mongolia because he annexed their most heavily populated like region. Then he annexed Tibet, which was its own sovereign country, and then there was East Turkestan, which at the time was like made up of like 4 or 5 different sovereign states. That's where the Uyghur people are.
He annexed what? Wait. He annexed what?
It's called East Turkestan.
Turkestan.
Yeah, and Turkestan's like a larger geographical region. It includes like Turkmenistan, like Uzbekistan, I think a lot of those countries. So East Turkestan is another, it's like just as large as that geographical region. And like that, all of this was like in the 50s and 60s when they were like expanding. Then they built islands in the South China Sea, trying to lay claim to international waters. So it's not very fair to say that, yeah, it's just, and then Russia, they did do this thing. I don't know if people heard of it, like they invaded Ukraine.
Also, we covered Georgia a while back. So apparently, like 10% of Georgia is controlled by Russia.
Yeah, and Russia does.
Georgia?
Yes.
Yeah, the state of Georgia.
They've been infiltrating the U.S.
Initiated at the beginning, 12 are still ongoing. They don't make any claims to specific territorial gains at the moment, and nor are they making public their objectives. But it does seem pretty clear that what they'll be trying to do in this Kursk region is consolidate, at least possibly expand the Russian territory that they hold, that they've held since a surprise advance back in August last year.
So what will happen is if they do manage to take over, they haven't taken over nearly as much territory that Russia currently occupies. They control like their 4 most eastern provinces. But if they do manage to take over more and more, they'll most likely get more land back once a ceasefire happens. So they're essentially just taking this land over for bargaining chips.
Then, and more recently, they have lost some 40 to 50% of that territory to Russian counterattacks backed by North Korean forces. President Zelensky has made perfectly clear just how important he sees holding on to this territory as being, he believes.
And President Zelensky is proof that you can be a dude under 5 feet tall, still be a badass.
That it is
Zelensky
a sign
and Putin need to just settle this by having a big sword fight set to some symphonic music.
What is it? Putin's like an 11th degree like black belt in jiu-jitsu.
Russia cannot be.
No, he's not.
And I'm sure nobody had a gun shoved down their throat and ordered to say that.
Well, to be fair, he did like hold a lot of records and so forth and status before he even gained any power in politics. So this is something where there is a decent amount of legitimacy to it.
What do you make at the time?
Russia
Putin was a badass. Okay, Putin is a badass.
If Russia was like North Korea, the Russian people would be like, "Oh yeah, Putin defeated a polar bear when he was 4," and everyone would like believe it.
He was born without a pee hole.
Of the
Saying
offensive.
that Putin hunted a deer down with his dick.
He beat it to death with his dick.
He was bare-chested on an elk that he tamed, and then he chased down the moose, and then he just gripped it with his teeth, jumped off the elk, gripped its throat with his teeth, and took down the elk.
If he was a real man, he would have tamed the moose and rode that as his war animal.
Well, he needed the meat.
Well, it comes almost exactly 2 weeks before Donald Trump's inauguration, his return to the White House, and also potentially just days before
Trump
an
is
expected
big
visit.
butt buddies with Putin. So,
Oh yeah, I just wanted to point out. Okay, so speaking of Trump and his inauguration, he invited Xi Jinping to his inauguration. I thought he was supposed to be hard on China, but
hard on China.
Yeah, let's bring Wayne the Pooh over
Hard
here.
on.
Yeah, You know what? If he does want to try to engage in more diplomacy, like I don't think Trump's going to be smart with it at all. But if he does want to try to engage in diplomacy with China, fine. But Xi Jinping is definitely more authoritarian than any of the previous presidents that they've had lately.
Xi Jinping.
Yeah, he's kind of he's modified the Constitution where he's now serving, like, running for a third term. So,
did you know that reincarnation is illegal in China without government consent? I shit you not. It has something to do with the Dalai Lama.
Well, yeah, like one of the things they did is so in Buddhism, there's the Dalai Lama and then there's the Pension Lama. And the Dalai, for those who don't know, the Dalai Lama seeks out the Pension Lama when the Dalai Lama's of a certain age, and
China has hand selected that new one.
Well, they abducted the Pension Lama, and they like have presented this other person. It's clearly not the same person, and they're like, "Oh, here's the Pension Lama." So they're going to appoint the next Dalai Lama because they want to control the religion, and they want the influence that comes with having more of a foothold in like all the religious institutions. So the current Dalai Lama says that he will be the last Dalai Lama, and he's declaring an official end to the lineage cycle. So it's like, well, good job, China. I mean, and I do, when it comes to, I guess, religious idols, like appointed idols, I'd say the Buddhisms, like their Dalai Lamas definitely are much more preferable over the Catholic Church and the popes.
But for the love of fucking Christ, if you're going to be the world leader of the United States saying that you're going to implement all these fucking tariffs, especially on China, why would you fucking invite the leader of China to your inauguration?
I don't know.
What the fuck? And then, again,
Trump's playing some 4D chess. He's an alpha.
No, he's the pigeon on the fucking chessboard.
Yeah.
Keith Kellogg, his Ukraine envoy, to talk about the possibility of negotiations. We know Trump wants a quick end to this war. He wants a ceasefire and negotiations to get underway pretty quickly after he takes office.
Trump said day one, as soon as he got voted to be the next president,
well,
it would end.
If he gets a ceasefire, even in the first 2-3 months of his presidency, I'll give him credit. I mean, if a ceasefire happens and it's just good. Yeah, even if it's just Russia is able to keep the 4 territories that they've been occupying. That's but I've been arguing that it's not. What's that?
He's not there.
Yeah, he probably won't. Well, they've been discussing ceasefires for a while. It's not just the U.S. Lots of world leaders have been pressuring Putin to actually follow through with the ceasefire. And it's not just other countries, leaders in Russia. A lot of the kleptocrats have been pissed off because recently, when they invaded Kursk, a lot of the rich sort of oligarchs, their children have died because they were told that, okay, they'll serve in the military, but they're not going to actually engage in any sort of combat. But then they didn't expect that, hey, Ukraine actually was going to invade them. So once Ukraine did, there were casualties that built up that weren't just a bunch of poor kids from rural areas. So once a lot of the more rich kids from St. Petersburg and Moscow started dying, now a lot of the kleptocrats have been kind of, wrenching Putin's arm to be like, hey, this war needs to end. So it could end very recently, and this is another good example of, if it does, it's Trump. It's all him.
Well, okay, so the thing is, all those rich guys' fucking kids dying and shit, and Putin's getting backlash from the oligarchs. Do you think that's why they're bringing in North Korean soldiers to go to the meat grinder instead of Russian citizens?
Yeah, but they're losing, it's something it's estimated that they're losing 1,000 troops a day. So they're just plowing through their troops. They're their tactics have been fucking terrible. I mean, one of the things they did at the beginning when they invaded, it's been referred to as like the Air Force enigma. Why haven't they really been utilizing the Air Force? Because Russia does have a very, very strong Air Force. And it's not even like their army and stuff, where a lot of their troops are not well trained at all. They do have some very well trained pilots, and they haven't really been utilizing it. Now, my thing is that it's like Israel, they've been having like they've been just gloves are off, bombing the hell out of Gaza, and they've been able to get away with it for some reason. Like what I predicted initially was that they didn't want to actually conduct airstrikes, because if they did, and they started actually bombing like public infrastructure, then that might actually cause like this huge backlash on the world stage that they probably wouldn't be able to get away with. But it's like, hey, they're letting Israel do it, so I don't know why they don't just at least utilize it 10% more than they actually are. But they had helicopters, and one of the things they did with the helicopters is that they were planning on using an airport as like a makeshift like airfield in order to land the helicopters for fuel. However, the airport, they didn't have like the ability to move out all of the vehicles, the commercial aircrafts that were in the airport, so they weren't able to use it. So what they started to do is they used a road as like a makeshift airport, but because it's a road and it's like linear, it's only like one way. What they had to do is they could only fuel one helicopter at a time. So they had to have the truck come, and only one truck could be used at a time, because only one truck could fit on the road, and they'd have to refuel the helicopter, have that fly to the front of the line, refill the other helicopter, and repeat the process. So their tactics, their logistics have been just complete and total horseshit.
Clear route towards a final settlement. The two sides are very far apart. Potentially, this is Ukraine making two pretty loud statements on the battlefield. First of all, to the Americans, that with their help, Ukraine can still take the fight to the Russians. And secondly, that Zelensky considers this an important bargaining chip, this Russian territory, and he's willing to do everything he can to hold on to it ahead of negotiations.
Jonah Hull, bring us all the latest there from Kharkiv. Many thanks, Jonah.
Oh yeah, Paradox says, laugh out loud, I just noticed Shab's chatting from the PPP account. Yeah, Shab, make sure to make it clear that it's you, because we don't want people thinking that like all the retarded comments are coming from me.
No, it's secretly true.
Shut up. It's Gene. It's been Gene the whole time.
We just see a message pop in that says it was an accident.
It was an accident.
In Gaza, the Hamas-run health ministry says Israeli airstrikes have killed more than 200 people since Thursday. At least 10 Palestinians are reported to have been killed overnight.
Okay, this isn't Russia.
Israel says it's targeting Hamas fighters and infrastructure. The attacks come after the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said
Ukraine launches new offensive in Russia's Kursk region. Why are they talking about Israel?
That Israel planned to resume indirect talks with Hamas to end the war.
Someone's getting
Our correspondent
fired.
Jonah Fisher gave us this update.
To hit those areas where...
Okay, we are gonna cover what's going on in Gaza later, but we got to get through the Ukraine stuff first.
Command post in Kursk, the fresh offensive causing significant Russian losses, according to their president.
The Russian army lost up to a battalion of North Korean infantry soldiers and Russian paratroopers.
Okay, so they took out an entire battalion. How many children do you think they've killed in the process?
On purpose?
Not enough yet.
Whoa.
Well, yeah, like intentionally, unintentionally. So I would say, you know what? How come? And I know it's more sparsely populated, but even Russia, you'll see Russia did hit a hospital a while back, and I think like 70-something people died. But outside of that one incident, it's like when they commit attacks on populated regions. And I remember when it first started, you would see all these casualties, like a kid would die, 3 people died here, 6 people died here, and then the Isreal-Hamas war happened, and now every time we like see what's going on in like Ukraine and Russia, it's like it's nothing. It's like we've been completely desensitized by what's going on in Gaza.
Well, in Gaza, it's a smaller area. It's a more dense area.
Yeah.
But with Ukraine, and it's like you said, it's sparse, populated, words.
Sparsely populated.
There we go, sparsely populated. And what didn't Russia hit like a Ukrainian like Home Depot or whatever that had like fertilizer and shit?
Yeah, and a handful of people, like there were a handful of casualties, but still, it's like Ukraine. They destroyed like this weapons depot factory, and it was probably one of the largest non-nuclear explosions in history, and there was only like one casualty. And it's like, if they're conducting operations like that, where there's little to no civilian casualties, like, what's the excuse for Israel? It's like 80 deaths here, 20 deaths here, another 30 people died. And then it's, I don't know. Do you think I'm wrong when I say they're bombing indiscriminately?
Russia or
Israel?
Or Israel? Yeah, they're indiscriminately. Yeah.
But here's the thing. In World War II, or if you look at other examples of indiscriminate bombings, they leveled the entire town or city in a single bombing campaign. So you don't see Israel leveling all of Gaza in one bombing campaign. So therefore, it's not indiscriminate.
No, you got to go bit by bit.
Yeah, well, the problem with that logic is it's just, no shit, they're not going to do that. Because then they're clearly tapping around a bunch of red tape, or tap dancing around a bunch of red tape. So what they're doing is, it's like, hey, technically, if there's a militant in a building, then it's a viable military target. So we believe there's 2 Hamas militants in this building, so it's okay for us to destroy this building with hundreds of people in it.
And the whole block.
Yeah,
the building
and the whole block. So, and that's something they'll continue to do. And it's just, okay, well, you don't think that they're kind of, exploiting sort of flaws in this sort of international policy? And it's just, well, hey, technically it's not indiscriminate if they do that. And it's just, okay, even if it's not as unethical as just gloves are off, let's just conduct like a World War II style like carpet bombing run on the Gaza Strip. What they're doing is still pretty unethical. So anybody that says it's not indiscriminate, they clearly just don't want to be honest.
This is significant.
Russia has retaken at least a third of the 1,300 square kilometres seized by Ukraine in the summer. Moscow also claiming Ukraine suffered more than 500 casualties and has lost 4 of its tanks in recent days. The battle to control the information war seemingly just as vital as the physical one.
Ukrainians have had a very challenging year.
I don't know why. Like, to me, I wouldn't be investing much in tanks if I if I had any influence or whatever, or any say when it came to military spending. Tanks seem pretty obsolete.
Arguably a very bad year of steady losses as the Russians grind away with brutal force.
The latest wave of fighting.
It's like now you just fly in a tiny drone with some C4 and the tank's gone.
Amid sub-zero conditions, the European winter testing the resolve of both sides.
They are putting pressure on our boys, who are exhausted, and that is a fact. We will do everything to at least stabilise the front in January.
The attacks also causing power blackouts in the pro-Russian country of Moldova. Gas, which transits through Ukraine to the region, cut off.
So Moldova is the poorest country in Europe, and it is another ex-Soviet state. So one of the things they believe that Trump's trying to do, because there's a bunch of sovereignty movements in one of the eastern provinces in Moldova, is they believe that Putin is trying to annex like the eastern territories of Ukraine, and they also want to annex the southern regions that lead into the borders of Moldova, and they want to create a land bridge to that eastern province of Moldova that wants to secede, where they're more pro-Russia, and but I don't think they're actually going to accomplish that.
So they want to do like a Crimea 2.0.
Exactly.
Okay.
Even a little scared. We hope for the better, of course. Maybe it'll get better.
Any hope of things getting better largely now pinned on the incoming US president.
We're in this incredibly brutal phase of the war, freezing cold conditions. We all think it's heading to some sort of negotiated settlement. I think this is Mr. Zelensky's sort of last roll of the dice before the Trump administration takes control.
He can be decisive in this war. He is capable of stopping Putin, or, to put it more fairly, help us stop Putin. He is able to do this.
A big ask for the new president, but one he's pledged to take on, vowing to end the war within 24 hours of taking office. Catherine Dix, ABC News, London.
I just want to point out that Vladimir Zelensky, he was
There have been some advances.
Comedian that turned into a country's leader, and Trump was a country's leader that turned into a comedian. That's basically what he is.
Wasn't he supposed to be a comedian before to some extent?
Trump?
Answers back into
Like when he was like the head of The Apprentice and so forth.
That wasn't comedy. That was just being a dick.
Yeah.
Of course,
Plus,
in territory that
he didn't. He got he was paid. Oh fuck, I can't remember the amount, but it wasn't him that was like really in charge of The Apprentice. It was like the producers and shit, and they would pretty much pay him for using Trump's name. Like it was like trademarked or whatever.
Mm.
So he got paid for the trademark of Trump.
Well, wasn't he? And I've never seen the show, but wasn't he like in every episode? Wasn't he like the host of the show?
Yeah, you can kind of say that, but it was all scripted. He.
Because that's the case with most reality TV.
But I mean, he wasn't getting like, oh, we're gonna give you like $1 billion or whatever. They were just like trying to use him, his likeness.
Anyway,
his
back on
name.
topic.
Okay, go ahead.
been lost by the Ukrainians.
When someone in the chat says Moldova will join the European Union, yeah, I mean, I think that's expected. There's a bunch of other countries in Europe that are also applying that do have stronger economies. So I'm going to say that if they do, it's going to take them a lot longer. Because I know they have to, their GDP has to be to a certain like level or whatever in order to gain membership. And Georgia was currently applying, and then the government decided to suspend the referendum to join. So
over the last few days,
for like
Ukraine has been able to consolidate those positions.
Was it 8 years?
Yeah, 8 years, which they definitely were going against the popular vote there, because I think it was something like 80% of the country wished to join the European Union, but they don't want to respect the popular vote.
That's going to be the big question in the next few hours, but certainly this bucked the trend of the last few weeks, where the kind of overall narrative was that Ukraine was slowly losing territory in Kursk, or generally slowly losing territory in the east of the country as well. And it shows that even with the momentum slowly against Ukrainian forces, they still have the capacity to punch back.
Ukrainian armed forces appear to have launched a surprise counteroffensive in Russia's western region of Kursk earlier this morning. Details about the full-scale attack have been sparse. President Zelensky's chief of staff posted on Instagram, Telegram earlier this morning, suggesting the offensive was good news and that Russia was getting what it deserves. Russia's defense ministry claimed that Moscow had repelled 2 Ukrainian counterattacks. Let's speak to Alex Carrier, who is a journalist and is in Kyiv for us tonight. Alex, hello, good evening.
Good evening.
What do we actually know of what has happened this morning?
Well, we don't know a lot of details about this counteroffensive because it is still a fluid situation, as it is often the case in the early hours of a counteroffensive or any attack. What we do know is that statement you just read out from the Russian Ministry of Defense, that they have merely repelled Ukrainian attacks, seems to be disproved by the situation on the ground and by some Kremlin-friendly Russian military bloggers who say that...
Now, I'm not a big tactician, but it's like they've been stuck in a World War I style stalemate, so it's turned into like some kind of trench warfare. Victory's been measured in inches. But now that they're attacking regions that aren't fortified and they're expanding into Russia, taking territory, do you think they might be able to kind of like, they don't have to go through no man's land anymore? So do you think maybe they could invade from like the north, because currently they're north of the eastern provinces that have been annexed? So do you think they could start attacking south and probably taking back part of that territory?
Oh, do you think so? They come up north and then they come around and get back their territories? Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
If they have the backing of other countries, like I said,
they need the aid, but it's going to Israel because Israel needs a lot of help with their war against Hamas.
Yeah, just to carpet bomb Gaza. Yeah.
Hey, it's not indiscriminate. They're viable military targets.
No, if they plan it out, okay, so in my head, if I know the map right, so they're northwest of where Russia came in. They can go north and then back east and south to get back their territories. They
now
could,
and then and here and back again and everything.
They could,
everywhere,
otherwise they would just
otherwise
they would just hold the territories that they already have. Do you think if Russia surrenders, do you think Ukraine will take Russian territory, or do you think they'll just be like, we just want our territory back?
I think they're going to use it as bargaining chip, so they will not cede the territory unless Russia cedes some of the territory they've occupied. Now, I think with the territory that they've currently taken in Kursk and everything, I don't think they've taken enough to get all their territories back. So I think they'll get some of their territory back, but not all of it. And I think that probably the best thing for them to do is to just kind of take the L there, cede those territories or allow Russia to annex those territories. I know it really sucks, but I think Russia's definitely been dealt a huge blow. It's really fucked with their economy. One of Russia's reasons for invading was they didn't want the NATO borders to expand, but now Finland and Norway have joined NATO, which has drastically increased their borders. So, and what they should probably do is join the EU, join NATO, and I think if they join NATO, what's that?
And stop bitching.
Yeah.
Join up and quit your bitching. Man up.
No, John, what I was talking about, if Russia surrendered, do you think Ukraine would be like, okay, we got this territory, we want this now, or give us like Crimea back or something like that?
What do you mean if Russia surrenders?
Oh, do you think Ukraine's gonna surrender?
Well, I mean, if Russia surrendering means that they just put their hands up and it's like, I admit defeat. So there'd have to be a peace deal. So a mutual sort of end of the war.
Whatever your fucking definition is, because let's say Ukraine wins and it's like a stalemate, but they are the bigger. Ukraine is the bigger force, or the better. Do you think,
then they win?
Yeah. Do you think Ukraine is going to be? Of course, they're going to be like, we want our territory back. But do you think Ukraine is going to be like, we want our territory back and 1 or 2 or 3 pieces of what Ukraine already conquered? To be
and it's because of Trump. Because of Trump. Because of what Trump does, right?
No, I don't think that will happen. I think that they don't have enough land where they'd be able to negotiate. They'd be able to convince Russia to be like, hey, we're going to cede some of the territories that we took. I think in exchange to ceding the territories that Ukraine currently occupies, like in Kursk and everything, they'll get some of their territories back. I don't think Crimea, because Crimea, I think, is even more valuable than the 4 eastern provinces that they annexed. Because when it comes to maritime borders, it gives them a lot of control over that region of it's not the Mediterranean Sea, I forget what it's called, but it also it's a huge tactical advantage when it comes to their navy. So there's a lot of advantages when it comes to, I guess, just control over that specific region in the Mediterranean Sea as well. So I don't think, out of all I think maybe we'll get part of one of their eastern provinces back, because I think the territories that they control currently are only a fraction of the size of all of their various eastern provinces.
Yeah.
And alongside their North Korean comrades are under a lot of pressure from Ukrainian forces. Now, there have been some advances back into Kursk in territory that have been lost by the Ukrainians over the last few days and weeks. Whether or not Ukraine has been able to consolidate those positions, that's going to be the big question in the next few hours. But certainly, this bucks the trend of the last few weeks, where the kind of overall narrative was that Ukraine was slowly
dog there for like emotional support,
losing territory in Kursk,
No,
or generally
Hamas.
slowly losing territory in the east of the country as well. And it shows that
Hamas
even
infiltrator.
with the momentum slowly against Ukrainian forces, they still have the capacity to punch back, quite hard against the Russians.
And is it?
So, Shab, do you have anything to add here? What do you think will happen?
I think Putin is finally gonna come to the understanding that what he's been doing this whole time was bad. He's gonna say sorry, and him and the other really short guy are gonna hug, and they're gonna make peace.
I don't think he's going to say sorry. I think he's going to probably not follow through with what he claimed he was going to do, and then he's going to claim that it's a victory because he was able to annex some territory.
Significant, or is it for show?
I mean, any attack.
He's going to do like 1984 with what is it, Oceania, where Oceania has always been at war with East Asia or whatever. So even though he was claiming that they were going to completely dismantle Ukraine's current government, install their own provisionary government, and they were also going to annex all of these major territories to the east. I don't think they've successfully occupied all the territories they said that they were going to annex, and they didn't really follow through with, dismantling their government. And he also didn't follow through in accomplishing any operations at all within the time frame that he claimed that he was going to accomplish all of the original goals that he had. So, but he's going to do hey, we actually did win the war because, we did this stuff, and that's really what we were going to do all along.
So
So
a dictator said that they were going to take over parts of other countries that they thought that belonged to their country. Kind of like, Donald Trump thinking that Greenland needs to be part of the U.S., Canada needs to be part of the U.S., Panama needs to be part of the U.S., something like that.
Poland needs to be part of Germany.
Yes. Trump with Greenland, he's not the first president that has tried to buy Greenland. He's like the 5th president that's tried to do so. So, the United States trying to get Denmark to cede Greenland to them. They've been trying to do this for a while because there are a lot of benefits to controlling Greenland if you look at because a lot of people think of just a 2-dimensional map, a conventional map. If you look at a globe and you look at the North Pole and you look at the Arctic Ocean and everything, look at Greenland and you can see why the United States would want that when it comes to establishing naval bases and so forth. So there would be a huge tactical advantage. But the problem is Greenland is part of Denmark, and Denmark's part of NATO and is an ally to the United States. So they pretty much could utilize, I guess, Greenland as like some kind of naval base of operations, even without controlling the region. But the big area of concern is it's similar to like, why don't they just give independence to the different Native American reservations? It's like, well, if they do, what happens if they decide, you know what, we're going to let Russia or China have a base in this one reservation, this territory that's right in the middle of the U.S. mainland? Sort of like the Cuban Missile Crisis and everything. No longer part of the U.S., and then like they have independence and so forth, and then they can allow Russia to like establish their own sort of like military strongholds there. So the fear is if Greenland does secede from Denmark, then what happens if they decide to, I guess, open up relations with enemies of the West? What happens if they decide that, you know what, they're going to give Russia they're going to allow Russia to establish bases and stuff in Greenland. And then you look at you look at a globe, you look at the North Pole, and then you look at how that would really fuck with, I guess, the logistics, the tactics when it comes to the maritime borders, because Greenland's pretty big. It gives access to quite a bit of maritime space, and if a competing power is able to establish some kind of dominance there, then they no longer have the control that they do, and it would create this, I guess, notable stronghold that's right in the middle of Europe and Canada. And currently NATO controls pretty much all of that space in the North Atlantic, but then that would create this huge buffer area that definitely takes, seizes that advantage that NATO has.
Right, we've heard about 2 tanks and about half a dozen armored vehicles, so it does seem to be a lot of resources being dedicated to this. That is significant. It also sends a very clear message.
Now, what's odd is Greenland's considered its own country, even though it's not really.
It relies on Denmark a lot as far as trade.
Well, with trade, but Denmark has a lot of control and governance over it. So it's not like I'm joking about with Britain and some of the politics with Australia and Canada and so forth, but Denmark does still have a lot of not just influence, but they do make a lot of major decisions when it comes to international trade. They have all the say when it comes to their military. So, I mean, any external politics, they make all the decisions. That would be if in Canada, the UK made every single decision when it came to international trade, any treaties, any sort of military decisions. And that's what it was like in prior to World War II with all their dominions in Britain, is that the dominions pretty much made their own laws, so that it was kind of like being a state of the US, where they make all their own laws internally, but any sort of external sort of decisions were made by the British government. So they essentially, what's that?
Greenland's more autonomous than, fucking Canada or Australia.
What do you mean, currently?
Autonomous? Yeah. Currently, they're more autonomous than Canada and Australia.
You mean on paper?
I don't fucking know. As far as what I've seen and heard, yeah, they're more autonomous. As far as
I don't think Greenland's more autonomous than Australia.
That Ukraine is not down and out like some people had started saying, and also you have to think in the broader context of ceasefire talks, which we know are looming, or certainly they are looming in the mind of Donald Trump. Kursk in particular is seen by the Ukrainians as a bargaining chip, as a way to come to the table with something to bargain with, and President Zelensky has been clear on that. So it's certainly significant in the amount of resources that has been put into it, but also will have very serious diplomatic consequences if and when ceasefire talks happen.
Yeah, okay. On that, we've been hearing over the weekend an interesting piece in the Times yesterday that considered the
So Dorado says, talk about how it started 2014. Crimea wanted to secede to Russia. Well, I don't think they actually had a referendum. So the problem is, even if they want to secede, there's a more formal and appropriate way to do that. Now, the problem is that it's kind of like, what if a U.S. state wants to secede? And there's a very large vote. It's just, how do you go about that? In the modern
Crimea was even less so than Taiwan, wasn't it?
Yeah, and
Taiwan at least had the referendum.
Yeah, so it is sort of like in that predicament where a very large percentage of the people don't want to be part of the country that they're tied to. Should there, and that's where there needs to be more international policy. So that's the thing. So if we want to go down the route of globalism, and we want to give the UN some kind of not jurisdiction, but they have some sort of policing when it comes to something like that, where, hey, if a particular territory wants to secede, and there's like an overwhelming majority, a super majority, then they should be granted the right of a referendum. And there was something like that when it came to colonies. So when World War II ended and the UN was initially established, one of the first decisions they made is that, hey, all colonies need to be granted like the right to secede, and they need to be given like a referendum. And it was something like they need to have 3 referendums, and if they vote to stay after the 3rd referendum, then they can be considered like an official territory of that country. And that's what happened in like North Catalonia or whatever. I don't know how to pronounce it. With France. Yeah. But the issue is, what if it's a territory that doesn't really fall within the realm of a colony? What do you do then? And then people mention that, like, this is something with the Soviet Union. When they collapsed, they had a lot of control over, like, hey, which particular territories are going to be part of which particular nation that secedes from the Soviet Union. So you can blame the Russian government for that. The fact that, hey, there's all these territories where they were much more loyal to the Russian government than the Ukrainian government. So maybe that's Russia's fault. And if that's the case, then there's diplomacy. There's a better way to go about that. So Russia could have just, you know what, tried to, in UN, maybe they could propose to the UN that, hey, like, shouldn't these nations that want to be sovereign or whatever, should they have the right to secede? Maybe they could try to use their influence to just sort of campaign and show that, you know what, maybe they should have the right to this, and then it would draw more attention to it. And that way, maybe Ukraine would be like, okay, fine, we'll give them a referendum. Or also, it's like Russia, if they really cared about the people, and that's the logic, then why doesn't Russia just grant citizenship to any of the people in those territories?
Also, there's been recent examples of that. Do you remember the Dakota pipeline?
Yeah.
Okay. So it was from Canada to North Dakota, South Dakota, and probably, I think, Nebraska. Around that time, reservations wanted to have their own little state, or like either sovereign state or just a different state. And then there was, not so recently, I think parts of Idaho wanted to involve a lot of countries, envelop a lot of, whatever the word is, but Eastern Oregon counties wanted to
they wanted to become an Idaho county.
Yeah.
I'm from Oregon, so I know all about that.
Yeah, so just because 90% of people wanted to do it, 1, doesn't mean it's legal. 2, doesn't mean you need to have a military to be like, oh, this is mine now.
And the other issue is, like, if a town wants to secede, should they be allowed to secede? If a municipality wants to secede from a state, should they be allowed to secede from the country? So it's like, what if a little part of, like, some province in Canada or some state in India wants to secede?
Yeah, eventually you get the Family Guy episode where Peter declares his house Peoria.
Yeah, so where does it begin, when does it end? And this is where, with a lot of things, they can't really be fixed overnight. So this is where the professional way to do things is, it's going to be more gradual. So if these territories want to secede, if Russia really cares, then there's a way you can go about it that doesn't result in war and like hundreds of thousands of innocent people dying. So that's where you know what, sometimes you can't get everything you want immediately. You can't. You got to be satisfied with not having instant gratification.
Efforts that the Ukrainian government are making to try to, through back channels largely, influence the thinking of Donald Trump and what currently his transition team, what will eventually be his administration, to try, I guess, Alex, I guess trying to sort of push him away from his the instincts that he may have for handing over territory to Russia. Do you think that? I mean, A, to what extent is that happening, and B, is it likely to be successful?
I mean, it's happening in a big way. We know that the philosophy of the presidential office of Ukraine has changed on the kind of media they want to do. They want to focus on media outlets that have more of a reach within Trump's base, Trump's supporters, and of course his transition team. That is a big priority for them. And you're right, they have been working through back channels, trying to discuss these things with Keith Kellogg, the U.S. envoy that Donald Trump will appoint as U.S. envoy to Russia and Ukraine.
Well, we got
and
an
we have
actual
also seen
owner of Hawk Tua coin in here.
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
Never mind all this fucking global conflict talk.
Yes, Hawk Tua and Skibbity Toilet. That's what it's all about.
That was the biggest dump ever.
Then we would get Shab talking.
the very successful podcast with Lex Friedman, which was published, a 3-hour conversation with President Zelensky.
Spit on that thing like a good girl, Shabisky.
Trump is like 6'4". One of my
clearly is going.
No, he is
some level of flattery or something.
One of my friends, he worked for Kristi Noem, my governor, and of course Kristi Noem is a fucking on the Trump train. And while he was campaigning and she was campaigning, he actually met him, and he's like my friend is like 6'5", 6'6". They're about the same fucking height.
See, like, according to Google, Donald Trump is 6'3", but then I looked up the height of Vladimir Zelensky, and he's 5'7".
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's like-
me. I'm 5'7".
Yeah, and
Yeah,
it's
Crow's
like,
short.
and it's like I tower over you. If I was 6'3", that would be a good amount even taller than what I already am. He looks like he's not too much taller than I don't look at Trump here and think if I saw him in person I would like be looking up at some huge guy like I'd be like feel like I'd be looking down.
Here's the thing. His eyebrows look like they are higher than the top of his head, Zelensky's. So are you like? I remember being near Crow, like where my eyebrows were kind of like glossing over Crow's like cranium.
Yeah, but you're short.
So, like I said,
I'm short, so that's why my eyebrows were above his cranium.
He was like at my chin level or my nipples.
I'm fucking short. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he was probably at nipple level, I'd say.
Dude, Shab, you're shorter than me.
I don't
Guys,
recall.
The shortest one is on blue.
Trump
duty.
wears lifts, okay? You can tell by, any picture of his feet. You can see he's wearing 6-inch lifts. If he claims to be, take 6 inches off the height he claims he's.
Wait, height or length? Because it's probably.
Yeah, I would say Bill Hicks and I were kind of like a similar height. We were like the tallest ones at the meetup. Bill Hicks might be a little bit taller. But yeah, Shab was shorter than me. And then taller than Skeptical Jesus. I think Shab's like the same height as Skeptical Jesus. And then Crow was the shortest one there.
Making Donald Trump feel like he is the linchpin in these negotiations.
Yeah. But everyone else,
who was wearing lifts though?
And
Were
he's
you
a
wearing
cop.
lifts though?
No, we need to get him some of
really-
those.
Really high heel shoes.
One of the suggestions,
You would look good in high heels.
for at least a
Crow.
symbolic
Wait,
gesture, was
Billy Gray says he's blocked. I just got a random message from Billy Gray. He says, "Why am I blocked everywhere?" It's like, huh?
Trump could be the
Who's
first
blocked?
foreign leader to land in Kyiv by
Billy
plane
Gray.
when the war ends or when a
I don't remember half of my life. Okay, he's drunk.
ceasefire is agreed, giving him that honor and nobody else. He said, President Zelensky saying that Donald Trump has the strength to figure out a deal. He also slightly threw European leaders under the bus by saying, well, European leaders, every time Zelensky gets off the phone with Trump, well, the European leaders say, well, how did it go? What was he like? Etc. And he says that's never happened with any other US president. And he also adds that Vladimir Putin is scared of Trump. And part of making the deal as well, a really interesting nugget in that conversation, Volodymyr Zelensky saying that any seized Russian assets, we know that that's been happening across Europe, could be spent on US weapons after a ceasefire to assure Ukraine's security. So really going all out to really appeal to that Trump team and get a deal. We've already seen that diplomacy happening in Paris when President Zelensky met with...
Chab, who's that? Guy in the middle. No one tell him. Literally every stream he pops up and I tell you who he is.
It kind of sounds like a pasta.
Don't read the chat.
That's a great hint.
His name is Fettuccine Alfredo.
No.
Just based on the hint, I'm going to say Macron.
Yep,
macaroni and cheese.
But certainly a big media and diplomatic.
Chad, I'm sorry. we do these streams once a
You
week.
better be sorry. It's about time.
It's like NATO is one of the
German,
things that comes up like every stream, and if you ask Chad what NATO is, he
God.
won't tell you. He won't be able to tell you.
What?
We have all these like major
What's the
political
cool guy club? NATO.
I don't know what NATO is either.
What's that?
What's NATO?
North
The North-
American Treaty
Not
Organization.
North American.
North,
North
North
Atlantic.
Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Organization, yeah. And it's
Yeah, but what's
where
that mean?
pretty much if one country that's a NATO state gets attacked, all the other NATO states are required to come to its aid.
That's different than the United Nations.
Yes, the United Nations is pretty much a global council that pretty much every country on the planet is a part of.
Okay,
But NATO, it consists of Turkey, most European countries, Canada, and the United States. So it is the strongest military alliance on the planet. And it requires any of its members to spend, I think, a minimum of like 4% of their GDP on the military.
Gene.
So, what?
How about this? For a test for you. How many countries are part of NAMBLA?
NAMBLA?
NAMBLA.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
spending too
idiot.
much time with
Maybe you
Dan.
should try doing more research.
It's just the one island of Epstein.
I don't know what that is. So what is it? I have a feeling it's just bullshit.
No, it's you didn't watch South Park. It's what is it?
Oh yeah. So yeah, it's bullshit.
No, it's a real thing.
National
It's a real
American
thing.
Man Boy Love Association.
Okay.
I forgot that episode. That shit's fucking.
Yeah, it's a real
wild.
thing in South Park, so it's not relevant to actual legit global politics.
Wait, you don't
Yeah,
think
but
NAMBLA is
we
real
should watch
life?
that episode sometime.
That's happening one year.
Gene.
Chab. Oh, Chab's like, it's not a thing in real life? Huh?
Yeah, it's a real
In Portugal,
thing.
Korea, presumably, characters like
It's a real thing?
Yeah, I look it up and
It
it's
is a real
not.
thing.
Yeah, you stupid.
North American Man Boy Love Association.
Man/boy love association.
Just to make Gene type it in.
Yeah, man/boy. So the relationship between man and boy.
Oh god, it's
Also,
on the Wikipedia
The
page.
National Association of
Oh,
Marlon
no.
Brando lookalikes.
I wish
posted
that
to
it was
social
that
media
instead.
in the hours after his victory. One of the first things that he posted actually in the hours after Donald Trump's victory was that the allowance that Zelensky has relied on, the pocket money, is to dry up.
He's like,
Donald
oh,
Trump's was a good question, actually.
that's
Donald Trump's man, which of Russian
real.
competing forces is
We're
happy to win out?
stupid.
I mean,
This
if I-
is
I-
so
I-
dumb.
Card-carrying member,
the
he
answer to a lot of
knows
different
it's
questions.
real.
Guys,
It's
all right,
very hard to
but
and that was the
I
gamble, right?
discovered that
Yes, I
there
know
is-
it's real. Okay, from experience.
There are
What?
now there were anamorph transformers, right?
Yeah.
What?
Okay, back on topic.
Transformers based on the anamorph. You remember the
Eddie
kids'
says-
novels with the anamorphs?
The people that
Kid
turned into
novels.
animals. Like, see.
Yeah. You remember the cover arts of those where there was like a kid morphing into like a dog
Yeah.
or something like that?
Yeah.
Is seen as a
Well, they
considerable
made
of war, and also
Transformers
is
based on those
unpredictable,
books.
which, speaking to Ukrainians every day, they say, well, that unpredictability is either going to be very, very, very good.
Gene doesn't like Transformers.
Russia
That's
says
his
it's
least
fighting back
favorite
against a new
movie.
Ukraine.
Yeah. Well, it's not my least
Is it-
favorite movie, but I'd say
Is it anime? It's not
yeah.
You're
That's
talking about the
anime.
Michael Bay movies.
Yeah, that's anime.
Ukrainian attack
That's
in the
anime.
country's Kursk region.
Exactly.
Ukrainian troops broke across the border
Yeah,
in a
Gene's
surprising incursion in
transformed.
August with the aim of
Well,
seizing
the Transformers in the movie, they're CG. CG's animation. So, yeah. It's anime.
No, anime is just that Japanese crap with the big eyes. That's basically porn.
Powerpuff Girls, anime.
a chunk of territory which could provide Kiev
Powerpuff Girls
potential peace talks.
looks like
Sunday,
anime.
Moscow said its forces
Powerpuff
were beating
Girls
back
is like a
Ukrainians.
parody.
Reports from
of
Russian
anime.
military bloggers suggested the Russian side had come under heavy pressure, while Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said Russian and North Korean troops suffered heavy losses.
Oh, Billy Gray, are you going to donate to Shab? Shab's poor as fuck. He needs people to donate to him.
Yeah, Billy Gray, help me. I'm
conflict with both sides
poor.
seeking to strengthen their negotiating hand ahead of Donald
He's
Trump's
trying
approach
to
the White House.
speed run killing his liver, help fund the science
Yay.
experiment.
I'm the greatest.
Joining us now to get a sense of what's happening in
Now, Shab, didn't your doctor tell you not to drink because you have a bunch of kidney stones?
No.
I'm pretty sure his doctor told him to drink. He's like,
you have
comes in, he's like,
No, actually, I got angry and started beating a bunch of people because I couldn't find any beer, so my doctor recommended I drink more beer and buy more beer so I don't beat as much people.
joined by France 24's
Yeah, just kill enough of your brain cells and lobotomize yourself so that way
yes,
you're just a vegetable and you can't harm other people.
Yeah. When the doctor told him to drink, just random people on the street see him and like, you need to be drinking, son. Like,
yeah,
I'm like,
is this offensive?
Well, like Bender from Futurama. When I don't drink, I get all fucked up.
Yeah, no.
Makes sense.
I'm the same way with weed.
What was that, a dragon?
Yeah,
it was a dragon.
It was Harry Potter on his broom.
Playing some Quidditch.
So
here he comes. Goodbye, he got the Quidditch ball.
Air Force enigma that people have been talking about is, for a while, Ukraine didn't really have much of an Air Force at all. And Russia had superiority when it came to the Air Force, but they weren't utilizing their Air Force whatsoever.
Well, they were afraid the aliens were going to get them.
Yeah, but now the U.S. and has donated a ton of, like, what is it, F-15 fighter jets and everything, and a bunch of very notable like aircraft, and they've given the Ukrainian soldier or the Ukrainian troop pilots training. So Russia's kind of fucked now, because now that's not an advantage they have at all, and they kind of wasted that period of time that they had where they could actually utilize it.
Wait, how?
Yeah, and they're asking America, is like, can we use the Iron Man suit? And they're like, we don't have an Iron Man suit. And they're like,
yet.
Sure.
All you got to do is take one of those.
Let us use the Iron Man suit.
They've got plenty of exoskeleton technology out there, and we've discovered transparent aluminum, which is just as bulletproof as bulletproof glass, just much lighter and much less of it is required. So you just put that as the outer shell of it, and then if somebody dies in it, you'll see them all gored up to fuck inside, and that will be an effective psychological warfare tool.
But how sad is it that, like, Russia's like, oh, we're so strong. Yeah, all your stuff is from like 1960, and then Ukraine's like, hey, we need help, and then the United States like, oh yeah, we have all this stuff from 1980. You can have.
What's their standard rifle?
A musket.
I don't know. But, but China, they're a pretty decent adversary when it comes to their navy, at least on paper, in terms of the naval tech that they have. But Russia has a very strong air force. So when it comes to their tech, a lot of their
they're a decent adversary.
Yeah.
Like the where it's Ivan Drago versus or Clubber Lang. I'd say China's more like Clubber Lang. Right?
China has
Drago's definitely Russia. Okay.
Their current infantry rifle is the AK-12, which is okay. It was deployed in 2018. It's not that out of date, but
China has fishing boats with one goddamn machine gun, and they call that a fucking their navy. Like they have a.
I'm fairly certain they have much more than that.
There's been a couple incidents in the history of China and Japan that makes China a little afraid of building a navy, all right?
Fishing boats, just because the name of their boats is junk, doesn't mean that they're junk, okay? It's just what they call boats in China. Junk. Okay.
China has a pretty decent navy, so I don't.
Well, when the United
let's hope
States,
a typhoon doesn't come back for round 3.
when you can have a literal city of soldiers on a fucking aircraft carrier, and then some like a country has like a couple hundred boats with a couple of machine guns and torpedoes.
China's got some aircraft carriers as well. They don't have as many as the United States. The United States has like 5 times more than any other country. Only like 11 countries have aircraft carriers, and very few have more than even one. In the United States, yeah,
but the future wars are going to be fought with drone technology, and they are the world's leading manufacturer of all the drone technology, all the chips that go into the infrastructure of making the military that we're going to be needing is coming from China.
No, it's coming from Taiwan. All the chips.
Yeah. And also, still, with drones, you need to transport them across the Pacific or Atlantic Oceans. So you still need a decent navy to do that. And, here, I'm trying to look up. Here, chat, talk to the chat.
They don't like me in there.
You know what? You know it's a good ass movie? Predator. Predator, right? Predator is a great ass movie. If you guys haven't seen Predator, you're missing out.
Oh, is that the one with
movie
Chris
about my
Hansen?
uncle?
I like the sequel more.
Not what? You contrarian weirdo.
Danny Glover's more likable than Schwarzenegger.
Oh,
are you kidding me?
You are.
Whoa, Gene just dropped the hard R.
That's just weird.
I like how it was pretty much they took the drug war and they just threw a Predator in there.
Yeah, and then Chris Hansen's like,
No.
"Did you come to this?"
Now, if they threw Mel Gibson in there and it was like Lethal Weapon versus Predator, then it would have been even better.
Maybe that. But we got Bill Paxton. Bill Paxton's in the movie. It's just kind of just there.
Oh, did you know that
Gary Busey shows up for a minute, dies?
Did you know in the original Predator, the whole hand knife thing, that was all real? And Bill Paxton was scared out of his fucking mind when they did that.
You mean Aliens? In Aliens?
Of Aliens.
Oh, fuck, yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. Aliens, yes.
Predator, or whatever the fuck. It's the same thing.
That's right. Now, they did speed it up a little bit. They sped it up. So he wasn't going quite that fast, but yeah.
He was still
was a real
fucking
thing.
shitting his pants.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he was still shitting his pants. But they totally sped it up. Bill Paxton, his best roles are as that guy in the movie, right? You know, his lead roles,
He's a that
He's
guy
always-
actor.
Like he was just that guy in Terminator, who stops naked Arnold Schwarzenegger in the street and decides to make fun of him. Like, that was a bad idea.
Okay, here. I found a good list. So this is when it comes to their missile cruisers, they have 60, 90, 96 missile cruisers. Then when it comes to their frigates, it looks like they don't even give the number, they just list them all. Looks like they have
No. They didn't give the number, they didn't listen to. Sure, they didn't forget.
No, they're listing the names of like
they knew the number, but they forget.
Destroyers and frigates in service, 69 in service. Then landing ships, 96. Amphibious warfare ships, 3 in service. They have 1 aircraft carrier in service. And they have a ton under construction. So it looks like they're really investing in that currently.
Get out of here. The problem is they're all driven by Chinese.
They're going to crash into each other.
There's one thing I discussed when it comes to military is it doesn't include corruption, and China's well known for cronyism.
But they're terrible drivers. I mean, they're the worst. They're worse than women at driving. I mean,
well, we're not talking about the Army. We're talking about the Navy. Difference.
Well, they can't be that good at boat driving either.
Boat driving.
What? Why weren't there any female
Women
pirates?
can't use boats. It does horrible things to their uteruses.
Oh, and then
a pilot was like lost over the Indian Ocean or something like 100 years ago.
And they can't fly either. By evidence, Amelia Earhart. Where'd she go? Exactly.
It says mine countermeasure vessels, 107. Patrol vessels, 231. Replenishment oilers, 7. And then, where does it include submarines? Don't see anything for that.
Well, those are
conventionally powered submarines, 54. Nuclear powered submarines, 9. And it looks like when it comes to all of these types of vessels, they have a lot that are in production. So, and I know with Taiwan, they did a, what is it? With a supercomputer, they conducted these war games and so forth, and these calculations with a supercomputer, and they found that they would be able to fight off an invasion from China with the assistance if the United States got involved. But the United States would suffer great losses and casualties, and a very large amount of their vessels deployed would be destroyed. So there's this.
We can defeat China at a heavy losses.
Yeah. So it's that cost-benefit analysis of is it worth it?
No. It's not. We're talking about major superpowers. We're not talking about short conflicts. If America's gonna go eyeball to eyeball with we're locking horns with China, it's going to be a long battle. And the problem is China's manufacturing capacity outdoes us by 25 times. All right.
However,
all these they have factories out the ass that can all be easily outfitted for wartime. We don't have the kind of factories they do.
Well,
they have spare cities.
Here's the issue with China is that the kind of like what you're talking about, that particular asset isn't going to really exist for that long because they have an aging population. It's something like it's 6 adults per child because of the one-child policy. So because of that, there is this drastically aging population. So they're going to reach this point in like 10, 20 years where they're going to have more people of retirement age than they're going to have working class adults. So currently they can't even generate their own economy. They have to rely on outsourcing work and labor or also like goods and everything to generate an economy. And now India and Indonesia are really cutting into that sort of outsource like sort of market. And what's going to happen is because India didn't establish that stupid one-child policy, their major allies, same thing with Indonesia, they pissed them off. So there's this one alliance they have in the East. Like I know the Philippines, South Korea, Japan, they're all part of it. But Indonesia and China are definitely going to kind of take the place. Same thing with Nigeria. They're going to take the place of like China on the world stage when it comes to exporting labor. And China's going to probably go through a depression if they don't do something about it because of their rapid aging population. So they're kind of fucked.
Right. Okay, wait.
Yeah.
But these transformer animorphs.
Moving on.
Okay. They were made in China. Okay.
China.
China. Your Transformer. If China can make Transformer Animorphs. Right?
Ukraine is right now launching a counterattack against Russian forces in the border region of Kursk. One top Ukrainian
China's an unstoppable force. You want to stop them? You can't stop them.
In August, managing to hold much of the area despite Russian efforts aided by
participation at the level that they're currently at. So if that happens,
okay. Do you think we've?
I am going.
We're good. War in Ukraine.
What's that?
We're good.
I am going to head out. Thanks for having me. Bye bye.
Hasta la
Have a
vista.
good night.
Good night.
Hasta la pizza.
Or no, that's Schwarzenegger saying. Maybe I should find a Danny Glover saying.
I'm too old for this shit. That's his saying. I'm too old for this shit.
Now, what did you think? Okay, never mind. I'm not going to let you derail me. I was going to ask about the Predator or Prey movie, but
it is continuing to capture towns.
The Prey movie is pretty good.
Taking the industrial town of Kurakove and the village of Dachensky. It says both are important logistics hubs. And Ukraine has launched a new offensive in the Russian region of Kursk. The incursion near Sucha follows.
It's like a prequel to Prey.
Russia's military has played down the scale.
It's like a Native American chick who's getting.
Oh, Crow said he hated it because it was just a bunch of feminist propaganda.
No, I didn't.
Feminist propaganda.
No, I didn't say
said,
that.
and I quote, "This movie sucks because it has women in it." I remember
Crow.
him saying that.
Oh, okay, right.
No,
What a jerk.
No. There is a.
There were women in it. There was a woman.
Yeah, I just thought it was gay porn. There was no butt sex.
Okay, we've covered all the topics in the title. Now, next topic.
No. We're going to talk about this gay porn I saw. It's really good.
Camp in southern Gaza,
Just have to get past all the gay porn. The story is really good.
Not for a checkup, but to confirm her cause of death.
I had a good message.
Mahmoud says he found Sila early in the morning.
Father and son.
The doctor.
Performances are really strong.
She wasn't the tint.
It's like okay. Somebody's trying to get me to watch the Moonlight.
We are getting into something
Moonlight won
pretty.
Best Picture, and it's gay.
We are getting into something pretty serious, so let's take in the gravity of the situation.
Moonlight was really serious. It was a really serious movie about gay
Baby
black
Sila froze
guys.
to death.
So it's like,
Her mother Nariman weeps at her burial.
okay.
I swear we are dying from the cold. She says it's freezing. Inside the
I
family
don't like the
tents with
person that
no
got to
heating.
do her voice.
But winter's coming, and or winter's here, so now a bunch of them are dying of hypothermia.
Coldness. It's too cold.
But it's also because of the famine going on. There's malnourishment, so it's a lot harder to cope with freezing temperatures when your immune system, well, not just your immune system, but pretty much every single organ system in your body isn't functioning properly. Plus, a lot of the power is down. There's not a lot of shelter. You notice like a lot of the buildings have been destroyed. So when they're living in these sort of like makeshift tent encampments and they're not properly fed and they lack medicine, and even a minor cut can lead to really serious infections. Diseases are spreading because they're held in close confinement within like a medieval style siege. Things are getting really, really fucking bad. And one thing that's being discussed is similar to like the Holodomor in like the Soviet Union, that was in Ukraine, where Stalin, because he wanted to prove to the Soviet Union that communism works and they're able to efficiently feed all the citizens, he decided, okay, Ukraine, we're just going to seize all the food from this one territory and distribute it, so that way only this one territory will suffer. But we're not going to let anybody leave Ukraine because we don't want them telling everybody about the fact that they're not actually following through with the logistics when it comes to the food production. So then there was a mass famine, one of the deadliest famines in human history. And the thing is, when it comes to famines, it takes a certain amount of time for people to die due to malnourishment. And when a large amount of people are dealing with malnourishment, what's going to happen is you're not going to see a lot of deaths right away, but you're going to get to this point in time where this is the point in time where scurvy or rickets, whatever the disease is due to malnourishment, runs its course, and then large amounts of people start dropping dead all at once. So the casualties are currently in the tens of thousands. I think they've entered the triple digits. So the problem is, if a large amount of people start dying due to malnourishment, we might actually enter that 7-digit mark. I don't know.
Yeah.
Years for her.
Gotta save some energy for the end of the game, right? And get those big points at the end of the game.
One argument people make, Teddy, is that they voted Hamas into office, and that it's a lot of these people, they're Hamas militants and so forth. So in this shot right here, what percentage of the people here do you think voted for Hamas, and what percentage of them do you think have acted as Hamas militants?
It's just the kids, not the adults.
The babies.
Just the babies. Yeah, the babies voted for Hamas.
The babies definitely all voted for Hamas. Yes,
exactly.
All I want is a good tent, she says. Clothes for the children. Something to make them warm. Fear echoed across Gaza's encampments as the biting cold has claimed the lives of at least 5 Palestinian children within the last week, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. The UNRWA Commissioner General is pointing to the lack of shelter, with blankets, mattresses, and other winter supplies stuck in the region for...
And just recently, in the last week, they destroyed the last functioning hospital in Gaza.
Months, waiting for approval to get into Gaza. In a statement to NBC News, the Israeli military says it has allowed in 24,000 tons of winter supplies since the beginning of the war. Yahya Albatron says he only had 1 electric blanket for his twins, born a month premature. Each day he'd go to a nearby hospital for electricity to charge it, all for just 3 hours of warmth for his boys. It wasn't enough. Baby Juma died yesterday. My children are dying in front of my eyes, he says. Juma's twin brother Ali is being treated for hypothermia. Doctors say he's unlikely to survive. He ran away from the north, from the bombing, he says, only to die from cold and starvation. Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News.
Thanks for watching. Stay on.
Nah, fuck you. Next vid.
Well, at least they got food.
Hey.
Today, the UN Human Rights Office said that Israel's military operations in Gaza...
Oh, so Sonic the Hedgehog 101 says Islam is evil. What about Christianity and Judaism and Hinduism and Sikhism?
Sonic 101 said that in the chat.
Oh, yep.
We're going down this road.
Okay, I
Sonic
hope
101,
they're
Islam
trolls.
causes this, not Jews. Islam causes this, not Jews, he says.
I think it's the IDF and the Israeli government. And I think it's a long history of political turmoil that stems from, the British mandate that happened after World War II. And I think there's nuance and it's complicated. And there's not just one specific thing that you can blame it on. But, critical thinking, nuance, what's that?
Islam's caused it, not Jews. Well, I mean,
yes.
Islam did a bunch. Jews did a bunch.
Okay.
Frankly, the Middle East is a place that is very prone to violence, prone to this kind of stuff. I mean, terrorism has been going on in the Middle East well before I was born, right? And these conflicts over land, over stuff, right, has been going on forever. I'm so tired of the conflicts in the Middle East, right? So tired. You know what I mean? I just can't. I can't anymore.
Oh my god.
Okay, so they said not trolling. Islam was spread through war for centuries. Christianity was also spread through war for centuries.
They don't have to be. It don't have to be good. There doesn't have to be any good guys.
Yeah.
I don't like the Christians either.
Well,
I always
okay,
say
so
we always say the Christians are cool.
so they're like Islam is bad. Do you know what Islam was based off of? Christianity. Do you know what Christianity was based off of? Judaism. The Abraham
point is,
you fucking idiot. Oh my god.
And Christianity and the Catholic Church took a whole bunch from the Romans at the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I mean, look at all of the wars that happened due to that were like where Christianity was a catalyst, and then it's like the no true Christian fallacy, the no true Muslim fallacy. It's like if you're going to claim that, well, that wasn't true Christianity, then none of the wars that are associated with Islam were due to Islam. And if all those wars were due to Islam, then all those wars that were like associated with Christianity were due to Christianity. So it's just you have this clear Western bias. Yes, Christianity spread through war.
And yeah, Christianity spread through war.
I agree with Anthony. Like, forget religion. This is colonialism. Exactly. This is an offset of like European colonialism. This most of this is due to like post World War II. Well, World War I, when Britain and France, like the Ottoman Empire, allied with Germany and Austria-Hungary in World War I. So they divided all the territories of the Ottoman Empire amongst themselves, Britain and France. And then post-World War II, Britain and France and a lot of the European powers kind of fucked up the planet. A lot of issues going on today are byproducts of colonialism. So you look at India and Pakistan.
Hey, Sonic the Hedgehog is now defending the Crusades. So I don't know.
Oh, that's a fucking sentence right there.
Yeah, that was God wills it. It was a divine will theory. If God didn't want us like invading like the Holy Land, then He wouldn't like allow us to do it. The fact that He's allowing us to do it shows that He wants us to do it. God wills it.
Also, if Christianity was right and the Crusades were good, then Constantinople wouldn't be Istanbul right now, would it? If Christianity was
it pretty much ended with like the Muslim territories, and they gained control of the region. So God wills it. So if we're gonna play that stupid game, that's what it resulted in.
Well, when was it with the when Saudi Arabia stopped being like a cultural center and that religion started? When did they say that numbers were evil? Because there was a Islamic leader that said numbers were evil, and they stopped being like the world center for science, mathematics, and a lot of other things.
Well, the Muslim countries at the time, I do believe it was the 13th century, where Islam, the Muslim countries, had their like most scientific peak, where they were doing all their fucking stuff, and there's just one fucking thing that I just like one thing that people nowadays, especially in America, if you ask them if Arabic numerals should be taught in schools in America, most people would say no. Arabic numerals should not be taught in school. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Should not be taught.
That's a loaded question. The same with fuck. Or should we ban like whatever the scientific term for the water, not just H2O, but what it is like, because it sounds all scary, dihydrochloride. You know what I mean?
Well, no, that's different. But apparently, we don't know our history at all, though.
Well, we don't know science. People are stupid as hell. People don't know nothing. We don't know our geography. People don't know geography at all. They don't know where our own states are. We don't know nothing.
Yeah, which is
okay. So the Sonic dude said, "Oh, so you're not going to bring up why the Ottomans killed 500,000 Christians?
The Ottoman Empire?
Okay, so
yeah,
you're talking about a genocide towards Christians. Well, there's also been plenty of genocides towards Muslims. And do you remember in Bosnia? There's a big genocide that happened in the fucking 90s where they killed like over 100,000 Muslims? That's much more recent than the Ottoman Empire.
And you don't know your history at all.
That's not even.
You don't know
shit.
your history.
That's not even shit compared to Catholics and Christians coming to the New World, Incan Empire, Aztec Empire, Native Americans, North America.
All the Inquisitions, the British, French, Spanish Inquisition, the 30 Years' War. There were all these fucking wars over Christianity that resulted in close to millions of people dying. I know the 30 Years' War was one of the deadliest wars in all of human history. It's up there in the top 10, top 20. And you had all these global conflicts over the Protestants versus the Catholics, different Christian groups persecuting other Christian groups, persecuting Jewish people. I mean, but the Nazis weren't Christian, even though Hitler was pretty openly, at least he liked to associate with Christianity a lot. So are we going to pay attention to the Jewish fucking Holocaust?
The Catholic Church turned a blind eye to the Nazis.
Yeah, they had a treaty with the fucking Nazis, but I mean, clearly Christianity is not worth criticizing. It's just Islam. And again, I agree that you see plenty of cases of different Islamic-centric governments or Islamic organizations engaging in things like terrorist and genocide, but you also see the same things with Christianity. And like I said, in Bosnia...
Vatican, whatever, the Italy was part of the Axis of Evil. With the Vatican, it was a separate thing in that country, but sure, whatever. Sure.
Yeah, they fucking backed down, though, and as soon as Mussolini got fucking killed, burned, pissed on, but the Catholic Church, they gave refuge, they faked passports for Nazi higher-ups to go to Argentina, Brazil, and all those South American countries.
Oh, yeah. Skippy Jesus is like, did he say he likes the Ottoman Empire? When did I say I was pro-Ottoman Empire? I mentioned that after World War I...
You say it all the time. You mention it all the time. Just the other day, you were like, hey, I love the Ottoman Empire. And I was like, that's an odd thing to say.
The reason I brought up the Ottoman Empire is because we're discussing Britain, France controlling those territories. So that's a necessary timestamp to discuss.
You are defending the Ottoman Empire. So you do like the Ottoman Empire.
I'm not defending
You are
them.
an Ottoman Empire apologist. Ottoman Empire apologist.
So,
wait,
John, do you believe that Hitler had SS? All of the SS were Muslim.
No, I think that is bullshit, and that person is not grounded in reality if they honestly believe that.
Hitler had SS that came from Middle East. They were Muslim. See, this guy knows what he's talking about.
Draco, that seems plausible.
This is next level stuff. Hitler was a Muslim, or Hitler had Muslims. Ottoman Empire gave refuge to Jews in Palestine. Okay.
Look, Britain and France did a lot of fucked up stuff when they controlled the planet, when they colonized most of the globe. So the Ottoman Empire did a lot of fucked up shit, but so did Britain and France. Like, you do know that there is this thing known as the transatlantic slave trade. And this isn't defend America, but
my favorite slave trade.
Yeah, you do know that most of the slaves in the transatlantic slave trade were
lands.
No, like
Billy said,
"Damn it, Teddy!
Anyone see this?" He said, "Can anyone see this? I think I'm blocked." And I said, "Billy, I can see you." And then somebody fucked up Jesus says, "No, you're not blocked, Billy." Okay. And then Billy says, "Let me know, please."
But
and
Britain
then
and
skeptical
France,
Jesus, I don't think you are Billy.
most of the slaves in the transatlantic slave trade were trafficked to British and French territories, and Brazil. Brazil was a Portuguese territory, but in the end, it's like, and then you had the East Indian trading companies, which that lasted longer than the transatlantic slave trade, and that was supported another great market of like human trafficking with the Dutch colonies in the Netherlands and India. And look at all the fucked up stuff that Britain did in India. So America deserves a lot of criticism.
LMAO, the transatlantic slave trade. Who sold them the slaves? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
God. I did. They were sold by the Pedantic Pedestrian Podcast.
The Arabs, bro, they sold the slaves. The Arab slave trade says Sonic.
Okay, there was the Arab slave trade.
Sonic the Hedgehog 101 is schooling us on who the real most evilest race in history are. It's obviously Muslims.
Okay, it wasn't Muslims selling the slaves. It was mostly like you had the Mali Empire, and you had multiple different African kingdoms that were in East, like it was the Northwest Africa, and they were the ones selling the slaves to the Arab slave trade. Then you had the East Indian slave trade, and a lot of the slaves in the East Indian slave trade were from Indonesia and India, so they weren't even part of Africa. And then you had the transatlantic slave trade, and that was Britain and France buying the slaves from the Mali Empire. And that is true that, okay, it was different African nations abducting and capturing different slaves that were part of hunter and gatherer. What's that?
I think Sonic the Hedgehog 101 has got this figured out, though. He said most slaves in human history, Arab Muslims. I think he's got a plan. He's going to get a DeLorean, go back in time, stop the Muslims, right?
Okay.
And then all of human history will be just peachy keen.
I don't think what they're saying is true, because if you look at most countries in ancient times and in the Middle Ages, it was something like a third of the population of ancient Rome was slaves. A third of ancient Egypt was slaves. A third of the Persian Empire. A third of the Han Dynasty. So there was that basic metric where throughout much of the ancient world or ancient history, most of the societies, around a third of their population were slaves. Slavery has been pretty fucking ubiquitous in all fucking societies throughout world history. So that is not something that's unique to the Muslim world. And when it comes
we didn't stop doing slaves after the Civil War. Even after we had a war to stop us from doing slaves, we didn't stop. We didn't stop doing slaves.
We have sex slaves. Wait, John, didn't you say that we have more slaves today?
Yeah, there are more slaves today than ever before in human history. Plus, it's like in India, there are plenty of slaves.
There's almost 8 billion people now.
Yeah, Islam was not a thing in ancient India, maybe in like the northern parts of India, which is now Pakistan, but you had the Mongol Empire, and that was based around Hinduism, and they had plenty of fucking slaves. And then you have when it came to the European powers, they again, most of the slaves were bought from East Africa, and they weren't Muslim kingdoms. They didn't.
And guess who had the slaves in the last 50 years? Muslims. Sonic the Hedgehog 101.
Do you have any statistics for that? You're like, guess who had all the slaves? It's like, do you have statistics to support that?
Because we have video of Muslims, Arabs still having slaves today. I'm
fairly certain in the modern age, most of the slaves are in the Far East, especially like in China, and they're trafficked for things like
Asian slaves.
So most human trafficking, it's sex slaves, and a very large amount of like sex slaves are from Eastern countries.
Right. I don't think the Muslims are the worst race in history. It's definitely the Asians. I agree with you.
I don't think Muslim is a race. I think you're joking, but still, it's like.
No, I'm serious. But the Asians, Chinese, definitely the worst. The Chinese, the Asians are the worst. Muslims, they're not so bad.
Yeah, I like how Sonic the Hedgehog is like, yeah, and it's not like it's a telltale sign of the Dunning-Kruger effect when somebody has to use rolling on the floor laughing emojis when they're like making an argument. It's kind of funny how it's like all the Trumpites and stuff that tend to do that. But he's like, laugh out loud, we got videos of it. This is where you're a dumb fuck. I didn't argue that there isn't slavery in the Arab world. I'm arguing that it's not more prevalent in the Arab world than compared to other parts of the globe.
All right. I see. I think Muslims are the worst. I think Latinos are a little worse than Muslims. All right. Okay, so they're not. They're definitely not. They're maybe in the low bottom 5. Okay. Muslims, because I'm not a huge fan of Muslims. You know, the whole thing with the they don't like music.
And
like
they
music
can't
and dancing, and they can't drink, right? And I don't like most of the rape cultures in the world. Okay. Most of the rape cultures really kind of annoy me. I'm like, I'm not a big fan.
SJW, Teddy.
Not a big fan of those R cultures. The cultures where they're like, R is fun. Let's do some R. We have traditions that involve R-ing.
Dude, and you know what? I'm wondering, Sonic the Hedgehog 101. You don't seem to really be able to grasp nuance. Plus, it's like Sonic the Hedgehog is in your username. So, are you on the
There's
spectrum?
a reason why I haven't acknowledged shit that Sonic the Hedgehog 101 has said in the chat. And it's because his name is Sonic the Hedgehog 101.
So, are you on the spectrum, Sonic the Hedgehog?
Come on, his name is Sonic the Hedgehog 101. Obviously, he's on the spectrum in the blue region of the spectrum. He's got to go fast. That's it.
And using hospital staff.
Sonic the Hedgehog is one of the worst fandoms of all time.
Oh my god, I 100% agree.
It's not. It's the video games are whatever, but for some reason the fandom is insane and perverse.
I loved the Sega Genesis game when I was a kid.
Oh
that's about as far as it goes.
All the games on the Sega Genesis. There was a bunch of them, and they were all good. Right? I mean, we could debate on which was the best of them, but they were all good on the system.
Sonic the Hedgehog's like, no, I don't care about your nuance. I just know actual history. Yeah, you've really demonstrated that you know actual history. It's not like you've contradicted yourself like several times already.
The debate has come to a head in the last few days.
Now it's unfortunate Sonic didn't have a decent game on Saturn, and I just, I really didn't play it on the Dreamcast. Played it.
And he really knows his history because he's talking about how the Muslims were trafficking the Africans in the transatlantic slave trade when the Mali Empire and the different kingdoms that were selling a lot of the slaves were not affiliated with Islam. So,
you mean the pirates from back during our slave height of our transatlantic slave trading?
Well, they weren't pirates, but
there were. Yeah. Pirates would have been attacking a slave.
I think pirates would be more likely to probably liberate the slaves.
No,
pirates.
Take the slaves as a commodity.
Yeah, if you didn't join the pirates, they would take you as a commodity. Otherwise, they would just throw you overboard.
Oh, and Sonic the Hedgehog's like, yeah, I have laughing my ass off. You got cooked, dude. Yeah. You got owned because I said you got owned. I win! It's almost like that's associated with being retarded.
You got cooked. Wait. Did we just get defeated?
Yeah.
Wait. We got defeated on the argument of whether Muslims are the worst people in history, which is pretty sick. Muslims are just the worst people ever. They're worse than Mexicans.
you're
right?
making
They're-
an assertion.
They're worse.
Sonic
They're worse
the
than
Hedgehog.
Canadians.
You're
I've
saying
definitely
that, yes,
encountered Muslims
everyone-
that sucked, but I've met
Yeah.
Muslims that were like very peaceful too.
You're saying that everyone has had slaves, but Arab Muslims have had the most. So are you providing any sort of like citation? Or like where are you getting that from?
Just to gauge
I
where
can
you
sit
are,
there-
Sonic 101. What's
Yeah,
your
I can-
favorite Sonic the Hedgehog game? So I might be on your side if you tell me what's the best Sonic the Hedgehog video game. You might win me over on the Muslim debate because I'm not a huge fan of the Muslims. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, who's worse? Like
Now it's
French?
also when it comes
Islam
to
as a
the
religion sucks.
Yeah, when it comes to the Sonic the Hedgehog fan base, you know what? I'm going to assert that the people who have enslaved more human beings than any other group are Sonic the Hedgehog fans. And you know what? That's true because if you open your mouth and make a declarative statement, then it just magically becomes true. 2 + 2 = yellow because I say it does.
Look,
Yeah,
I'm upset at the Sonic fandom for a lot of things. Mostly the Dr. Egg Man versus Dr. Robotnik, whatever. Like they can't even keep the guy's name straight. What's his name? I don't care.
No, we're gonna change Dr. Eggman to Dr. Arab
Edgeman or whatever.
Arab Man, because apparently
what?
this guy fucking he doesn't like the Arabs.
Oh yeah. Arab. Did he leave?
Dr. Arab
I think he
Man.
might have left. I think the thing he said about was kind of a mic drop. Mo might have run off of it. Yes, everyone has had slaves, but Arabs have had the most. I think that was his mic drop.
I don't know how that is, because.
And then what? Draco's like, look up the 13th SS Division of Muslims, then look up, and then they're mentioning the British Mandate. We already mentioned the British Mandate, but yeah, like, we are the ones that need to educate ourselves. Draco, you clearly know your shit because you think you know your shit. So
I see a lot of Sonic 3 in the chat. I see Sonic 3 in the chat. Sonic 3. Okay, I like the way you guys are thinking. He's back and he says, "Nah, I like Arabs. I like Arabs, just not the Muslim Arabs." Whoa.
Anyway, we discussed things with them enough.
Yeah. That's a fucking.
I'm in favor of moving on.
In northern Gaza. It was one of northern Gaza's final life.
My dick hasn't even switched yet, so yeah, let's fucking move on.
This weekend, with the help of a drone, Israeli soldiers announced
there's a drone.
evacuation orders to those left inside Kamal Hospital. Patients walked out of the hospital with their hands up.
Jesus.
Tank through a war
These buildings.
Israel Defense Forces says it facilitated the evacuation of more than 350 patients to hospitals in Gaza City. Faris al-Afana was one of them.
We were taken for interrogation at around 3 p.m. They stripped us naked and left us there until sunset, and no one to aid us. We were left in the dust. Then one soldier would come.
Now, he looks like he's old enough to be a Hamas militant, so do you think he's just spreading a bunch of Hamas propaganda? Do you think he's telling the truth?
Hamas.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many slaves do you think he had?
I don't know, but what everybody in this whole region have connected eyebrow. I mean, the whole region.
Okay. Bad Teddy. Bad.
No, good.
Come
Teddy,
on.
go on.
They're connected right there in the middle.
Hospital director Dr. Abu Safia tried to
every person I've seen, even the baby had a unibrow.
Even the baby.
So Draco says, you guys are high, cannot maintain a complete thought. So am I not maintaining a complete thought? I think I'm fairly sober. Plus, it's 4:23 a.m. where I am. So, I mean, I'm sure
at least 90% of the thoughts I've had tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure if you worked all day and then you did a stream and it's like 4 a.m. and you're sleep deprived, I'm sure you'd be able to be as articulate as I am, and you'd be able to form the kind of arguments that I am. So, I'm sure if you did a live stream, you'd be really good at, like, presenting very cogent arguments in front of an audience.
The conditions he described to us as catastrophic.
As you see now, there is bombing near our hospitals. We suffer.
Catastrophic.
Oh, and Sonic, what about all the children in like Gaza? You're saying make it a parking lot. So what about all the citizens that had nothing to do with the January or the October 7th attacks. So do you think you're okay with all these like women and children dying? So I don't think civilians deserve to die at all. I don't care what country they're living in.
I thought we were ignoring this guy. Come on. I don't know what his argument is that Muslims bad. I don't know what else to say.
I just want to say one more thing on this. So he said, "Oh yeah, let's make Gaza a parking lot." Oh, that's just a small little piece of land. How about make Israel a parking lot? That's a bigger parking lot. That makes more sense, right?
Okay.
I think it should be a theme park.
Shab, are you there?
It's a theme park. Good for everybody, right?
I gotta pee. Continue to argue with the autistic dude in the chat. And I don't know. So I don't get too distracted. I want my mods and I want all the non-retards in the chat to argue against the stupid shit that they're saying, so I don't have to. But I'll be back.
Yeah. Okay, continue. Sonic the Hedgehog.
All right, back to talking about porn and anime.
Look what I got, guys.
Beer.
Porn.
Beer. That's a Budweiser.
Budweiser.
You know where that's from? That's from St. Louis, because St. Louis is the home of Budweiser.
No way.
And Anheuser-Busch, right? Brewery.
You're lying.
That's right.
No,
it's all there.
The original guy that came up with Anheuser. Fuck, I'm drunk. So he was an immigrant. He came to the U.S. He wanted to make a German style beer, and he came up with Budweiser.
Yep. He's the king of beers, and Bud Light is the best-selling light beer, or it was until the right-wingers' boycott of Bud Light, which fucking Kid Rock didn't even boycott. He was fucking drinking Bud Light at a ball game a couple months later, and it's like, what are you doing? He's like, what? It's like, it's stupid. But now it's not. It's Modelo. Which is a Mexican beer. Congratulations, right-wingers. You've made a Mexican beer the #1 best-selling light beer in America now, instead of Bud Light, which was an American-made Bud beer. You fucking idiots. Pro-America, my ass.
We should be canceling Kid Rock instead.
We should be. Yeah, Kid Rock. I don't like the narrative. You know the joke in Deadpool, where he's like, "I'm going to do to you what Fred Durst did to music in the '90s," right? When he's like threatening this one guy, he's like, "I'm going to do to your face what Fred Durst did to music in the '90s," right? It's like funny. But I'm like, no. Fred Durst didn't do as much damage to music as fucking Kid Rock did. Kid Rock hurt music as we know it.
There's some interesting Kid Rock lyrics that I was going over at some point. I made a video of it.
Okay, anyway.
No.
I'm going to cut this short, but...
What?
One thing I want to ask, who thinks a telltale sign that somebody is like a dumb fuck who's succumbing to the Dunning-Kruger effect is when pretty much they constantly use the ROLF like emojis when they're chatting? It seems like that is like one of the best.
Not when they're chatting, when they're debating.
Well, yeah, when they're disagreeing with
laughing
people.
emoji is usually a good indicator.
Yeah.
Like they're arguing with somebody and they just keep putting crying, laughing emoji chat or in the chat as a response.
It's like telling as opposed to showing. It's just rolling with fruit laughing. Yeah, that's so cute. It's just it's kind of odd how it seems like it's always people on the far right. It's always your like Trumpsters, your Trumpites, or conspiracy theorists. They're always the ones that love to do that for some reason.
Why?
To locals, he was a
like Red Eye
hero who chose to stay, despite the loss of his own son. But today, he's detained by Israel, last seen in videos aired on Israeli Channel 14 in the back of an armored vehicle, accused by Israel of being a, quote, Hamas terrorist operative. Israel said it raided the hospital because it had become a, quote, terrorist stronghold, where gunmen hid weapons and launched attacks on Israel. And Israel said it arrested
They found a bunch of weapons
inside the hospital
over there.
15 who participated in the October 7th attacks. Kamal Adwan is in the middle
What
of a
they don't
three-month-old
tell
Israeli
you is
operation
they
in northern
got all
Gaza
those
that's focused on
grenades
Somalia.
and stuff
The Israeli
out of
military
the
says Hamas
forest.
regrouped here, storing weapons and explosives in local schools and in the waiting rooms of UN medical clinics. Jabalia still has terrorist infrastructure, including
Well,
rocket
that's
launchers.
where we store our
We will reach
weapons
any
in
location
America.
where the enemy places launch facilities
Schools,
or
right?
anything that fires towards the citizens of the state of Israel.
Pretty sure.
But U.S. officials say as Israel has tried to evacuate the entire area, it's not allowed in enough.
The Sonic Hedgehog dude again says, you're so upset you don't know your history. You're still not pointing to an example of me not knowing my history. I think their logic of me not knowing my history is I mentioned that when the Ottoman Empire collapsed, that Britain and France divided the land amongst themselves. I know I keep falling for the bait, but it's just
He also says here, no emojis. Are you happy now? So
yeah, that's an improvement. Sonic the Hedgehog makes you
he
seem
didn't
like
say
less of a child.
ROTFL or whatever. Yeah. They have little frowny faces.
As an armchair historian, yeah, you can go fuck yourself.
Under-equipped Gazans grow vulnerable. This week, a father held his newborn who froze to death, one of 6 babies who in recent days have died from the cold.
Oh, wait, let's go back a little bit.
And as the weather gets colder...
Okay, look at all of these Hamas militants and all these people that attacked Israel first. Look at all of these people that voted for Hamas.
Equipped Gazans grow vulnerable. This week, a father held his newborn who froze to death.
They all deserve to be
6 babies
punished.
who in recent days have died from the cold. The Israeli military says 1 soldier was killed in combat in northern Gaza and that operations in the north are continuing. For perspective on this, we get 2 views. Dr. Zahar Salul, co-founder and president of MedGlobal, a nonprofit that has provided support directly to a Kamal Adwan hospital.
Next vid.
They survived Israeli bombardment for now, but there's nowhere to hide from the wet and the cold. For displaced Palestinians in Gaza forced from there, there's nowhere to hide. They survived Israeli.
God, she looks happy.
They survived Israeli bombardment for now, but there's nowhere to hide from the wet and the cold. For displaced Palestinians in Gaza forced from their homes, this is the only shelter they have left.
Now, I don't know if they'll show it here, but one of the things you've been saying is because all of their functioning hospitals have been destroyed, you'll see tents that are like acting as like makeshift medical centers where they're completely flooded. And you got like the IV stands and like the
and Sonic's like, get them Muslims, get them. So he's seeing this footage and he's like, excellent. I want to see those children drown in shit water.
I'm trying to ignore them, Teddy.
He's like, great.
And my belongings
This footage is making him happy. He's enjoying seeing the Muslims suffer. He's now got a rock hard boner in the chat, and he's like, oh great. More of these towel heads are going down.
Whoa.
Yeah. And he's like jerking it.
You're gonna hear
jerking
it. That can get us in trouble. I don't think the algorithm's like that.
We're dead inside.
Rigorously to these suffering Muslim children. He's like, oh, I'm so almost there. Oh, I'm almost there. I love seeing the Muslim children suffer.
Families say they are running out of blankets and material to repair their tents, weathered from months of use. Palestinian aid agency UNRWA
This
says
is
that
actually
in southern
footage
area of
from Muslim Burning Man.
Okay, so what % of all the aid has Israel obstructed? Isn't it something like 80%? So I don't know. Do you think that if they allowed more of the human rights organizations to provide them with adequate aid, maybe they'd have, I don't know, more substantial temporary sort of shelter that might help them endure the the upcoming winter months?
Khan Yunis alone, more than 100 tents are flooded. Material to build temporary shelters that could help as many as 400,000 people this winter is available, but Israel won't let in more than 10 trucks a week, according to the UN. It's Gaza's youngest that pay the price as temperatures plunge.
Dude, I mean, look at that Hamas militant.
Several babies have died of hypothermia.
Also smiling children. That's not doing anything for Sonic the Hedgehog 101. It's hurting. He's trying to get there. He's almost there. He's been edging the whole time with these suffering Muslims.
Past.
Now he's got to pinch his balls and just finish off real quick. Okay?
Hope that we'll be able to
Sonic
live like anyone else.
101, then we'll move on.
Live like
all right?
All we are asking for is the right to live. That's it.
A field hospital in southern Gaza is also
here we
flooded,
go.
making it even more difficult for Palestinians to access proper medical
Oh my
care.
God, it's a flooded hospital.
Well,
See,
this
that's
isn't even a
horrible.
hospital. This is a like a tent. This
Well,
is like a
makeshift
temporary
hospital. It's
yeah,
got all the
makeshift
stuff,
hospital.
including what looks like a photocopier over here. That you don't want that in standing water over here.
But the last hospital, or their last hospital was destroyed last week. It was hit by like a missile.
Those who are allowed to
Or no, I think they lit it on fire.
It
was an accident.
Hamas did it.
Another form of heartbreak. Israel has agreed to let Abir's son get treatment for kidney disease, but not to let her travel with him.
He's never been separated from me before. I don't know how he'll be
Sonic
He's a
101 is hot seeing the lady crying. He likes that.
45
He likes seeing the Muslim lady cry.
Teddy,
We're not supposed to mention Sonic anymore.
Are you drunk as hell, Teddy?
He says
or something.
Yeah, we appointed our mods to argue with them, so we don't have to.
Tuesday, a rare reprieve. WHO data reveals Israel denies more than 60% of patient requests, a potential death sentence.
Oh, see, they're getting bussed out of there. And Sonic 101 is like, no! I want to see him stay and die from horrible disease and stuff. He likes seeing suffering children. Yeah, no, see, he's right in the chair. He says, oh yeah, she's crying. Right there. Literally, he's right there in the chat saying, oh yeah, she's crying.
Teddy, calm down, Teddy. Teddy's on drugs.
Hey, look. He is, in fact, happy to see the Muslims suffering. This is not even a joke.
My expectations are what I want for 2025. I want the hostages to come home. I want Israel to be victorious in this war, and I want peace in the Middle East.
Okay, at least he didn't say, like, I wish death to all Gazans or whatever. At least he didn't say that.
Wait, back it up, though.
That was just
that guy.
from like the
Let me see that guy. Because that guy looked just like Adam Drive.
This war,
did he sound like?
Peace in the Middle East.
Oh, he's from Texas. Just some fucking random dude from Texas. Fucking spewing. Of course.
Well, I mean, you see all these like women and children and elders like in these tents, but I mean, hey, it's their fault. They brought it on themselves for attacking Israel. Because people are a Borg and a monolith. It's like, yeah, it's that simple.
No, but the dude was just like, oh yeah, fuck these Palestinians. He's like a 20-some-year-old on vacation, and he's like, fuck these Palestinians.
You think he's dealt with a lot of adversity in his life?
No, he's over there because his daddy or mommy fucking paid for the. He's on vacation. He's just like, yeah, I like Trump, but fuck these Palestinians.
When most Americans read or write at or below an 8th grade level, and people on the right tend to have lower levels of literacy than people on the left, so they're more likely to fall within that, like, bottom, like, 80%. Do you think that demographic is capable of doing really efficient research, cross-referencing information, and really reading through more, like, I guess, peer-reviewed sources as opposed to just getting information through, like, Facebook headlines? What do you think?
No, I think Jason from Texas, the 20-something-year-old, knows more about, poly... or
I 100% agree, Jessica.
Geopolitics than I do.
See? We got Jessica in the chat. We got a non-fucking retard in the chat. So we need non-retards in the chat.
Gene, I'm offended. Find another word to use. Okay.
Oh, you think I'm using the word too much?
Yeah. Yeah, and you know what? I thought this show was about intellect and not poop and pee and retard. Okay? Find something else to say, Gene.
Need more non-banal and pedestrian people in the chat.
Yeah.
Yes. I think Sonic the Hedgehog 101 knows what's going on. I think
Jessica,
I think this is getting him off.
Argue with Sonic the Hedgehog person. Let them know how stupid they are.
من يجوا على مستشفى هي ملجأ للأمان.
I guess field hospital. I guess that's the.
وكمان يلاقوا زيادة رطوبة في الجسم، مية يغرقوا أو عينهم تتبهدل.
Now, I mean, the United States, it's just, it has these very large sort of mobile naval hospitals. Like these like medical ships. Why doesn't it sail one of those on the coast? And then I'm pretty sure they could allow like, Doctors Without Borders, the Red Cross, trained medical staff from these international aid organizations to utilize those like pretty much mobile maritime hospitals, and they could provide them with the care that's needed. But why won't America do that? It seems like they have the capacity. If they're going to get involved, like I said, the United States spends more money on its military than the next like fucking 9 countries combined. We have like the largest fucking navy on the planet. It's like, if we wanted to, couldn't we just at least transport all of the supplies that these like humanitarian organizations are trying to transport into the country via the coast? It's like, it seems like we have the resources to at least just provide the transportation, to provide...
Yeah, like, they keep building these hospital tent things where water is. Why don't they build a naval thing there so they...
Well, they don't even need to build it. The United States has these huge, like medical fucking ships that are pretty much like hospitals on the sea. They could just dock that at the fucking coast, and then they wouldn't even need to have their own sort of like medical staff providing care. It would just be providing like the shelter, the residence for the humanitarian aid workers to provide the care.
Well, John, do you think that the effect of the Iraq and Iran war, pretty much just like brown people bad, do you think that affects, even though we're out of the Middle East, do you think that affects our opinion?
I think that there's always been that bigotry of people of the different skin tone.
In-group, out-group bias.
Yup, in-group, out-group bias. Human beings suck.
I don't like orange-colored people.
Yeah. Well, it's people...
All right, well, Sonic the Hedgehog 101 has a problem with Muslims.
Yeah, we're not going to... No.
Shut up, Teddy.
Let's just leave them alone.
We know. Teddy, show us your ass or something.
احنا عايشين في وضع
جوع
وعطش وقلة ملابس وقلة فراش والشتاء فوقينا طول الليل والشوارع ما حدش معترف فينا.
No, but
okay, so I wonder, are they getting? They keep mentioning that they're not getting enough food. What about clean water?
Well,
you're just getting the Sonic the Hedgehog guy off. He's actually talking about jerking off in the chat to this footage. Like he's enjoying it.
Teddy, no more mentioning Sonic.
we need to show some footage of.
Don't make me get the bear mace. Don't make me get the bear mace.
No more giving Sonic the Hedgehog troll dude in the chat attention.
Right. But how about we show some footage of some Muslims having a good time, like some Muslims enjoying themselves.
Muslim party.
Muslim party footage. Right.
9/11 footage.
Oh my God!
Died of hyperthermia in the past week.
What the fuck, drunken crew?
وهي بلشنا في عام جديد. نتمنى انه نصير زينا زي اي واحد في العالم، في بلاد العالم، انه احنا نتمنى انه احنا نعيش.
Now, Crow, didn't I mention a rule that if we make jokes, there has to be some commentary to the jokes? So
there was. I'm sorry.
نتمنى انه نعيش زيهم. احنا بنطالب.
Oh look, here they're cheering. It's good. We're having a good old time.
Nah, let's skip that. They're having too much fun. You're right, Gene.
Watching over his family as best he can. Akram Shamali lives in a tent on a beach. Keeping the water out and his loved ones dry is a relentless task.
I can show you how things go wrong with it.
Do you think he's been fighting in the front lines in this war? Do you think he's a Hamas
Rain,
militant?
and what we do when there's rainfall at night. I place a container or bucket to protect us from the water, so that it doesn't get inside.
Now, in all seriousness, so if you like had somebody like with a microphone camera, they went around, interviewed most of these adults that were seen in these tents and everything, what percent of them do you think would say that, yeah, I think all people in Israel should die, all people of this other religion should die? What percent of them do you think are going to claim that, yeah, they supported what Hamas did? I have a feeling that
here's the thing about that. If they didn't say that before, a lot of them are saying it now, right?
Maybe. I mean,
that's like if they weren't turned against Israel, they probably fucking are now. I would hate Israel at this point, of course.
What percent do you think are gonna make the monolith claims, where it's like, okay, we hate what the Israeli government's doing, so it's one thing to be like, fuck Netanyahu, fuck the IDF, but what percent of them do you think are going to be like, yeah, all Israelis are this? Like, I have a feeling that maybe it's going to be a pretty small percentage.
No, I agree with you. I think this old guy, he's going to be like, I'm fucking old. I'm just trying to look out for me and my family and whatnot, but, like, you get a, like, someone like, what, 25, 30, that has, like, a couple kids, get the bomb, like, their whole fucking house bombed to shit. They're gonna be like, oh, no, fuck Israel.
But when I was younger, and, like, I'd go online, I'd talk to people from various different parts of the globe, people from all over the Middle East, if I talked to them, they always had the same attitude of, we have no issues with the people. We don't like the government. It's always separate the government from the people. Our issue is with the government. Fuck George Bush. Fuck what the U.S. military does. But we don't hate the people. So that seems to be the popular view. And, but I don't know. Maybe it's just I'm naive. Whenever they go around and interview people in these other countries and stuff, all the polls and so forth, it's all a bunch of libtard propaganda. Ain't I right?
I spent the entire night standing, trying to clear the water from every corner of the tent. I even filled a sandbag and placed it outside to block the water from entering.
11 members of the same family are crammed in this one-room tent. They've been displaced 10 times since the start of Israel's war on Gaza. The tent offers little protection from the wind.
Is that
the walls and roofs?
It's like a Hot Wheels backpack. Yeah, it's like 3 shots. That Hot Wheels backpack was in all 3 of those shots.
I don't think it's Hot Wheels.
Fire outside, but when the wind is too strong, the flames go.
Probably say Hot Wheels if it was.
Might be like a Hot Wheels ripoff. Ooh.
Yeah, back it up a little bit.
I think they're having issues with like fresh water supply.
If you want to prepare tea or make something warm to drink, you lose the will. You'd have to wait for the water to boil for about 2 hours just to make the drink. So you feel like your mouth is parched, your face is charred, and the fire is being blown by the wind.
They're too afraid to light the fire at night, fearing that they could come under fire from Israeli warships nearby. Last month, they had to leave when their tent was flooded with seawater, but they had no choice but to go back. While conditions on Gaza's beaches are brutal, there's often nowhere else to go. Israeli forces continue to bomb areas across the Gaza Strip, including so-called safe areas. It has forced...
I'm thinking, like, what about baby formula? Or, like, other sort of, like, childcare supplies? Do you think they're, like, getting, like, the... you know, diapers and everything for the babies? What do you think?
Nope.
Where's
Palestinians? And I bet there's shit for jobs, and they probably don't have a Dairy Queen.
Yes, that's the problem. That's the big problem. No Dairy Queen.
There was an actual conspiracy.
Conditions not even fit for
it's a kitty cat.
Killing the young in Gaza. Sick children with no means to heal, babies are freezing to death.
The ruin caused...
Okay, so what do you think the likelihood is of this baby surviving?
Right now, it looks like it's not far from being dead.
By Israeli soldiers is forcing parents into a living nightmare.
We all sleep in this room. It's the humidity from the floor. It always makes the tent so cold.
Sajida's daughter Yara is withering away before her eyes.
She cannot be exposed to cold weather or smoke, otherwise she must be put on oxygen. There's no medications for her here. Needless to say, we cannot feed her or keep her warm. There's not even a chance of recovery. She's deteriorating.
So, it's like 60 to 80% of the supply has been obstructed. So, when it comes to medicine, do you think maybe if that 60 to 80% of, humanitarian aid was allowed through, a lot of these kids dying due to not having the medical care would not be dead? Or not be dying? Like, what do you think?
The real question, Gene, is do you condemn Hamas?
Yeah.
I love Hamas.
And
You don't condemn Hamas hard enough.
Oh, yeah.
Deteriorating with every passing minute.
The UN warns death from disease could surpass the number of casualties in direct air strikes, proof that Israeli bombs continue to kill long after they have exploded. Nearly 70% of all structures in Gaza are damaged. When all safety has been lost, even the most benign events turn deadly. At least 7 people froze to death in the past week. The displaced people in Deir al-Balah are forced to battle winter rains unprotected.
It seems like all the kids can do for entertainment is use surgical gloves as balloons or skip around in the mud.
Their belongings now drenched, when even one layer could mean the difference between life and hypothermia.
What's that?
Never mind.
Winter cold exacerbated our struggles, added to malnutrition. Children's immunity was gravely impacted, and now infection is rife, especially pneumonia. Most civilians are living in tents or under tarpaulin. Many children, mostly newborn babies, have died recently because of cold weather.
To destroy is easier than to build, especially without tools. The UN says it could take 350 years to rebuild the strip, and could have proved impossible under Israel's blockade of goods and equipment. For now, Palestinians' buckets, shovels, and even bare hands will have to do.
Well, Israel's probably going to pretty much annex the other half of the strip and do the same thing they're doing in the West Bank. So chances are they're gonna, I don't know, I have a feeling that North Gaza, it's going to be rebuilt much more quickly, because I think Israel's probably going to spend a decent amount of money building like some settlements there.
For Gaza children, the winter has brought more than just the cold. It has brought illness and suffering. Not because it's an unusually cold winter, but because of the lack of a proper shelter, medical supplies, and aid.
Oh, see where that guy walked on the screen and said press on his chest, right?
That?
I wonder if that guy condemns
No. The guy in the video he just ended, he had like a bulletproof jacket that said press on the front.
Yeah, it's a button.
Yeah.
Leading to hypothermia. Israel has blocked humanitarian aid, including blankets and adequate tents. So, what is hypothermia? Well, the condition occurs when the body
What is hypothermia?
What the fuck kind of question? What is
All right, next video. Get the hell out of here.
Well, a lot of people might have the basic understanding of what it is, but maybe he'll provide some additional information about the condition.
Core temperature of about 37
else are we
degrees Celsius, which
talking
it does
about?
through digestion and through movement. And it must stay within a narrow margin of around 1 degree.
We got Sagged Hedgehog masturbating in the chat over suffering children.
Hey,
Let's
no
stop
more
watching the
talking about
suffering
Sonic
children.
Hedgehog, dude.
Let's stop watching the suffering
No
children.
more Sonic the Hedgehog. He doesn't deserve our attention. He sucks.
Right, let's stop watching suffering children videos.
We all masturbate.
No, this is what keeps him as a viewer.
It's great to have you with us. Thank you for your time. Now, the point is here, the temperatures may not necessarily be sub-zero, but it's the cold temperature.
It's cold out. I naturally have my hands on my
As your surface area to volume ratio increases, which is the case as children are quite small, so the younger the child, the larger their surface area to volume ratio, you're more likely to lose heat.
The larger the child, the more surface area.
Pretty much, the more mass, the more heat you're likely to lose.
The bigger the child, the more surface area. Yeah. This is
if they're not properly bundled or kept in a reasonable temperature. And that's because as your surface area to volume ratio increases, which is the case as children,
your surface area to volume.
So the younger the child, the larger surface area volume ratio, you're more likely to lose heat, but also you don't have the glycogen stores to produce heat. So you don't have the sugar or the sugar stores and the subcutaneous fat that allows you to generate heat when you need to. And so what ends up happening is these children get very cold, their blood sugar drops, and it changes a lot of things within their circulation, and it can directly.
And subcutaneous fat, you know what that is?
No.
Versus visceral fat. Subcutaneous fat's kind of like your healthy fat. So it's more of like the loose, soft, kind of doughboy fat. And then the visceral fat's like a beer gut. It's the very unhealthy fat. It's what you get from eating too much
it's on your
complex.
muscle.
What's that?
Well, subcutaneous is on one fat is fat on fat, the other one's fat on muscle.
Subcutaneous fat is natural fat. So everyone has some level of fat, and subcutaneous fat's the kind of fat that you're supposed to have. And then visceral fat is pretty much fat you get from being like Shab, where you're a pig, you drink lots of alcohol, you got man boobs, and big beer gut. So yeah.
Lead to death. And that is
Just wait until I get a hold of you, Gene. Little prick.
It's gonna get real gay real quick when Chad.
Being skinny, not having enough meat on your bones, it does make you more susceptible to hypothermia.
That's right.
That's right. Unexpected, and that is why young infants are cared for so tenderly by their families with blankets and warm environments.
That they're saying that that's why the babies are dying, because they don't have that kind of what you say is bad fat. They don't have the bad fat.
They don't have the bad fat. Or these babies need more beer. See?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Say beer for babies in Gaza.
Subcutaneous fat.
Gaza have
but
been
it's
stripped of everything.
in Muslim countries, so
what's that?
Oh, that's true. Muslims don't drink beer.
Well,
that's the problem.
Muslims don't drink beer.
In
These
the Bible,
children would have survived if it wasn't for
doesn't the Bible also condemn alcohol?
Not beer. They don't say anything about beer for babies.
My family had a baby just before Christmas.
I know there's like wine and the the blood of Christ, but
sure, but that's for like these guys who like, oh, you gave your spirit to God. For babies, you can give beer to babies. Especially if they're gonna freeze
about
to death.
200 kilometers away from Gaza right now. I'm on Jordan, and it's been too cold to take the baby out. And when we take the baby out, the baby's bundled.
Baby beer life.
And is kept warm. It has been bitterly cold here. Not unexpectedly bitterly cold, but it's wet. And if you get wet, you freeze. It's just how biology works.
Yeah.
And
of course, being wet and cold.
As far as Gaza is concerned, all this is
being wet and cold is bad.
Absolutely. So malnourished children and infants are at a much higher risk of becoming
malnourished,
hypoglycemic. Those two things are very closely linked.
Wet and cold.
And so children in Gaza, even under, with all the resources that, we might have a couple hundred kilometers away, are still at more risk of becoming hypothermic just by virtue of their malnutrition and the fact that they're so emaciated. I mean, there was a study, I think it was published just a few weeks ago, that showed the average amount of weight loss within the first half of this genocide was over 18 kilograms per person, the mean weight loss. And so 18 kilograms. So I shudder to imagine what that weight loss is if you take the full length, so the full 15 months. And that's for mostly adults. You think about small children. And
what the hell's going on? What the hell's going on in this picture?
To keep warm.
What the hell's going on here? Look at the madness happening. You're backing up a little bit. Look at the insanity that's happening here.
Yeah, they're all starving. There's not enough aid. Do you know about the flower massacre, Teddy?
And the wind is blowing. The wind is blowing so hard. So they're like, please give us some food. They're like, hold on, Jesus, the wind is blowing.
Yeah, they have no food. They have no medicine. They have no shelter. No heating.
They're operating a soup kitchen in a tornado. It's like, what's going on?
Okay, I just Googled it. Apparently,
I agree. We need to get these people out of there. Can we get them out of there? And they're like, no, this is where we live. Like, no. Get these people out of here.
A lot of them are willing to leave if countries are willing to actually provide asylum to them. A lot of them have come to the United States.
Gene, why don't they just move?
Yeah, because it's that easy when you have no money and shit.
I don't know.
God, why don't they just move to America?
All these people who are providing aid, they're like, you provide aid. Give them some soup and some blankets. They're like, "Can I leave with you?" And they're like, No. I'm going home. Here's some soup and blankets. And they're like, "Yeah, but can I go back to where you're going?" And they're like, No.
Yeah, but
You
I
stay
looked
here.
up.
Take the soup and the blankets, and
bye.
All right. I gotta go. Catch an Uber home.
Yeah, I gotta catch an Uber home.
Okay, but anyway,
How was your day, honey? Well, I fed some really poor people out in the. It was a soup kitchen and a tornado, honey. Let me tell you, it was real hard feeding these people.
Soup kitchen and a tornado.
when it comes to alcohol and Christianity, looked it up. It's inconsistent because when I was thinking of it, I could remember passages that condemn it, but I also remembered, the blood of Christ, wine. So, like with a shit ton of stuff in the Bible, there's no consistency whatsoever.
No,
you gotta cherry pick it. If you want to be an alcoholic and be a Christian, you gotta cherry pick your shit.
Better to imagine what that weight loss is if you take the full length, so the full 15 months.
Oh my God,
And
look at
that's
this. This is
for
chaos.
adults,
This is
you know,
chaos.
small children, and the impact that is having on their growth, the impact that is having on their ability to keep warm.
Jesus.
And it's all really. I struggle to find the words to describe how horrific the situation has become, and how deaf the world has been to repeated cries from humanitarian workers, from mostly from government.
Now, when pretty much every single humanitarian aid organization is saying that Israel has been obstructing supplies from getting through, they've claimed that they worked in all of these very notable humanitarian disasters, and this is the worst humanitarian disaster that they've ever seen. Do you think they're all lying? Do you think it's a conspiracy and every single humanitarian aid organization they're just fabricating information?
No, I don't think they don't. I don't think they care. I don't think people care.
I think chocolate and paper clips, that goes towards the Hamas and everything.
Yeah, exactly. Toothbrushes, they can file it down, and that's why the bags, they can break off the zippers and use it as a weapon. Did you know about this, Teddy? They've actually stopped vehicles.
Did you hear about this?
Yeah, they've stopped supply trucks from getting through because some of the supplies are in bags, and they claim that they could take the zippers off and use the zippers as weapons. They also claim that because some of the trucks had chocolates and other types of food products on it, that it's luxury food, so they turned it away.
Themselves. I mean, they have documented on a daily basis.
I don't think the rest of the world, nobody really cares, right? The rest of the world.
Well, because they're
They really
not
care what's going on.
they're not white because they're not the Ukraine. It's like the Ukraine or the Russian-Ukraine war happens, and for quite a while, the entire world's talking about it. But then, when we were covering the Russian-Ukraine war as it happened, we were also covering the Burmese Civil War, right after the junta took over. We were covering the Tigray War in Ethiopia, and those were military conflicts where they were racking up the same number of casualties as what was going on in Russia, but nobody's heard of it. Nobody talks about them. Why? Because they're not a bunch of white Westerners that are dying.
And have been killed for doing so. You think of the number of journalists that have been killed. We just skirted past, Christmas Day, 5 journalists being killed in a press-marked vehicle outside Kamal Adwan Hospital that was subsequently raided, burned, and the director of that hospital, who has been pleading for his people, pleading to protect the hospital, pleading for international protection, we know has been beaten and is now in Israeli detention, probably being beaten. We know at least 4 healthcare workers have been tortured to death in Israeli prisons.
As you say, it's incredible how the world turns a blind eye to it. But Dr. Tanya, what do you say as a pediatrician observing this?
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm turning a blind eye to it. Anyway, how you doing?
Sounds
It's
like
crazy
you're
how they turn
feeling
blind
good,
eye to-
Mr. Teddy Bear.
We start the day's other news in the Gaza Strip,
Yeah.
where the new year has brought more death and destruction.
Oh, and if you don't know, Teddy, usually how
Oh
we
my
go
God.
about these stories is that I gather all the videos up throughout the week and we watch them in descending order from the oldest to the more recent videos to show just how the stuff has progressed throughout the week. So when we're dealing with Gaza, we're
Right.
just showing how many more buildings, how many have been destroyed, how many more people have died throughout the week. So every week we get our update, our rundown of
Okay, but
the genocide.
this
and its
is
progress.
this is the news. We're just covering the Gaza genocide.
No, we cover all, like, we've covered Luigi and
Right,
Mangione.
right.
We've covered,
We covering. We're gonna do some sports.
nah, sports is boring.
Palestinian health
We're gonna do some sports, maybe some entertainment
that
news.
Israel has designated as
Right.
a safe zone. Israel says the attack killed 2.
Finally, go celebrity culture.
It's like the kind of like the red ocean where you want to find like everyone, all the fish are in the blue sea. They're in the blue ocean or whatever. So you're in the Red Sea where you want to take advantage of it. There aren't any like schools of fish really occupying it. So it's like there's so many people covering video game news and covering like entertainment news and so forth. So we've been getting like tens of thousands of views, and we believe it's because like we stream late, so we get like an international audience, but we cover very serious topics such as homelessness and disease and like genocide, war, and a lot of people don't cover this stuff. So
North Korea love John.
Yeah.
Police force on the ground say the death toll was 10.
We're getting international views.
As the sun.
Yeah, apparently the city where we generate the largest amount of watch time compared to any other city is Osaka, Japan.
Really?
Yeah, and then
Are
number two,
they translating?
I guess so, or they speak English.
Russian subtitle? Oh, that too.
Wait. Oh my God! Is there a stream where like all of our voices are dubbed by Japanese people?
That would be crazy,
Oh,
dude.
no.
I want to know what Drunken Crow's fucking Japanese voice actor sounds like.
Oh,
That'd be fucking awesome.
The subtitles are always not exactly what we said.
And you know what? The number 2 city that generates the largest amount of views is Stockholm in Sweden. And then
see, that's crazy. I on the show I've already insulted the Japanese with the anime stuff, and
Yeah,
I
you're a
did
dick.
insult the Swedes. I said something about the Swedes.
Well, I don't think Japanese, like, I would think people in Japan probably like the fact that we shit on, like, big anime fans, because they're probably in Japan, they're probably annoyed with, like, Western anime fanatics. It's like, oh, God.
Oh yeah, no. In Japan, they don't care for anime much. They see it the same way I see it. It's kind of as it's either porn or kids stuff, which is a weird place for it to be. It's a weird place for it to be. It's either for kids or porn. Like what? Why is these the two? These are two like.
But do you know
they should not be in the.
our third city with the that generates the highest amount of like watch time?
Is it in Mexico? Because I also insult Mexicans.
New Delhi in India.
Oh, good. All right.
And then number 4 is Chicago.
Hey, Chicago. That's my
And then-
old stomping ground.
Do you know what number 5 is?
I'm going to guess Brazil.
Toronto.
Toronto.
No, Rio de Janeiro. That was like in it
Oh,
was like number
Rio
9 or
de
something.
Janeiro.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, Rio.
That was like number 9.
Rio
but
de Janeiro. What?
It's not even until number 4 where we get to like an American city. But what I don't get is like I'll have people from Europe that will pop in and they're like, "Hi from Germany, hi from Denmark, hi from Sweden." We'll get people from India that pop in, And all our Indian viewers, they're very nice. They're not like assholes like all our American viewers. But where are our Japanese viewers? They never pop in and say hi. And based on the numbers, they were watching us.
How many of these are just guys using a VPN or something?
I don't know because
VPN showing that they're from India.
Right, using a VPN so that they can look at hentai.
No.
That's not even allowed here.
I don't think it's a VPN because our Indian viewer base didn't really come to be until we covered the Indian election with
He's
Prime
not
Minister
really
Modi.
Indian. He just likes to watch Indian programs on
Rose
Netflix.
on the second day of 2025.
VPN sent to India.
So Skippy, you're saying that it's bots when our view. It showed that we didn't really have an audience at all in India until we covered the elections with Prime Minister Modi. That's when our viewer base went way up with India. So, I don't know. We did a stream where we covered that for hours, and I went over the election, and a bunch of Indian people came in the chat, and that's when abruptly we started to gain audience from India. So I don't think it's that's quite the coincidence.
Ziad Abul Jabal emerged from his tent in southern Gaza's Al-Mawasi camp, still in shock.
We were sleeping. Everyone was taking shelter in their tents from the cold, and suddenly we found the world turning upside down. Why and for what?
Witnesses say
How was the world turning upside down?
came without warning. Some scrambled to put out fires, while others carried away the dead and the injured. The camp, which Israel had designated as a safe zone, is located by the sea west of Khan Yunis. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians have relocated there to ride out the cold and wet Mediterranean winter. Israel says one of the Hamas policemen killed in today's strike helped.
Do you think that car is totaled?
Israel says one of the Hamas
Think it's salvageable?
policemen killed in today's strike helped to get to carry out attacks on Israeli troops.
Where did we find him? Where else? But of course, hiding in
the new Toyota
in Khan Yunis, where Gazans are sheltering from this war.
Toyotas, you could
But
run those
three
things.
children from
forever.
one family, Ahmed, Mohammed, and Abdul Rahman al-Bardawil. At their funeral today, each received one final kiss from their mother and father.
We woke up to the sound of the strike at around 1:20 a.m. At that time, I called on the children, but no one answered.
You think this guy was a Hamas militant?
Yeah.
Three of them had been sleeping next to each other.
I know Ruby.
Remember
when he came on, Ruby was trying to defend Israel, and we
Ruby?
asked him,
Ruby Jewels?
Yes. And we asked him, what percent of of Gazans do you think are actual Hamas militants? And Ruby's like, I don't know, 60%. And I had to point out to them that it is very rare that in any country or in any territory that 1% of its people are actual active military personnel. And North Korea and Eritrea, which had the highest percentage of people in their territory that are active military personnel, it's only around 2-3%. So there's some of the most totalitarian fascist military dictatorships, and still only 2-3% of their country are active military personnel. And we asked them, what percent of the people in Gaza do you think are active military personnel? And he's like, oh, I don't know, 60?
Israel also
I would have been
ministry headquarters in
40%.
Well, I do think over 50% of people in Palestine are under the age of 20.
20%.
Nearby.
Well, Ruby Jules can sing, so I mean that drops.
Right. Oh, is that what singing?
He's
That's what you call
got,
it?
Is that what singing
oh,
is
you got
supposed to
voice
sound
of an
like?
angel. Voice of an angel, and his amazing Native American flute solos.
Yeah.
Teddy, you ever hang out with Ruby Jules? And tell me if this
No.
makes sense to you. But have you never hung out with them in Discord or nothing?
No. I only know him from
really
a
a
distance.
big kiss ass. If you hang out with them, they'll be like, "Wow, you're so amazing." blah blah blah.
Hey,
Like
Shab,
he was creepy.
I was
levels of
mentioning
kiss
their
ass
views
until
on
I told
Gaza.
him to
We don't need to
stop.
go into a huge.
I'm
Ruby
sorry.
rabbit
Okay,
hole.
go on with the video. We're looking at
In
stuff.
At least 8 people were killed in a strike in Dallas.
Okay, so he's
You don't
overly
need to be
nice.
rude about it, Gene.
Your aid convoys.
Okay.
As the
He's,
war turns into a new geopolitical, it will send
Calm
negotiators
down,
to
Gene.
Doha tomorrow
Yeah, you're
in an effort to
rude,
make a breakthrough in
Gene.
ceasefire talks before President Biden leaves
I'm
office.
livid.
Also today, events
It's
are
okay,
unfolding fast
Gene.
in South Korea, where
Yeah,
investigators
calm
are aiming
down,
to carry out a
Gene.
warrant to detain impeached
Calm
President
down.
Calm
Chill
down
out. Chill
now.
out. Chill out. What you fighting for?
Dawn rising over Al-Mawasi after a night of death
Lay
and
back.
destruction.
It's all
Supposed to
been
be a
done
safe zone for
before.
displaced Palestinians.
Who's
is
that
also
artist? I'd pick up on the
April-
lyrics sooner if you sung more.
April 11? April 11.
You need to sing more
April
Elton
11.
John or Andre Bocelli. Then I
Summer, Cameron, watching you back.
If you can't relax,
sense offer no protection against
try to be cool. You look like
We were
a
sleeping at around 1 a.m. in the southwest area. Dead and wanted people were all over the place.
Don't tell me.
It was light
Okay,
vigilance.
so we're still
Make
4
things
days
so
in.
complicated.
I have a bunch
Way
of like
erected
2 days,
makes
1
me
days in videos, and a bunch of
frustrated.
6 hours ago videos.
The displaced people were sleeping in their tents.
in the pitch black. Phones are the only source of light for rescue workers. The drone of ambulances, a constant flow bringing the injured to hospital. 3 Palestinian children arrived on the back of tuk-tuk, but for them, it was too late.
It's too late. Why do you think it was too late? Once they arrived on was it a supply lift?
Daylight at Al-Mawasi reveals a small crater, a one-struck landed. A blood-soaked mattress
Chill
is the
out.
reminder of its impact.
What you yelling for?
This is not Teddy. Let's try to take in the gravity. What's going on here?
Yeah, we're looking at like bloody things and dead children, Teddy. Calm down with
What's the fault of
giggling.
our children to suffer like
Calm
that?
down.
We didn't do
Teddy
anything
in a
wrong.
giggling mood.
There's dead people now.
They told
and
us to
their
come to
children.
Al-Mawasi
Teddy's got the giggles.
and described it as a safe area.
giggly
The reality
little
is
showing
that there is no
Teddy
safe area in Gaza.
There's nowhere else to go. Palestinians can only warn there.
Press. See, I want to touch his head right now. Like poke his like button.
In Gaza,
You wanna press
the
his
sounds of
button.
bombs and cries of anguish.
Okay, so do you think it's possible to find any area in Gaza where if you just turn around in a circle 360 degrees, you won't see any destroyed buildings?
No.
Yeah, there's probably one, but there's
No.
This is a
And it's
crazy sight right here. These 3.
And it
This is all of this. Yeah, this all looks like the location for just a movie about war.
Yeah,
Just, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
It just looks
It
like
literally looks
right.
like
It's Boulder City from Fallout New Vegas.
through unimaginable horrors. They have seen and felt what no child should.
The United States are going to use this.
Relentless destruction,
The few, the
the
proud,
loss
the
of loved
brave.
ones, and a complete absence of safety. A recent study by the Community Training Center for Crisis Management.
Oh, see, this building's not destroyed.
96% of Gaza's
Not yet.
children believe their death is imminent.
It doesn't look great
Children
though.
like life is
It looks like
unmanageable
it
from
doesn't
what
look
was before
great.
the war.
We should get to the next topic soon. We only have like several more of these Gazan videos to get through. I kind of want to like really I don't know what set the point home and everything.
The constant
Getting
fear
tired.
and
It's 5 a.m.
trauma are leading
Since
to
whenever I do a Monday stream, I'm like, you know what? I'm just not going to sleep that night and just transition from streaming right to work.
political lament. Mental health experts say children in
But what
Gaza
you
are
guys
showing signs
don't
of
know
severe
is
distress
that
and
as soon
behavioral
as
changes.
we end the stream, John makes us listen to his goddamn book.
Oh, what do you think of my book, bro? Oh, Teddy, did you want to listen to some of my novel? I just finished
Sometimes
my
he
latest
touches
chapter.
us in places after the
No.
show ends too.
It's not true.
The war has brought
Gene
children.
asked me to help him write it, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I did most
Yeah.
of the work.
His Shab knows how to write.
See this thing under her
Gene
chin?
knows how to write. I know
And
how to
long-term
come up with creative ideas. And we work together as a team to create this amazing novel.
Yeah, it's not like I've never worked on it with you at all, and you've had no input whatsoever.
impacts on children's mental health.
silly.
Children become less confident and more aggressive.
See that fuzzy thing on her shirt there?
Yeah.
It's like a microphone. Microphone. I've been seeing them use. It's a big fuzzy microphone. I don't know why I'm seeing it being used more recently.
It's a camera.
I know it's super fuzzy. I haven't seen these microphones
It's a pop
recently. Right, but
Experiencing.
It doesn't have to be so fuzzy.
You don't know what a pop filter is, Gene.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah, I don't want a pop filter.
do.
Any of those microphones that go on your shirt, it has a foam around it. Right.
Play the video.
It's a lavalier microphone.
Is relentless. We work on mitigating the level of trauma with games and conversation sessions with them.
It's a big fuzzy thing, though. It's crazy.
Also redefined their children's lives.
What?
Yeah, it's not halal.
You're saying I don't know what a pop filter is? Am I wrong about that being a pop filter?
I'm just kidding, but to be honest, that fuzzy version I would assume is called something else. That's meant That's meant.
It's a different type of pop filter.
It's the kind that's meant for wind.
Yeah, but the whole point is.
Dude, I'm right. Get over it.
Oh, okay.
Loved ones, especially fathers,
I
has left
won.
many children angry,
Oh, Cavalier Mike. Yes, Brian.
confused, and emotionally shattered.
Yeah, see, it's fine.
used to have a beautiful
Well, she's got it. They put it on her too. It's very pronounced. Big fuzzy thing.
Becoming more aggressive, introverted, and
Talking
afraid.
about her
Usually
mustache or
Other
the
children's
mic?
fathers.
The mic.
I'm kidding.
The crisis is worsened by Gaza's dire living conditions.
it's her eyebrows.
With limited access to basic necessities, children are not only facing the trauma of war, but also the harsh reality of what it takes to survive. These conditions deepen
Well, all of these people you're seeing, it's their fault for voting Hamas into office.
psychological wounds,
And they're all going to get
even more difficult.
The war in Gaza is leaving scars that can't be seen on the minds of its children in the Strip. The constant fear, loss and destruction have deeply impacted on their mental health, damaging their lives in ways that may never heal. Tariq Abazoum, Al Jazeera, Deir Balah, Palestine.
Imagine living somewhere where the press has to wear armor.
Well,
like body armor and
like America.
You do see that pretty much in any sort of war zone.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Imagine living in a fucking war zone. Like, imagine
because
the news people around you having to wear fucking body armor and stuff like they're in the middle of a war. That's crazy. Look at those kids are all playing behind him while he's all armored up.
The thing is, usually when you see a war zone and you see the press, you don't see a bunch of kids because they're all evacuated. They're somewhere else. They've been relocated to parts of the country that aren't active war zones, or they've been granted asylum in other parts of the globe. And in Ukraine, what happened like months into like the Ukraine war?
What?
You had the Ukraine refugee sort of crisis, and countries all over Europe and in the United States kind of granted asylum to all of these like Ukrainian families and Ukrainian children. You saw all of these sad videos of them hiding in subways and bomb shelters, of all the elders and all the children, grandchildren, but they were a bunch of white kids. So I think, do you think maybe that had something to do with it?
I like white kids. I relate to them. I'm not sure what it is about them. I really feel like I relate to them now.
But why aren't people opening up the gate?
I'm not really bothered by it. I'm a bear. All this human suffering. I'm like, yeah. Well, what are you doing there? Get out of there. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
like
they're kind
go
of
someplace else then.
They're kind of stuck.
So that's the way I feel about a bear. I mean, they're like a bear gets like they're like, hey, he was here first. You know what I'm saying? But people need houses and homes and tables and chairs and stuff like that. Bears, they're like, you know what? What kind of tent does a bear have? He's like, fuck off, man, leave me alone. Like, I don't need no tent. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Do you know what I am saying?
You know what I'm saying.
الصبح بقول لها لابوها بقول له والله انا حسابي
Do you know what
كل شويه
I'm
بطلع عليها
saying?
فحالتها يعني
Oh God.
Do you think they're malnourished?
I think they need a little bit of protein
تصعب
shake
انا
or
كان بالله ما
something.
صعب جاش او ارجع متوفي في حضنه هذا مسك عمره 5 سنين من الحرب كان عمره ولد 9
She's
كيلو
5 years
وصل
old.
تقريبا
Oh
من
my
4
God. Oh my fucking God, dude.
كان الحرب كان
Jesus
عمره ولد 9 كيلو
Christ.
ونص
So
No, it's not Jesus Christ. It's
okay, but 20. She would have been like 20-something kilograms because I believe what is it? It's 2.2 kilograms per pound.
What the fuck is a
وصل تقريبا من 4 كيلو
زي ما قبل الحرب هي كانت مسافرها على مصر وعلى القدس
Is that blue Sega character still masturbating in
تحسن يعني نوعا ما
the
على
probably.
Okay.
But yes, we're still live, Taylor.
المعابر مسكره انه نعود
You're complaining about like fucking kilograms and whatnot. She's like half a mile.
Okay, there's a starving kid on the screen. Let's try to take in the gravity of what's going on.
يعني امكانيات ابوها يعني صعبه يعني قبل الحرب كانت يعني افضل امكانيه بس الشغل يعني كله راح وكله يعني ما ضلش يعني ايش انه نقدر نعود نسفره.
البريد هو الاول من الولاده بعد سواء كشف نكسه وطلعت منها سنه كان معها ضمور خفيف في المخ وبمحاولة العلاج صارت تحسنت بشكل كبير صارت تحكي بابا وترجع صارت تقعد في بدايه انه صارت بدايه تمشي الامور خشت الحرب علينا فوتر العلاج
يعني انا بنتي 5 سنين يعني عمرها بس كوزن طفل مولود جديد 5 سنين وزنها 4 كيلو يعني وانا يعني لما اجي يعني بدي اغير لها او اشوف جسمها بهذا الشكل يعني بقعد يعني اعيط على قلبي من جوا بنحرق يعني حيحرق كثير يعني عليها هيك يعني جسمها مش فيش فيه لحم عظم يعني.
Does she have a pre-existing condition?
Yeah, that's what it seems like. That's what they just said. They were dealing with her condition, and then the war hit.
Okay.
So.
Oh yeah, and then the CEO got shot.
I need to put my glasses on.
هو التغذية طبعا مسؤولية.
So she already had a problem, and then the war hit, and that made it even worse.
Yeah.
الفترة الأخيرة.
اولا
She said she was doing better, I
يعني
think.
احنا ما يعني هي بدها
She was showing improvement,
لا اكل صحي
but now they haven't gotten any treatment since the war started.
يعني مش دائما بنقدر نوفر لها الاكل يعني لها المرض.
حتى كمان مع الضعف بطل لها رغبة تاكل وبطلت تستجيب بشكل كبير معنا لانه الطفل استغرب من حالتها.
Well, I mean, in all serious, at least they actually have shelter. What is like? They're the exception. Like, yeah, for now. What does that say when you're looking at something like this and it's like her ribs are fucking protruding to that extent, and then they're actually in a much more ideal situation compared to most of the kids because they at least have.
But it's because this kid has a problem.
Yeah.
Prior to this whole thing, those other kids were healthier kids. This kid already had some sort of
but you'll
problem.
see but you'll see kids that are like as malnourished, that are skin and bone, that are dying, and they're in like some tent or they're out on some cot. They don't even have a tent where they're receiving treatment. So the fact that just having a mattress.
How long until they're pushed out of this building? Before you know it, buildings are going to start exploding around them.
Oh, Taylor. So did you fall asleep with the stream on? Because that is something that helps us out. If you're a fan and you watch, and if you're going to bed,
make sure to fall asleep with the stream on, guys. It really helps the show.
Make sure even if you're thinking of turning off the stream, just mute it and leave it on while you're asleep.
Listen, guys, everyone out there, just mute the stream, just let it play. If you got other things to do, leave it on in a tab. Do other things, right?
Yeah.
Squirt some lotion.
Help us out.
درجة حرارتها 40 نطلع فيها على المستشفى من المستشفى نتنقل فيها لأنه كان.
See, we only have around like 7,500 views so far. We haven't even hit like the 10K mark.
كثير يعني.
Shut the fuck up, John.
يعني
What?
Stupid ass bitch.
Well, all the other like streams we've been getting like 20, 30 views.
This is why we shouldn't hang out with John, guys. Fuck him.
What? You want me to lower the standards?
Yes.
We went on
Lower
an
your
uphill.
Be more
like,
happy
sort of
that
trajectory.
Jesus granted you
such
such an amazing thing. If it wasn't for Jesus, you would not have this.
Back on topic.
That's right.
كنا ماشيين في خيمه ورمل وصف علينا البحر لما طفي
It's all
الضغط تقريبا
part of
كاس
his
البحر
plan,
بسبب
Gene.
الفيضان اللي صار ونقلنا على المكان هذا وبرضه المكان لا في شبابيك
I need to
ولا في
Dick,
ولازم تمشي في
you're harshing my buzz.
البرودة جنون عليه
Gene, I have to smoke more weed. Because of Gene. Gene made me have to smoke more weed.
انا شايفاها وكل شويه بطلع عليها.
Oh, Gene, I forgot that I don't contribute anything. So.
Oh, right.
What do you mean you don't contribute anything?
Shut up with the drama stuff.
كثير بتسوق انا بدي يعني.
What was that in her mouth?
حل يعني قبل ما يعني.
What was that?
Oh no.
I don't want
I
to
think
see
it
what-
might have been her gums. She might not have.
كثير بتسوق انا بدي يعني.
Yeah, her gum lining. I don't think she has teeth.
انه الدول العربيه يشوفوا لها انه حل يعني قبل ما يعني تروح مني يعني انه حيكون صعب علي يعني افقدها.
انا اصلا اول شيء ملكه هاي اللي فاتي وهي اصلا
Or no, she was feeding her this like nutritional. It looked like a bar, but it I think it was just that on her teeth.
هي بتنام على حضني وبتصحى انا خايف من الايام اصحى عليها جاش او ايام متوفي في حضني هذا هي سبب دمار لنفسيتي طبعا. انا بتوقع اللحظه هذه كل وقت.
Oh my god.
The situation in Gaza for children is desperate. As you said, the last couple of weeks,
Situation in Gaza.
dropped dramatic.
Next vid.
It's early in 2025, but the war in Gaza shows no sign of slowing down. Israel turned up the pressure in one of the deadliest weeks of fighting.
No sign of slowing down.
In this new year. The latest tonight from CBS's Holly Williams.
In Gaza, there's no end in sight. It's been a bloody week after an entire year of grief, loss, and anger. In 2024, Israel not only continued to pummel Gaza, but took aim at its enemies across the Middle East, decimating the leadership of Hezbollah in Lebanon and trading directly.
Dude, see, they wouldn't be able to like fight this 3-4 front war if America wasn't giving them shit tons of weapons.
Missile fire on Iran.
Good thing America's
Decades of
there.
shadow war. Now Israel has the Houthis in its sights, another Iranian proxy in Yemen.
Is Israel currently reshaping the Middle East?
Yes.
Retired Admiral Ami Ayalon is an Israeli war hero, the former commander of the country's navy. He's also a fierce critic of Israel's leadership and its appetite for war.
We won the military war, the military battles, but we created chaos everywhere. What is happening in Gaza? It's a total chaos, a human disaster.
Dude, this is going to be like a reverse Syrian sort of war, where it was Syria, it was just, here's this one state, but it was like this proxy battleground where you had Turkey, ISIS, the Gulf states, you had the US, Britain, UK, all of them fighting. You had like the Arab Democratic Front, and Israel even got involved. This is going to be the reverse of that, where it's Israel, but all these other states and all these other sort of like militias, like the Houthis, it's just Israel extending outward and fighting all of these on its own. And it's going to have fun with all the toys that America's given it.
Admiral Ayalon believes the only way of ending the conflict is giving Palestinians their own state, but most Israelis do not agree. One recent poll found that only 21% of Jewish Israelis support a two-state solution. Major.
Hollywood.
I wonder if you polled Palestinians in the West Bank and Palestinians in Gaza, what the popular vote would be.
Thank you.
The war in Gaza is showing no signs of slowing down in 2025. CBS News' Holly Williams has the latest on the conflict. Holly.
In the Gaza Strip, there is no end in
Middle East, every fucking country that ever tried to like establish a foothold has been defeated. Do you think that we should just like give up on the Middle East and just let them settle their shit out?
Or do
we need, as the United States to be, global police, or just like let them.
Well, here's the thing with like the Taliban. We backed out. They took control, but now they're fighting a massive ground war with ISIS. And now they're starting to figure out that, hey, they've outlawed any sort of work for like women. They don't want women to like work any jobs, but now they've realized that it's really fucked their entire economy over. So it's just, hey, this path of least resistance, they kind of have to go against these sort of intended policies. So it's almost like, it's kind of this irony that they've taken control, but yet just they can't really like with the sort of policies that they want, they're not able to really maintain a functioning nation or functioning government. So now they're gonna have to give in. So in some ways it's just maybe a lack of involvement is the better approach.
In sight. In the first 3 days of the new year, over 100 people have been killed, according to the Hamas-run health ministry. 2024 saw Israel not only continue to pummel Gaza, but take aim at its enemies across the Middle East. Israel
Next vid.
A Palestinian man is inconsolable as he's forced to say goodbye. Grief and loss go hand in hand in Gaza in what the UN has called a death zone. This funeral is for 5 Palestinians killed by an Israeli drone strike in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza.
Mahmoud was my neighbor. He is one of the martyrs. He was very helpful. There are no safe areas in Gaza. We are at Nasser Hospital, but we are not safe as the Israelis can target us at any time.
The victims worked as security guards. The drone strike hit their car in the area.
If there's a librarian in that building there, then they're state worker, and a state worker equals Hamas personnel. So it makes it a viable military target. So if they strike a missile, level that building, and kill a bunch of people in the process, well, hey, it's their fault for voting Hamas into office.
Us at any time.
Wait,
We're
John,
independent.
Never mind. All right, you already skipped it. You're good.
Victims worked as security guards. The drone strike hit their car in the early hours of Saturday morning.
Where's this paper bags they're putting them in?
Well, yeah, because they're dead.
To work in the construction industry, but the work.
Yeah, you need to put them in body bags.
Put stuff on all of us economically. He got a job protecting humanitarian aid deliveries. It was a dangerous job, but he wanted to feed his children.
After more.
Okay, so how many Gaza videos do we have left? Here, let's at least get to the Gaza videos from the last 24 hours.
Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. You're looking at video
2 days ago.
Today.
1 day ago.
As the rainy weather and cold temperatures set in, people in Gaza face another year of displacement. These families have no warm clothing, no blankets, and no source of heat. Many of their tents.
All right, guys, I'm gonna
to turn from the
cash out.
Are you gonna miss me?
Oh.
Yeah, I miss you.
You're not gonna be around once we're done streaming 5 hours from now, and then I have people listen to my book as a paladin.
It's all right.
We're talking about brown people. Are you gonna leave now?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Now, do you think we could have covered like Gaza a little bit more?
Yeah. There's definitely more about Gaza to talk. There's a lot more to say about it. But
well, thank you for hanging out with us.
Yes. Thanks for calling out Sonic the Hedgehog in the chat, and thanks for agreeing with me when it comes to like my stance on anime.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, anime's bad. Anime's bad. Don't do it.
Thank you for the reach around earlier. That you did a really good job.
Anytime. Glad you liked it. I'm glad you liked it. I mean,
you have soft hands.
Practice. Yeah, thank you. Moisturize.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, baby.
Good night.
Peace.
How long have we been covering Gaza?
1 million hours.
Since it happened.
Since it happened. What the fuck, dude? Since it happened.
Okay, it's only been like 2 hours. A 5-hour stream.
Gotta pee.
بيطلعوا من في بذاته هناك في المخبز، اقسم بالله المره اللي فاتت رحت لقيتهم حاطين فرشات على المخبز على البوابه، بيطلعوا وفي ناس بتيجي الساعه 5، والله واحد قال لي من الساعه 3 وروح بعد المغرب عشان 19.
Okay, next topic.
Gene, did you get the article that I sent you earlier? It's relevant.
Finally, something that's relevant.
I sent it earlier. We weren't on this topic yet, but I knew that it was something that we should cover when we got to.
Oh, worker stab boss. Or no, the Israeli soldiers face growing risk of arrest abroad after.
Yeah, that one I sent earlier. Figured that would become relevant at some point during the show.
Yeah, well, do you think that, how many people do you think, either IDF, like ground soldiers, like IDF officers, generals, certain politicians in Israel, how many people do you think there are that need to be spending some amount of time in prison for what's been going on?
I saw a meme that was I forgot what movie. I think it was from one of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, the one where the dude's about to get hung and he's like first time. That's all the Nazis that had to flee to Argentina.
Yeah, it was Argentina and then
Gaza's last.
I think not South Africa, or yeah, I think it was like Argentina and South Africa.
Never mind the ones that took refuge
hospital
here.
is out of service following an Israeli military raid. The Kamal Adwan hospital was in an area under siege for more than 80 days, according to the World Health Organization, with repeated attacks by Israeli drones. While terrified patients and staff sheltered within. Israeli forces stormed the facility yesterday, calling it
Pinky was so happy that we're moving on, and now you got us covering all this war again.
At a Hamas stronghold and saying they arrested 240 terrorists. Asked for evidence of their claims, the IDF provided these pictures of handguns and what they said was a bomb. The IDF also denying its forces started this fire, which broke out during the siege. Medics say troops forced them to evacuate.
I need to make some kind of like military force where like I've discussed like making my own country, and we need to like get an aircraft carrier and like make it your own state. And I'm thinking, like, what if you have nothing but non-lethal forms of self-defense or military force? So you just lace the water supply with sedatives. Like, I don't know, get everyone to fall asleep, take a nap. All of your, like, air vessels, it's just they shell the area with canisters of, like, I don't know, like, sleeping gas or whatever, tear gas. And what if it's like, hey, there's this fight between Israel and Palestine, and you just go in with your, like, non-lethal peace force, and you just spray the entire area with tear gas, and you use, like, all these, like, non-lethal weapons, those, like, sort of heat ray lasers that kind of paralyze you, and you just go in and handcuff their entire military, and then force their leaders to sign a peace deal.
I think that all the best ideas that have ever been brought forth on this show started with, we need an aircraft carrier.
Exactly.
But that whole thing actually reminds me of the old Joe Rogan bit about carpet bombing the entire Middle East with marijuana smoke so that everybody will calm the fuck down.
Oh, yeah.
That reminds me of that. That's
well,
like
here,
old 2000s Joe Rogan before he was really dumb.
I am getting tired, and been going for almost 6 hours, and we did get through quite, like, see, I always overplan. It's like, there's several stories we didn't get to, so I think tomorrow I'll do another PPP, and if Dirt's been very busy, so if I can't get Dirt, maybe like Zidane and Crow can help me out.
Yeah, I should be around.
What about you, Crow?
I don't contribute anything, apparently.
Did I say that?
Shut up.
No.
No, he's talking about drama and he needs to shut up. And you mean us, right, Gene?
Well, if you wanna, fine, but usually
you know you can't produce it as well as I can, you fucking
Well, I mean, you can join whenever you want to, but one of the big reasons, like I'm doing the Tuesdays, Thursday stream because, I don't know, Dirt's cheaper. And it's also good for me to learn how to get used to using OBS on my own. So I wanted to do streams where I'm hosting and streaming because I probably should get used to that.
Oh, you'll be able to
trying to get rid of me.
Exactly.
Trying to work me out of this. What a piece of shit, right, guys?
27 minutes. 27 minutes of the stream.
Bringing up Joe Rogan with 39 listeners is pretty funny. Yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog, I'm sure if you started your own channel, like, you would be getting tens of thousands of views like we are. You'd be doing very well.
And what does your view count have to do with being able to talk about Joe Rogan?
I like how anytime Joe Rogan's view count is invoked, it's almost never Joe Rogan talking shit to somebody. It's like some knee humper bringing it up because they're mad at somebody else's podcast.
And then it's also like I don't know, again, using the rolling on the floor laughing emojis, which is a telltale sign that you're retarded when you're using it in like debate and so
it's
forth.
It's a telltale sign that you can't make any sort of decent
like
argument.
You can't.
Dude, shut up and stop talking shit about people. I'm cool with stupid fag.
Jokes on you, fuckface. We have Elon Musk. On the next podcast.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think so.
Oh shit, we don't.
Yeah, don't feed the trolls. Well, are they a troll, Jay Trudeau? I mean, if they're serious and they're not really a troll.
I'll feed you my caccaroni.
I mean, I hope they're a troll, because if they're not a troll, then they're pretty fucking stupid.
You're
it's pretty sad having your actual opinion be indistinguishable from, like, some low-life internet troll.
But it's also that kind of crap where it's like, oh my god, you mentioned some larger sort of like platform or content creator when you're a smaller content creator. It's like, are you a dumbass? Like, based on that logic, it's like every single content creator is worth mocking because chances are
I can't remember who it is. I think it's Jared who acts like it's like really bad to be someone who's big and
oh wait, Chap.
Talk about someone that's smaller
like,
than
maybe we can get to the 6-hour mark just having fun arguing with the Sonic Hedgehog dude.
Even
but
though I'm the
he
hospital,
says that
I'll support you,
liberals are mad because that we laugh at them. We laugh because your points are ridiculous. And again, you prove that you're not a moron by we laugh at your points. Your points are ridiculous because they're ridiculous. And it's just, if that's the case, well, how come there is a correlation between living in a red state and being more illiterate? Having poorer education. Why is there a correlation between... Yes?
we just got two $10 tips, but it was through my StreamLabs and it was Christian.
Oh.
They said, even though I'm in the hospital, I'll support you, fam. Are you here right now, Christian? I just got two $10 tips from them saying that. Thank you, Christian. It's cool, guys.
Okay, so
I did see Christian in the chat, but
Sonic,
what?
Yeah. Sonic the Hedgehog's like, you're not a content creator you're a guy with some drunk friends who are bored. So it's
Dude,
like
Sonic the Hedgehog. Dude.
It's like, so you're
Dude,
not a dumbass, but you're like, hey, in order to be a content creator, like what's the parameters? So is there some like litmus test for what a content creator is? And,
Dude,
and again, I don't think shut the fuck up, Shiv. I'm talking.
Tell him who I am, Gene.
You don't. Well, it's like, how big you have to be a content creator? So if you're getting tens of thousands of views, is that not being a content creator? So it's like, is there some?
Tell him about me, Gene.
Metric? What's that, Chad?
Why don't you brag about me?
Well, Chab's got tens of thousands of subscribers, so
I've gotten hundreds of thousands, nearly 1 million views just on one stream. That's how amazing I am.
Oh, you think they're Dorkmaster, Taylor? The Sonic the Hedgehog? I mean,
no.
Yeah.
Also, I want to point out that there is a big Trump guy, was a Trump guy, Nick Fuentes, the cat boy, Trump train dude. Yeah, the guy that said, "Your body, my choice."
Yeah.
Yeah, he jumped off the Trump train and was like, "Yeah, you voted for this, and now you're getting screwed over."
Do you love me, Gene?
Nick Fuentes jumped off the Trump train.
Oh, and this one dude, Alex Moss, is like, why is there a correlation between PDS and Antifa? Well, you know what? Antifa is a radical group that makes up an astronomically small percentage of liberals. So it's like, why is there a correlation between being a member of the KKK and being a neo-Nazi and being associated with the right?
I was gonna say, what's with the correlation between being pretty much any group that's far right and actually being a PDF file, provably?
Yeah, and plus, is there like any notable correlation between the two groups? I mean, I don't know if there is, but even if that's the case, it's like
the Catholic Church certainly seems to have that.
Yeah, why is there a correlation between like being a priest, a Catholic priest, and being a pedo?
Because if you get caught, you can just get moved around.
Yeah, specifically Catholics too. Like most sects of Christianity don't really have that problem, and I'm saying that as an atheist. I'm just like being fair.
You're an atheist? You didn't even tell me. Kick him off. Kick him out of here.
But it's also like,
fucking stinking
I wonder when
piece
Sonic
of
Hedgehog's
shit.
gonna respond, but they're talking about how it's like, yeah, like conservatives, they just laugh at liberals, and it's just, again, you are aware that there's a correlation between having a higher level of education and being a liberal?
Can be fucking retarded and wrong and still sit there and laugh at it.
Yeah, you can be, Gene.
And it's almost like that's how stupid people go about having discourse. It's almost like there's the science shows
whatever, Gene, laughy
the Dunning-Kruger
emoji.
effect is a dynamic of psychology where people who have less intelligence tend to think they're far more intelligent than they are. The most inept people think that they're the most adept. So that sort of sit there and laugh and don't come up with any arguments, just say something while laughing and repeat that statement in an obnoxious tone. It's almost like that behavior is associated with being a dumbass. And it's almost like that's why people who do that, like, engage in the variation of that kind of rhetoric in chat format, which is spamming, rolling on the floor, laughing emojis.
Well, especially in, well, like, in chat format, it especially shows if someone's able to hold their own in an argument. Like, because it can be a lot harder to do that vocally, but if you're able to sit there and think about it and type it out, like, I don't know. It's a lot easier to be more specific and get it right the first time because you're writing it out. You can correct it before you
there's
enter.
more.
Yeah,
like more forethought.
I think we should all get naked and wrestle each other. That'll resolve our differences.
Yeah, that too. Fuck you're smart.
I did that at summer camp, and it didn't solve anything.
That's why I love that thing. Sober camp.
Shall we solve problems at my uncle's house?
Gene, why are you being a bitch tonight?
What do you mean?
Just kidding.
Well, you have been interrupting me when I'm trying to make points.
No, I'm not. I'm just kidding. I didn't even think you were being a bitch. I was just trying to fuck with you. 'Cause you're a little bitch. Right, Gene?
Mm-hmm. Well, here's some statistics. There's a negative correlation between between right-wing ideology and numeracy. Conservatives have a perception of greater ability but poorer performance. Research in the field of psychological science finds that lower cognitive ability predicts greater prejudice through right-wing ideology and low intergroup contact. Research and statistics continuously show higher education attainment in the U.S. is associated with a greater likelihood of identifying with liberal ideologies and the Democratic Party, while lower educational attainment correlates with conservative ideologies and Republican affiliation. Conservative voters more likely to struggle with obesity. There's a correlation between residing in more right-wing states / counties and having less education and poorer academic attainment.
There also appears to be a correlation between being right-wing and being bitchless.
Yeah, but it's kind of weird. It's like, but hey, all this data is wrong because you prove you're not stupid by doing another thing that the science says stupid people tend to do, which is confirmation bias, which is, hey, I don't like this information, therefore laugh out loud, rolling on the floor laughing. That's not true. Because if you just state that something isn't true, then that magically makes it not true. And it's almost like there's this other thing that the science shows is associated with being a dumbass, which is poor metacognition or Socratic knowledge, recognizing one's own ignorance. So knowledge is a justified true belief. So, dumb fucks, they clearly know that something isn't true because they've never looked into it before to verify it. But they know that if you present the source to them, they clearly know the source is horseshit because they clearly know enough to differentiate between credible and non-credible sources. They clearly are very well read, and they can give a very thorough argument. They can show as opposed to tell why these sources they're poo-pooing are less credible than sources that confirm their views, even though they can't even give any sources that confirm their views because they've never researched it before. And because they're idiots, they just make baseless assumptions and act as if their baseless assumptions are true. Hence, believing what you want to believe based on opinion and baseless assumptions, as opposed to believing what you should believe through logic and reasoning and analysis and assessment, using analysis and assessment to justify a belief as being true as opposed to false.
Can I dumb this down for everyone else?
Yes.
Okay, so diabetic Deborah is radically racist on a rascal at Walmart, and they want...
I'm visualizing it.
Oh, wait. Taylor says, Pedantic Pedestrians, you love me more than Shab, right? Yeah. Shab sucks.
I was trying to write a story there, and Zidane.
Yeah, why do your stories matter so much, Gene, but then Drunken Crows doesn't? Okay, you think you're an artist,
Taylor
but
to think
he's
I
not.
was neglecting her.
Dude, Taylor, that C word, B word.
She's used to it. She's used to neglect.
She's used exactly, Gene.
I won't neglect you, Taylor.
Oh,
we love you, Taylor.
Gene will spank you so hard, Taylor. You don't even know. Won't you, Gene? Oh, Gene.
till you fart so hard, Jamie.
Oh, he's gonna spank you till you fart, Taylor.
Okay, shut the fuck up, Shab. Didn't I tell you that you're not allowed to, like...
I'm sorry,
make those stupid jokes?
Dude, you're the one that started talking about Taylor. Alright, what's up next?
Well, we're just arguing with people in the chat until we hit the 6-hour mark.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Shut up and play a video, you fucking retard. I mean, you cool guy. Play it,
The death of
Gene.
an inmate in a New York State prison who was brutally beaten by more than a dozen correction officers. Detainee advocates are concerned it's part of a larger culture.
Oh, is this the video that we already saw?
Sonic the Hedgehog says Thomas Sowell proves every liberal study is false, but whatever. So this one particular academic proves
It was a
that
liberal study.
all of these, like, countless studies from other pundits from across the globe are false. So are you going to explain how he's proved? Yeah, he's proved that all these liberal studies are false, but whatever. And I'm sure you've looked into all these studies that he's supposedly proven to be false, and you're using absolute language. So again, Dunning-Kruger effect. Our stupid minds are full of pride, our intelligent minds are full of doubt. Dumb people are very incompetent at recognizing how incompetent they are. So I'm sure that you've thoroughly looked into the academic that you referenced to verify that he's thoroughly refuted all of these various studies. And I just explained thoroughly before what confirmation bias is, and it's not like what you're doing is confirmation bias.
Yeah.
Well,
Jordan Peterson, dude, yeah, he's pretty much disproven every single study from all the world's most credible universities that pretty much, that pandering to my particular political affiliation.
The only thing that Jordan Peterson has ever successfully proven is that he definitely wants to be milked.
Yeah, he shows how stupid your point of views are. But yeah, man, now you think you're smarter than Thomas Sowell. Well, you're pointing to one academic, and you're not even explaining how he proves these views are stupid. So it's just, again, show don't tell, and I'm sure you've read his books and everything. And plus, the guy you're referencing, he's an economist. So it's like we're talking about things that have to do with, like, psychology, sociology. So he's not even a pundit in the particular fields of academics that we're discussing.
Well, it makes no fucking sense. Showing liberal studies written by liberals. Okay.
See, this patrician, he's pretty much shown that all these libtard studies in meteorology are false.
Well, no, it's like fucking flat earthers. Oh, this flat Earth article was written by flat earthers.
It's also the fact that it's just selection bias. So do you think you're smarter than the countless academics that don't approve of what the academic you're citing thinks? It's like, that also shows stupidity, the fact that you don't see the hypocrisy. It's like, hey, you find one academic that agrees with you, even though the vast majority don't. And, yeah, you think you're smarter than him, and he's smart. But then what about the 1,000,001 academics that don't support what he's saying? So you think you're smarter than them? Explain how you're not a dumbass when you don't see the clear contradiction there. He makes... So again... You're not coming up with any refutation. You're just making a bunch of rote statements. He makes way more sense than anything you will ever say.
You can't go into specifics.
Yeah. Show don't tell. Because all of your previous
He's like hecka writer than you're right, dude.
Yeah.
Hecka writer, dude. I love that.
He knows what he's talking about compared to you.
Yeah, he's smart, you dumb.
Autism. I found this one academic who had a study where he claimed there's a correlation, but he wasn't able to find a causation. And then when it was peer-reviewed, no one else in the field approved it. and then the guy lost his medical license because, you know, he engaged in malpractice. But hey, because this one dude, you think you're smarter than him, he had a medical degree. See, he was an expert, and it's like, well, when 99.9% of the experts don't agree, well, you're not a dumb fuck when you think you're smarter than 99.9% of the experts. But when other people trust what the 99.9% of academics have to say, and they don't trust what one quack snake oil sort of academic has to say, well, then they think too highly of themselves because they think they're smarter than that one dude. So it's okay for you to discount professionals, but if other people do it, then they're just idiots, because consistency, what's that?
Well, you don't even have to like get.
But hey, what? Oh, go ahead.
You don't even have to like get into it like the way that you and me would, you know, have it like a religious argument. It's just like, does God exist? No. And that's fucking it. We don't have to go.
Here's a guy with a PhD who believes in God. So you think you're smarter than him? And it's like, well, what about all the guys with PhDs that don't believe in God? Well, they don't count.
That's the thing. Like, that's the only argument. Like, do you believe God exists? No. And then, see, I had that fucking problem in that other Discord server that I was in. Like, but it makes more sense that, there was nothing before something and something before nothing and blah, 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 blah. Like, no.
Well, wait. It's 6:05 where I am, and we've been streaming for like 6 hours and 5 minutes, so I think we gotta end it, and I will try really, really, really hard to do another stream tonight. I'll probably, once I'm done with work, go to bed at 5 p.m. and I'll probably wake up at I'm gonna fuck up my sleep again, but whatever.
We're all gonna
fuck up my sleep for the audience.
It's all right. I'm fucking up my sleep schedule for this too. We do it for the content.
Oh my god. Okay.
Taunt.
The Sonic dude. Thanks for providing us with a lot of like material or whatever. But he's like, oh, so you think Thomas Sowell is the only academic who agrees with me? We never said that. So the fact that you're interpreting what we're saying that way just shows how much of a dumbass you are. I mean, the point is that you're being inconsistent, and the overwhelming majority of academics don't agree with you. So that's where it's confirmation bias. So it's like that classic image you see of the illustration of the stick figure where you have this giant fucking like wall that says like hard facts, and then you have this very small little square that says confirm, like it says pandering truths or whatever, or like pandering beliefs, and they're pointing to that, and or it's single supporting fact, and they're going to hyper focus on the minuscule amount of like sources or information that tells them what they want to hear, when there's an overabundancy of research and sources that are far more credible, far more precise, far more ubiquitous, and it's clear that you're engaging in selection bias. And if you want to play the, like, it's an appeal to majority, or the appeal to popularity, then you gotta, like, present an argument for why you think the overwhelming majority of professionals in that particular field are full of shit. You got to present an argument for why, like, if you think the Earth is flat, then what's your reasoning?
Well, John,
it's just what can you? What's that?
Sonic says, but you state zero facts like most liberals. So
I just gave you citation, and I just presented all these statistics surrounding like poor academic attainment and being associated with the right.
But no, facts are liberal propaganda, apparently.
Facts don't care about your feelings.
It doesn't matter if it is a credible source, if it doesn't tell him what he wants to hear, then it's automatically just poopy, and that's how it works. But you're not engaging in confirmation bias where you're basically discounting information you don't like. And again, do you have a higher education? So this is the kind of person where if you ask them, like, what a peer-reviewed source is, if you ask them, like, okay, how do you go about, like, verifying whether a source is legitimate? They wouldn't be able to explain it to you. So they don't know how to go about any sort of formal, like, conducting any formal research. It's just confirmation bias. I hear something on Fox News and I don't look into what this journalist is telling me, but this journalist tells me something I want to hear, therefore fact. But then here's a source from a study from, like, one of the world's leading academic institutions. Here's a study from Stanford, a study from Johns Hopkins or MIT. But hey, are you just going to believe what experts have to say about this particular field that they're an expert in?
Well, John, if I want to, have those sort of opinions, and I don't want to be, I don't want to be like, oh no, those aren't facts. They're alternative facts, and that's what the fucking right does. Like, oh yeah, alternative facts. So they're not facts. That's just like another fucking word for a lie.
I went through multiple statistics here. I can post the citation. So here we go. They're not true because they're not true. So this is from Cambridge. Right-wing ideology and numeracy, a perception of greater ability but poorer performance. Cambridge University. So are you going to claim that this is not credible? I mean, oh my God, one of the world's leading academic institutions, but clearly that's horseshit. So here's another source associated with psychology. Finds that lower cognitive ability predicts greater prejudice through right-wing ideology and low intergroup contact. So let's just post this in the chat.
Dude, Dong, you're a retard.
Oh, liberal institutions. Well, here's the problem.
I smoke myself retarded.
What are some conservative institutions? So
cheers
how
to
come,
that.
Shep, shut up. How come all of these libtard institutions, why is MIT a liberal institution? Why is Johns Hopkins.edu? Why is Oxford University? Why are they all liberal organizations? Maybe it's because there's a correlation between not being a retard and not being a conservative. Well, maybe that's why. I just mentioned there's a correlation between higher academics. So where are all the conservative, like, chemists, the conservative physicists? Like, where are all the conservative, like, sort of, like, computer engineers? Why are the overwhelming majority of pundits in these STEM fields left-leaning?
I don't know. It seems like smart people.
What you're doing, what's the litmus test for it being a liberal institute? So the point is, you're sitting there just discounting any sources that are presented to you. You're engaging in confirmation bias. What were you going to say, Crow?
A pontificator's dream.
Thank you for interrupting me, Shabisky.
Sorry, what were you saying, drunken whore?
I forgot. Thank you.
Well, learn how to not forgot. Okay?
No, it just seems to me that, like, and I'm stupid. I'm not as smart as John, but, like,
no, I'm a liberal, so I'm stupid. Even though I'm unaffiliated and I classify myself as an independent, but because my views tend to be more left than right, that must mean that I am a shill for every single, like, Democrat or every single liberal candidate because, nuance. What's that?
Yeah. And I'm just gonna dumb it down for people. In states where abortion is banned, there's been an uprise in people finding babies and
trash cans.
Yeah. I
I'm sorry.
wonder why
I shouldn't
that
laugh
is.
about that.
No.
Oh my god. I'm a bad person.
I fucking laughed at it. I wonder why
You're a
that
bad
is.
person.
And I wonder
never
why
laugh at
that.
that.
Go fuck
Sorry.
yourself.
Go ahead.
But no, I wonder why the some of the most southern, the most very religious, the most very conservative states have the lowest, very fucking lowest education. I wonder why that is.
Red states also need the most welfare from the other states.
Welfare.
Way more federal spending goes to red states needing help.
Teenage pregnancy. I wonder why that is. Huh? I don't know.
And here I've provided countless citation in the chat, so it's like, no, you're just making baseless claims, then moving the goalpost, which is another thing stupid people like to do. Well, I live in Texas and haven't seen a baby in a trash can, but sure, you're right. So what?
Yeah. Okay. If everyone saw a baby in a trash can there, the percentage-wise of babies in trash cans would be at such a dramatic amount, it would be just crazy. We're talking about it's a higher number than the other states.
If a baby was found in a trash can, that would make headlines.
Well, that happens.
Yeah. Like
It happens all the time. Like, it probably happens a decent amount, but like, it doesn't happen to the point where it's like, oh yeah, everybody within this state has seen a baby in a trash can. It's like, no, that's not like, it's not like seeing a bird or something. Like, oh yeah, everybody here has seen the blue jay.
And you're like, hey, most liberal cities suck. Well, you know what? Most cities tend to be liberal. You dumb fuck. So it's like pretty much all cities are liberal, good or bad. So that tends to be, there's a correlation between a territory, and usually it's more metropolitan areas where most of the white collar jobs are. It's usually more metropolitan areas where all the universities are. And you know what? It's pretty ubiquitous that cities correlate with left-leaning demographic overall.
I've seen a homeless person shit in the streets before, but it wasn't in California. It was in Dallas, Texas. So I don't know what you're talking about.
And it's just like, yeah, most liberal cities suck. It's like the overwhelming majority of cities are liberal. So again, it shows just how much of a dumbass you are. And then you're not giving statistics of, hey, here are some statistics that show that left-wing cities tend to have higher crime rates or tend to have poor living conditions than cities that are more right-wing. You're just making this blanket statement. So you prove that you're not a failure at discourse when your rhetoric is just X is true because it is. Why? Because nothing after the because. So why are you Cali people moving to Texas? Again, well, one, I'm not from California, but two, are they moving to Texas in bulk?
I've known plenty of people who have moved from shitty red states over here to the West Coast.
So do you have data that supports that? That proves that that's
fuck
the case?
that.
Or
You just need the anecdotal information, Gene. Anecdotal information, and you make your argument. Doesn't matter, like, stats. And the thing whenever I watch Trump, he never shows stats.
A lot of the stuff that you hear, like, that this guy's regurgitating, it is just the kind of rote, generic, like, hearsay grapevine information, where they just state things that they hear from other people, and then they're not able to substantiate it at all. And then this is shit where if you just do a little bit of research...
This guy that's never worked a manual labor job before said it on a podcast, so I believe it all of a sudden.
Yeah, this fucking dude is person is just a Joe Rogan bro. Like, oh, Joe Rogan is like, oh, I'm gonna move to Texas because they don't tax me. And then that's basically it. Like, oh yeah, we got all these people moving from California.
And it's also California. So this is where it's the fallacy of a single cause. So this is another example of being a moron because nuance. What's that? So California is a blue state. Texas is a red state. So people are moving from California to Texas. Therefore, it must be because blue states suck. Or it could be California is the most populated state in the country. And usually, there's this thing known as inflation. When there's a lot of people living in one area, the cost of living goes up. There's more competition. The job market is denser. And that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with whether they're liberals or conservatives. That's just more incidental and happenstance. So it makes sense why Texas, that borders California, why, if there's like a really tough job market and due to inflation of a large amount of people living in an area, if they are going to move somewhere else to find work, it makes sense why, here's a state, it's one state over, maybe I can try that.
Well, John, apparently left-leaning places are more dangerous, even though they have higher gun control. Hold on. They have higher gun control laws, and then you got school shootings in small-ass rural towns that are red.
Gene just farted, but yeah.
No, that was my mouth. You dumb fuck.
Shut up! You farted. What do you think about Drunken Crow's question?
A lot. Yeah,
Gene,
well, is that what he said in the chat about, like, oh, so why are, like, liberal places, why do they have higher crime rates?
Just Khabibie said that?
Yeah.
I'll ban him.
Yeah. Well,
did he say that?
It's stupid because it's like what we said. Most cities tend to be left-leaning. So the overwhelming majority of cities are blue, and in more metropolitan areas, crime rates in general tend to be higher. So it's just, again, nuance, but I guess, if you're on the right and all the data shows that being on the right is associated with having lower intelligence, yeah. It's almost like there's a correlation between being a dumbass and not understanding nuance.
Yeah, I will say that I noticed that
Go on.
a lot of right-wingers that I talk to are surprised when they find out that I love football and guns and all kinds of other shit that, like, conservative men usually think that only they like.
Dude,
So,
don't you
yeah.
find it so cringy when there's like some conservative woman and she does a video where she has a gun and shoots it to show
here,
how
Chicago,
conservative she is?
Sonic dudes like Chicago has the strongest gun control laws, but have the highest gun crime rates in the country. Okay, again, you're hyper-focusing on one city. And you know what? You can, like Zidane says, you don't necessarily have to be right-leaning and be pro or anti-gun. There might be a slight correlation between the two, but you're also, it's like gun laws might not be the reason why there's higher, like, gun crimes in that region. So you're making the argument that, oh, because they don't have easy access to guns, that contributes to higher gun crime? So what, are you saying if everyone had a gun, people would be safer? And it's also the fact that maybe because there's such high gun crimes in that region, maybe that's why they have some of the stricter policies, because maybe that's the causation. What came before the other, the cart before the horse? Maybe that makes sense that if there are really significant gun crimes in a region, you'd start to see more draconian laws. But hey, that was something that just in the moment, analyzing that, I was able to find that sort of explanation. But hey, I'm sure you're not a dumbass when it's hard for you to, look at things more multidimensionally, look at things more systemically.
Gene, you are nasally and annoying. Okay?
And nasally. Analism.
You want to be less of a dumb fuck when you speak chat?
I'm sorry, that's what somebody said in the chat. Don't be all offended by it. It was just a joke, Gene. God. I don't think you'd get all offended by it. But Zeo De Bong, are you doing good tonight?
And you're like, oh, so liberal policy. So here's the thing, Sonic the Hedgehog 101. How much time have you ever taken out of your day to sit down? And when it comes to California and their, socioeconomics, how much time have you taken to actually thoroughly look into it? Because I have a feeling that what you're regurgitating is just from the hearsay grapevine. That you don't really know in depth what exactly might be the cause for some of these trends and how fabricated it might be, how pronounced it might be in different regions, how much of it is associated with things that have to do with democratic politics or how much of it has to do with other things. I have a feeling that you're just making a bunch of assumptions without even doing your homework.
It's fucking Joe Rogan bro info. That's basically what it is.
Yeah.
You got these fucking pieces of shit that think that millionaires give a shit about you. Joe Rogan. And that's why, not again, but, that it's the fucking reasoning that people think that fucking Trump is out for the middleman.
Wait. Rum Zombies Rum. We are a news politics podcast, but this is, we're 6 hours, 30 minutes in. So we're about to end it. So we're just arguing with the chat before we end it. But yeah, it's pretty much what it is. Wait, so Seven's like, where's his mommy? So you're like, we're complaining when we're doing a podcast and we're discussing things, and if we're going back and forth and debating with the chat, that's complaining. I mean, do you not think that's another moron in the chat who, again, doesn't have any critical thinking skills?
Well, John, apparently look at overdose rates in Seattle, Vancouver, San Francisco, compared to Houston, Dallas, Edmonton, Calgary.
I'm fairly certain that Dallas and Houston are still fairly blue. They're some of the bluest regions in Texas. So your attitude is, hey, this is a city in a right-leaning state, therefore the city itself, the territory, must also be Republican. It must also be red. So again, it kind of shows poor critical thinking.
Yeah.
Talk to the chat, Shab.
Let me tell you something, chat. You guys need to shut the fuck up, okay? Or you know what? No, don't shut up. Just keep talking.
Well,
cheers to that. What are you saying to me, Drunken Crow?
I'm gonna shut up because apparently I don't contribute to this podcast.
Shut up, you drama whore.
Okay, so
you're a drama whore.
Okay, apparently it's a 50-50 divide in Dallas.
And for what?
For fentanyl. like fentanyl and so forth. Plus, it shows poor critical thinking again, because that's one particular issue. So what if you look at all particular crime rates? What if you look at just any issue whatsoever? It's like, hey, if you can find one particular problem that is more pronounced in this one set of parameters compared to the others, then yeah, it just shows that it's worse in these particular cities because of this one issue that's more pronounced. And it's like, well, what if you can find 5 other particular issues that are more pronounced in these cities that you're claiming are right-leaning cities? So it's just like, good job. You found one particular statistic that panders to what you want to believe, and it's more confirmation bias. You're not looking at things as a whole. You're not taking all metrics, all variables into consideration. It's just, hey, here's one statistic where if you just stand on one foot and nod your head and squint, it can, like, kind of confirm your worldview. As it lagged out.
Wait, who? Who lagged out?
John just loves to punch.
Exactly.
And then Brennan Koss is like, Biden doesn't have the, what is it? The Midas touch. Everything that Biden touches turns to Shiza. Biden has the
Shiza.
What? We don't like Biden, so we don't defend Biden. Throughout his entire presidency, when have we ever had one positive thing to say about him? So again,
that's okay. Yeah, like, the problem is that the whole Republican and Democrat thing is just a false dichotomy. We have just two choices that are very, like, dramatically different than one another, and there's no in between, and it doesn't make any sense. There is in between, but those parties don't get taken seriously. The only ones actually possibly that could win is Republican or Democrat. So it's one or the other.
Wait. How are we moving the goalposts? Because we're addressing the points that you made, and you stated that, hey, these are, why are these Republican cities, when I just pulled up a stat to show that it's not even Republican, it's like a 50-50 divide. And I also mentioned that I presented that argument, that you're pointing to one thing, when you can probably point to other types of crimes that are more, like, prevalent in different right-leaning cities, or the cities you mentioned, compared to the other cities that you're claiming have a more serious fentanyl problem. So do you not understand that there are a very large amount of, like, different crimes that people can commit? So it's just, out of all the crimes that exist, I'm pretty sure that it fluctuates greatly. So you point it to one particular crime, and you point it to, like, probably, like, 4 or 6 different cities. And are you comparing all Democratic cities and all Republican cities? Or are you just hyper-focusing on just 4 cities that happen to have a negative trend when it comes to the negative thing you're associating with, and then 4 cities that happen to have a positive trend when it comes to the negative thing you're trying to associate with it? So that's just, again, you're engaging in selection bias there.
And for the love of fucking Christ, your president-elect, who he said he will make all your eggs, all your groceries. No one said anything about groceries. He made up that fucking word until, like, last month. That was a new word that he made up. No one ever heard of groceries. He has a golden fucking toilet. He has a goddamn fucking tower. He probably even has golden fucking toilet paper. And he fucking eats McDonald's every single fucking day. So imagine that golden toilet paper, or not golden toilet paper, golden toilet getting shit by Donald Trump. He's eating all that McDonald's, all that fucking shit going through that, 270 pound fucking 6'5" body. Just splattering on that fucking golden toilet. That's him shitting on all of us that can barely make a goddamn fucking cent. We can barely. Oh, you got a toothache? Well, no. You can't afford that. $300? You can't afford that. That's the president. That's the president that fucking represents us. And you voted for that kind of fucking person. Fuck yourself.
Are you talking shit, Drunken Crow?
Oh, no. I'm fine. I'm fine.
I'm getting really angry, okay? We have to wrestle about this, Drunken Crow. Gene, what are you doing over there, you square?
Well, wait, I'm looking up a stat here to show.
Did I ask you? Wait, no, I did ask you, didn't I? Yeah? Go on.
Talk to the chat.
Okay. Hey, chat.
Okay, I really need to find somebody else who's.
No, I'm talking to them. Shut the fuck up, Jane. Sometimes you get annoying. What's up, Richard? Paradox and Skabibi and Richard. And Pinky, and same name, and Skabibi. Yeah, I know you're Gene, Tubby. But Gene doesn't like that.
Okay, so here you go. So
what do you want? What is it you found, Gene?
The most left-leaning city is San Francisco. And it has a homicide rate 6 per 100,000 residents.
How many CEOs?
So here is it's Jackson University, and that is the most right-leaning in Mississippi, the most right-leaning city, and it has 79 homicides per 100,000.
So was
the most right-leaning city. What's that?
What was the number difference?
6 per 100,000 for San Francisco, 79.69 per 100,000.
Yeah, that's dramatic. So, that's over 10
but
times.
Here's the thing. Let's just focus on those two cities, and let's just focus on homicide rates. So there you go. Case closed. Democrats all the way because of that one particular statistics focusing on those two cities.
Won Republicans.
Yeah, there you go. So I'm sure, like, here's the thing. That's what you're doing with the, fentanyl statistic. So we presented this statistic to you. We're using the same kind of selection bias. So what do you have to say there? Are you just moving the goalposts if you don't accept that, hey, right-leaning cities are worse?
Wait, we're still talking to Sonic, aren't we, huh?
Yeah.
I don't like that person. I mostly don't like them, you know why? Because they're not even fucking smart enough to have a profile picture of Sonic. It's like, you know what? This is why your fucking mom wishes she had an abortion. Okay?
And
you can't even
here's
fucking
the thing.
figure out a
Chad.
fucking profile.
I only looked up the most conservative city and the most liberal city. Now here's the problem. Maybe if I looked up the top 20 most conservative cities and the top 20 most liberal cities, and if I looked up homicide rates per all the cities, maybe you might find that on average there's not that much of a difference. Maybe you'd find that the average or per capita happens to be more with the blue cities. But this is the kind of stupid logic that people who I'm not going to say on the right, but people who aren't that bright tend to use.
People that are like
it's just hey, I'm going to look at this very selective group of data, and there you go. I win. It's like G-Man. It's about winning, and then if you don't accept it, it just shows that you can't admit that you're wrong, but then they're allowed to poo-poo and discount information that they don't like.
Well,
You
John,
love me, Drunken Crow. I was kidding about you.
Shut the fuck up.
Here. It is 6:30 where I am, so
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
It means it's 6:30.
Yeah, we get it. Okay, go on. Next video, Gene.
John's got a piss.
We're done with the videos.
John's
got time to call it a night.
What?
We've been going for 6 hours and 30 minutes.
All right, everyone, hit the subscribe button if you're new to the channel. We're at 1,829 subscribers. Wow, wow, wow. Dark Master.
Wait, how many subs are we at currently?
1,829 subscribers.
Wait, how many have we gained during the stream?
22.
Oh. Wait, well, it seems like we're gaining around 20 per stream, so maybe we need to keep it up.
How many cartoon fingers did we get?
How many? What?
Cartoon fingers.
I don't know what that means. How?
Dark
What?
Master did his.
Oh,
Squid Games, Pinky. That's my favorite anime.
So, thank you to whoever just subscribed. Got us to 1,830 subscribers. We're getting closer and closer to 2,000. That's amazing.
No, but in all serious, Pinky, you can become a patron, and we do movie hangouts pretty much once a week.
It's $1 to be a patron as well.
$1, and currently we watched half of my favorite anime series, which is Now and Then, Here and There.
Now and then, here and there, up and down, left and right, east and west.
Exactly.
Fuck my ass.
Gene, do you love me, babe?
Okay, are we ready to go?
I guess. I'm gonna go over to my channel, maybe. I don't know. Alright. Peace out. Tell everybody bye, Gene.
Bye, peoples.
Bye. Bye.
Bye, Sonic.